right?
Something's pulling
But
it, and then we go, "Oh, there's a moon there," and then we go, "Oh, well, you know."
but
The moon
you don't do
doesn't
any.
cause waves. It doesn't
Yeah,
cause waves.
you don't do any of these things with the things in the sky. None of the things that you mentioned, people, travel, the navigation or boat or traveling across water, none of these things are done in the things up in the sky. So again, the earth terrestrial realm is nothing like the things in the celestial. It's a category error that you're doing, thinking that
Okay.
when you look at the things in the sky, that determines what the earth is.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying you can come to a reasonable conclusion. Just that's how you can look at other humans without seeing yourself and come to a reasonable conclusion that you're also human.
But we have
If you never
humans
saw
here
the
on
earth.
earth. You don't have humans up there in the sky. It's not
That's not what I'm
comparable.
saying. I'm saying we can't see the planet. I mean, we can, but would you just deny it? So I'm not going to try and even go there.
Yeah, but
And we can see
when
other
you're
planets.
looking at other humans, you've got similarities you can judge by, right? You've got this guy's got hands, I've got hands, I've got 2 legs, I've got feet, 10 toes, things like that. Even if you don't have a mirror, like
I
you
eat
suggested.
food.
Yeah, so of
I came
course you
from a
can
mommy and a
determine.
daddy. That kind of stuff.
Okay, well, we'll use
What
we'll use
similarities?
different logic.
What similarities? What similarities does the Earth have to those things that you're looking at up in the sky?
None.
None.
There you go.
Not
So how do you
one.
determine that something's not similar, be the same?
Not similar. Well, I didn't say they were the same, but I did say they were similar.
The Earth's not a globe.
The earth is not a planet.
Okay. What would you say about Artemis 2? What'd you think about that?
Okay. Maybe Gemsy likes Artemis too. I don't know.
Maybe
Why
you
not?
won't like
I
what
just
I
wanted to
say.
see your thoughts on it.
You see the actor lady that played in Mad Max? She's one of the astronauts. Pretender clowns in TV shows. Have you ever thought about that?
So, even
People
though
pretending to do
I was
something.
there at the launch. I saw a big hunk of metal shoot up into the sky, and I
Yeah,
saw
but where
all
did
the
it?
clouds
Where did it
below it.
go? Where did it go?
Well, it was in the air for 12
Away
days.
from your view. Away from the things that you can see, check, and verify. And then what you saw after that is TV show on the TV. And then you say, yeah,
Because there's
this TV
cameras on
show.
it.
But
If I were to
the
take a
issue.
video of something
You know
on
what?
my
So
phone, would you just completely deny it doesn't exist because I took a video and you weren't there on the spot? You weren't on the rocket ship, so it must have not happened.
So thousands of scientists are just lying to us, apparently.
You don't know the
Thousands?
name. Listen. Do you mention the dozens of scientists? You don't know the name of one or the method that they use to determine that the Earth is a globe.
That is true, but I think we can come to the
That is
conclusion
true. I
that the
know.
Earth is a globe anyways. No, I'm saying that I don't know the scientist's name is true, right? I do think we can
Exactly.
come to a conclusion.
How do you
that
know
the
there's thousands of scientists there?
Hey, I don't know. I have a brain in
Just
my head, but you know what? I
Yeah,
believe
we
those
do.
scientists
We have
that I do.
X-rays. We have X-rays. We have we
And we have
people.
telescopes,
We can
and we have math,
we can
and we have
open your head.
physics.
So listen, Ryan, about the Artemis though, real quick. You know the issue though, the imagery that you said, cameras, right? And the imagery that you got about the Earth. When we check those images, and it's showing you a misrepresentation of the Earth, we check that it's a misrepresentation. You know why? Because the Earth is not curving. We check the Earth, and that thing out there in the physical and natural world, when you turn off the TV and the imagery from the TV, the Earth is not doing the fantasy things that they're showing you on the TV.
You know, you can
Curving.
never win an argument. You can always win an argument with someone who's smart, but you can't ever win one with someone who's fucking retarded.
What was retarded about
So
what
is
you
that
just said?
you expressing yourself being retarded? Oh, he left. Where's the other guy? Go ahead, Timbo.
No, that's all right, man. These guys are funny.
Imagine.
Yeah, imagine.
You are retarded. I win. Imagine you do that in every argument. Just go to court. Just go to court and Your Honor, you are retarded. The prosecution is retarded. Everybody's here is retarded. I win.
Saw a big hunk of metal flying across the sky. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Gum N91.
Yep.
Go ahead and talk to Timbo real quick. Or
Can I
whoever.
debate?
Yes, you can debate. Go ahead.
Wait, here's the flat earther.
Timbo.
Nimbo?
Yep.
Oh, Timbo.
Timbo.
Okay, so you're a flat earther. What theory of flat earth do you hold to? Hello, did he cut
Earth
out?
is not.
Oh yeah, Timbo, you're
Not a
cutting
sphere.
out, bro. I think he's
The sorry.
he's in Australia.
I'm in a bad
so,
area.
Yeah, he's upside down, so the satellite is not reaching his signal correctly. I think. NGR. When you're talking about theories, the Earth is not a theory, though. That's the thing, though.
Yes, it
But
is.
the description of what is called flat is an orientation of the surface of the Earth based on the horizontal. And
Because I could predicate different accounts of what flat would be geometrically, right?
no, because flat is a surface. Geometry, flat is an aspect, right? Of
An
maybe
aspect.
a geometrical shape.
You could say it's a property.
It's an aspect, or maybe you can say it's a property, maybe as well, if you want to use that word. But it's not a shape. Flat is not a shape.
Flat is, well, no, it would be a geometrical predicate through which we deduce different natures or properties of a shape.
So, when you start from your own perspective, and I hear that you're doing the dishes or throwing the dishes without washing them and whatever you're doing.
Oh, you're back.
Whatever you were sitting at, you know your reference, right? Your receiver system.
Yeah, I could use different frames of reference, but I'm an anti-empiricist.
Okay, but still, the fact stands that you're balanced on that level floor that you're standing on, right? And you had dinner on that level flat table. And then you have a liquid in a cup of water or something that is also flat and level, right?
No, it's not flat right now. Right now it's shifting with the shape of the Earth.
Are you willing to have a real conversation, or are you just gonna be joking around?
Who's joking?
You're saying that the floor that you're standing on is not level?
No, the liquid is not level.
The liquid is not level?
Yeah, the water in the cup.
You're saying that the water is going
How is
splash
it not
to the
level?
floor is not level?
No, not splashing. It's just not stable within the cup.
I don't know if you're being
Let it
serious.
sit there for a bit then.
Well, even if I did that, there would be minor alterations in the orbit of the Earth, which would
In the
cause
cup?
some sort of.
There'd be
It would
alterations
also be in the cup.
would there?
Well, yeah, the property of the cup, again, is not that it's inherently, even if it is a flat surface, right? And I could still say that geometrically, from my frame of reference, it doesn't immediately have to be if the Earth itself is also flat. So I'm saying it's inconsistent.
No, but you can use it as a reference, right?
Yeah, again, I just like addressed frames of reference and geometrical posteriors.
Yeah, so we're going to use water as a reference. You happy with that?
Not water. Again, like the flat is simply an instantiation of the property of the surface.
So what are you going to use? So what are you going to use for a reference then?
Well, I'm an anti-empiricist, so I don't think that I can rationally pervade any sort of like sensory experience or quantitative.
You cannot deny that you are actually orientated toward horizontal. You have your vestibular system. You have a liquid in the inner canals of your ears, and you are orientated to a horizontal frame of reference. Why are you denying that?
No, I don't deny that. Well, I mean, I could also use a vertical account, again, of like geometrical spaces. If I used like Euclidean geometry, right, I don't have to say that the water...
You're not saying anything, dude.
He's going away into something else.
Well, no, we're referring to horizontality, right?
Come back.
NGR, is there a possibility that you might be a brain in a jar? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, well, I'm a solipsist, but the Boltzmann brain doesn't really function in that sense. I mean, of course it's a possibility.
I cannot have it.
How does that refute anything, though?
It just means that we can't have an actual conversation with you because you have no recollection or any impurity of reality.
I do have references of reality.
Solipsist?
Doesn't inherently have to be. Well, that's irrelevant. I can still make like predicate analyses about the world surrounding me, even if I can't immediately interact with my environment.
But you might be a brain in a jar, right?
Well, it's completely true. I mean, you might be too.
Well, what is the world around you?
But you still attempt to accurately assess like what the world is. The world around me. Well, I mean, like if we use the Boltzmann brain, for example.
I don't think you're mean at all.
If we use the brain in the vat, for example, I could say the entire world and the reality is inherently fictive and present within my mind, but that wouldn't like negate any proposition I could apply to the world, right? It would still exist.
What would still exist?
The world.
The world that your brain in a jar is within? I'm confused. If you're a brain in the jar, what would you know of the world?
Again, the generation...
He's acknowledging that it doesn't matter his nonsense ideas, the world is still going to be the world. He's just deciding that he wants to operate within the fantasy framework. He chooses to believe it, even though he cannot demonstrate it.
Yeah, I don't think that's the way. I don't think that's the winning hand for the solipsist, saying I'm a solipsist, yet I know the real world's existing outside of my play acting.
Do you know
he chooses to be he chooses to be
a
pretender. Go ahead.
What do you think solipsism is?
What would it matter? What if you're a solipsist? What would it matter what I told you solipsism was?
What? Well, no, because I can still assess the world surrounding me, right? I can still say that I inhibit qualitative experiences.
Whether or not you're a brain in a jar.
Right, even if I were, I can still accurately provide analysis.
What world are you assessing? Jar world
the
or
world
real
present.
world?
Again, we can create domains within our mind, but they still matter, right? They still exist.
No, I hate to break it to you. You didn't create me.
Track. NGR, what evidence do you have that the Earth is not flat?
Well, we just took a leap. Well, I mean, I would usually use like an axiomorphic.
Back on track because you're way out there somewhere. So you tell us what evidence
someone
you have.
Brought up a brain in the vat, okay?
Yeah, because remember when I was talking to you about water, and you say water is not level, and you know, and you deny your orientation to horizontal. I mean, your floor is not level. The water is not level. I mean, yeah, you went away to something else.
It's just that water is a subject present within the domain that in of itself is superficially flat. That's all I'm saying. Does that sound? Do we all agree now?
I don't understand why you have to. Why the categorization of superficially?
Well, because, well, again, the flat is simply a superficial element or characteristic we could use to, featurely assess a given shape, right? It's a property.
Flat's not a shape. You might want to correct yourself on
I
that.
literally just said it's a property of the shape. Guys, we got a track
It's
here.
It's an orientation.
But you said it's flat.
Orientations can be qualitative, like, factors of a given subject, right?
Dude, stop saying right after every sentence, please.
Well, I don't know if you guys understand
it's
this.
absurd.
You guys,
That's
I
how
don't know. You
you're
guys don't know what
bullshitting,
flat means.
right? Well, when you start trying to peddle bullshit, you end it with right. I don't think you understand.
Can you prove
what
that?
you're doing,
Can you prove
occurring.
that's not true? I mean,
oh, dude, you just shattered my wine glass. You might have just broken your jar that your brain is in.
Okay. I feel like you agree with me. Like, deep down inside. I see it.
Right?
No, it's okay.
Right.
So
But
I just don't get it.
Go ahead.
What do you not understand? I'll explain anything you guys don't get.
Dude, when you start talking about assessing things, what the hell are you assessing?
Well, again, I can provide like a rational analysis of the world that is present.
Giving me an answer, right?
Is present within my mind. What do you think? Wait, again, you're requesting the assessment variable, and I said if I were a solipsist, which I am, I could still say that the world exists.
How would you even know? So when you're acknowledging water's flatness, the superficial aspect of water, where is this water? Where does it exist?
Again, it would be a cognitive experience of my mind, whether it's real or not doesn't matter.
So you just think you're just trapped inside of your own mind.
I don't think that's what I said. Okay.
Sounds like it. You don't know if you're coming or going.
I don't know how you got to that conclusion.
Well, dude, when you go to cross the street,
all right.
Are you pretending to be trapped in your own mind, or are you realizing that there are vehicles that you need to avoid?
Yeah, I can acknowledge that there's like harm in my way.
Dude, I don't want you starting a sentence with "Yeah, I can acknowledge." Just answer the question.
Wait, again, I'm referring to the cars. Do you know what I mean by harm in this case?
By what?
By harm in this case, I'm referring to the cars. We can still avoid harm within our own mind.
What the hell are you talking about?
You said avoid the cars on the street.
Are you playing a Frogger game in your mind, or are you actually crossing a street in reality?
Frogger, well, no, I can cross the street within my mind.
You can't tell one way or another what's going on.
That's the point.
Well, then you're lost, sir.
Okay, what?
I hope you wouldn't. I hope you don't get evaluated.
Can you find me? Where are we?
I don't know. Can I?
I feel like you agree with me. This is like a really elaborate.
Keep your feelings out of it.
Okay. So you all agree, right? Facts over logic.
And left we agree. It's not just right. There's a left as well, because you have a right and a left.
I agree.
Right and left.
Right.
And left.
Right.
And left.
Well, left.
Left
and right.
And right. Right.
Right.
Right is left. Right.
Right. So what's going on, Jarbrain? Where are we at here?
Right. Well, so far I can recover like the whole argument if you'd like. I was just requesting, right, like what flat would mean in the case of the flat Earth and the theory that he would use surrounding it, and he said that again, like flat is simply an orientation of the Earth. And I said, well, if we
yeah, because listen. From the bottom of the sea, the deepest we can go on the sea, which is what 7 point something miles, to the highest peak mountain, there's about 13 miles difference, right? And across the world, which is what hundreds of millions of square miles, there is a horizontal frame of reference all across that surface, and that will make the Earth that we are standing on flatter than a pancake.
Wait, we can have a flat surface on a sphere.
Right?
Where's the sphere? If 70% of
Okay.
the ocean, 70% of the world is ocean, and
Mhm.
water seeks its level, where's the sphere? How can you have a sphere
Wait,
if
water does
70% of it is
what?
flat? Water seeks its level.
It's
It's
level?
always
What does
looking
that
for
mean?
level. Water settles when it's still, it turns level. It's used in building. It's
have
an
a rebuttal to
attribute of
that.
water. It's very, very
Water
important in building.
settles when it's still?
I have a rebuttal to that.
It seeks its
Yeah, you
level.
can.
Seeks it. It looks for level.
It seeks.
Okay,
Okay.
Water in
I don't know what to
space.
do with you.
It seeks the
You're kind of
level.
out there.
Water in
somehow.
space actually makes a perfect sphere. So that's actually contradictory if you're talking about gravity
When have you ever
specifically.
been in space with water to find out that it forms a sphere? I think you're lying to me. I don't think you've done that.
Oh my god, you want me to
Have you
I
been
haven't
here?
done that personally, but I've seen
Here
videos of
on
it,
Earth, we use
obviously.
water.
I've been there
Here on Earth,
personally.
we use water as a
Yeah, let me
level
whip out a video.
reference point. It's how it's used. It's how buildings are made. You know, level.
Yeah, but gravity also exists. Gravity
That's
Oh,
true.
keeps that water level with. I mean, you can put water in Venus, and it's gonna have a different way of reacting into water within Earth. So like, let me just before you even continue, I need to.
Why are
You
you
need to at
going
least
to?
believe
Why
me
are
on
you
this
going
water
to
fact.
Venus when we're talking about the Earth? Why are you going to Venus?
Because they're all just different physical landforms. But okay, sorry, I didn't
How do
know
you
you'd meant
how
it
do
like
you know
that.
that?
But
How do you know that? Have you been told that, or do you know that?
I've been there.
So when you can go to NASA and you can look at all their videos.
Yeah, they have a bunch of wonderful pictures, don't they? And they have a story behind them
Videos,
all. But you have no evidence of this.
documents.
You're questioning us, but you never ever question NASA. You never question when you were told that you live on a spinning space monkey ball. You never questioned it. You just believed it. And here you are questioning us, and you never ever question the round globular Earth that you think you live on. Like
I mean, I've
it's
truly
kind of
thought about it,
bizarre.
but okay, if you don't like this theory, let's talk about rivers. Rivers. Why do rivers exist?
Rivers.
The top point
Because
of
water
the
always
world.
seeks its level. Water
Yes,
always
yes,
seeks its
yes. But if the
level. So
world
it's
was
looking for
completely
level.
flat,
And where does
if
it
water
go?
was
It always heads down to mean sea level. That's where it goes. That's where all the rivers go.
rivers aren't really sea level. So when you're talking
No, I
specifically,
said that the water in the rivers head to sea level. That's what they're seeking. They eventually get there at some point in time. The water ends up at sea level, mean sea level.
yeah, but whenever you're talking about this, have you
Yeah.
look up
So
the
do you know of a river that flows uphill? Do you know one that flows uphill? Because that would be kind of weird.
That's a
Water.
good question. That's a good question, Sky. Do you?
no, but if you're looking up at like for
So
the highest and lowest
why did
points of
you
the
bring
land,
up rivers? Let's just to the
because you can't
chase.
let me finish my statement.
No, I'm just asking. What is your statement?
Okay, then let me say it. So with the rivers, the highest points in Earth is about 9,000 meters above sea level and 400 meters below it. Now, putting in those factors,
That's a pretty
um,
flat plain.
that's not a pretty slap claim. You can look it up on
No,
Google.
you
That's
didn't
what I'm
say
using right
flat
now.
plain, jivehead.
Oh,
Go on.
sorry.
Water runs downhill. That's how rivers form.
Yeah, And if the world was completely
little
flat, though,
little
if
streams,
the world was completely
tributaries.
flat, though,
It,
just because of those two simple measurements, it would not equal that the entire world would have rivers, oceans, and
no, there's
lakes, including it.
elevation
It would either,
changes. Hey,
yeah, but
genius.
not
There's
across the
elevation
whole
changes.
globe, not across the entire
No,
globe,
across the
right?
flat plain, there are
Honestly, I'm kind of
elevation
helping you at this
changes.
point because I'm saying that there is parts of the world that are flat and are just going to have simply things as lakes and oceans and such. But with
Yeah, no
others,
shit.
that's why there is rivers globally.
70% of
That's
the
why
earth
there
they
are
claim is
rivers.
covered in water.
Yes, that's why there is rivers globally, because the world is just simply has to kind of like clean around to it, and with all the cracks and crevices, including gravity. So,
Yeah, water runs downhill.
mhm. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you on
Okay,
that.
so you're in agreement.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that you can't build a little mountain on top of your table and pour water on it?
I mean, yeah, you can, but like, who the hell's gonna be building all of these different things on a flat Earth to make all these rivers and
Right,
shit?
and
Like, that, honestly, that just kind of seems
dude,
stupid.
like,
So, within
you do
putting
realize
these
that
practically,
mountains aren't. You do realize people don't build mountains, right?
people build, yeah, man-made mountains and man-made buildings are made, but you still look it up, and I mean, I can look this up on Google right now. The highest and lowest landforms on Earth represent the extreme vertical contrast of planet's topography, with the highest points reaching nearly 9,000 meters and land sinking over 400 meters below it. Now, that's not a very big number if you truly think about it, because I mean, it's not even
Okay.
10,000 meters.
Okay, good.
And
Stop there for a sec. You've got above and below. Reference to what? What are they referencing it to? You got above it and below it. Reference
yeah,
to what?
above sea
Show
level
me.
and below sea level. When you're speaking about that, though, obviously that isn't across everywhere, because I mean, like I said, this is just a quick overlook, right? Highest point versus lowest point. There's a lot of points that are just simply fucking flat, um, like you say, but there's still rivers out there in these small little crevice areas that go from stretch miles across the globe from all of that. So,
Okay,
I
how
mean,
does a river make your Earth a globe? How does that happen with a river?
because there's just simply not enough like the world itself, if we're talking about it as a sphere, right? That's what I'm talking about. It's gonna bend and make rivers into with that for it, instead of it just being a flat land. If it was a flat land, yes, there would be rivers in some areas, but like, let's say maybe within the middle, if there was any dip, there would be some kind of big ol' ocean everybody would know. And the sides, if you're putting in gravity here, there would be some kind of like ring of river water due to at least the erosion of the earth over long periods of time. So
You
we
know
don't
that
have
there's
any of those factors.
topography.
What?
You know there's topography. Like we've got to the top of Mount Everest, which is about 4.5 miles, and then we've got to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, which is about 7.5 miles. And I think on average, I think it works out to about 13 miles, I think, is the variation over how many millions of miles of square
Yeah, it
miles?
equals
Hmm.
197 million square miles. That equals ratio of 6 decimal plates. By the way.
AI, you're a little bit robot-y there.
So,
Buddy. Oh, yeah, your microphone's
yeah,
been lagging, bro. You gotta check your internet.
So the point is that we've got below sea level and above sea level, all reference to one spot or one mean sea level. So you're referencing everything to a level plane, and you've got above it and below it.
Mhm. Yeah, but
Uh-huh.
I'm saying that
Uh-huh.
is to at least a very small.
Where's the globe? Where's the globe if most of it is on average is flat with a small deviation over millions of square miles? Millions of square miles, and it's 7.5 miles deep to 4.5 miles high. That's your deviation on your flat plane.
So within a flat plane and with a circle, there's just more surface area within it. And so if you were living within a flat plane and having all the water that we had now, with us having the rivers and all, I don't think there
No,
would be as many
the
rivers
water
as we see
eventually
nowadays.
flows down to sea level. That system works. It rains on the top of the mountain, there's a river there, it flows downhill, and eventually, whether it stops at a lake and then turns into a stream, eventually that water ends up at sea level somewhere.
Mhm. Yeah, and still within
Dude,
the
this
Yeah,
guy, hey,
somewhere.
dude, this guy seems to think that rivers flow because the Earth is a ball. Rivers flow because there continues to be snow and rain up in the high elevation.
Yeah, we should put it down. Um, uh, no, what I'm simply saying though is that the slight different like variations among the lands of the earth, that have it
It
kind of little
keeps
dips, little
snowing in the
ups, little
mountains,
downs,
and
little.
the mountain snow keeps melting,
Yeah, but
and it keeps
there's more than
raining
mountains and
everywhere in
dips.
between.
There's
You'll
more
see
than
a river
mountains.
rise. You'll see a river rise after a day or two of rain.
Yeah, but like I'm saying though, you don't only see mountains and only see dips. There's also very small, slight variations which make rivers like very small
Rolling
dips,
hills,
very
yeah,
small
yeah,
uphills, and
from
so on.
sea
There,
to
Yeah,
of
yeah,
shining
course, and I
sea.
think
sure.
all of those, including the roundness of the earth, um, would just kind of have those that you would have rivers globally. I mean, they would all obviously stick there too. It's
So
not like
listen,
they're
if
gonna
I
move
listen, check
anywhere
this
because
out,
if the
brother.
world was flat and you're
Yeah,
saying
check this
yeah,
out.
it would all kind of like lower up into one.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. So I have very expensive linen paper. It's actually got a texture to it, so you can draw on it really good, nice with your pens. But it's
Oh,
still
that's nice.
smooth
I
to
like
the
that.
touch and very flat, right? So if I take that piece of linen paper and I put it down on my flat table, and then I take some water and I drop it onto the paper, does that mean the paper is a globe?
No, but you can shrink down the Earth into like a marble size, and it would be flatter than a marble. So, I mean, you can put that thing to the same extent, even if it was a globe, like to be like,
Yeah,
hey, look,
exactly.
it's super flat,
Right.
but it's a
Yeah, we
globe.
understand. Yeah, we got you, bro. So what are we even talking about here?
Uh,
Are you trying to say that because I'm driving up a hill right now. Are you trying to say because I'm driving up this hill that the earth can't possibly be flat because of hills?
hmm, no, no. I'm just saying that, like,
Okay,
if
then
the
what are you
world was
actually
perfectly
saying? Because
flat,
nobody
then there wouldn't
understands
be like
anything you're trying to say.
if the world was flat, there wouldn't be anything like kind of a perfect core
Oh,
to it.
oh,
I
so
don't.
you are saying what I said, right?
Mm, Low-key, low-key, the friends I had over here, they kind of left, and so now I low-key feel bored. Um, I guess I'm gonna concede so I can go do something I want to do. Have fun talking about your
Well, it's not
debates,
very
though.
low
Yeah,
key
why
Honestly.
when
don't you
you
go
want
read a
to.
book? Yeah, why don't you start with reading a book? That'll be a good endeavor for you, son. Holy crap. It was excruciating, wasn't it? Holy holy.
I remember Alishness used to make that same argument a couple of years ago. She thought the rivers are flowing because the Earth was a ball, and when I informed her that, I mean, I didn't even know this was secret knowledge, but the water and the snow keeps flowing downhill. She was blown away that rivers are formed by water moving downhill.
Well,
Just
bless your
remember,
hearts.
kids, when that thing turns 18, it can vote.
Yeah, bless your hearts for dealing with that kid. Holy cow.
Now, listen, I'm absolutely for banning universal suffrage. If you know what that means, it means banning universal voting rights or privileges, which is what they actually are. And most people, they hear, oh, you don't want people to vote? No, I just don't want retards to vote. Not dying until you're 18 years old isn't a qualification to be able to vote, in my opinion.
Well, AI, what about Article 19?
What's Article 19?
Isn't it Article 19?
Women.
Oh, it's called the 19th
Yeah.
Amendment. The
19th
19th
Amendment.
Amendment is technically irrelevant.
What would you propose to determine if someone can vote or not?
We could have some kind of
One,
IQ test.
they can't be
IQ
a
test.
stone cold retard.
Yeah, there
Two,
should
they
be.
actually have to be a citizen of the country they're voting in.
Maybe own some land. I think that would be good, so you can show that you can take care of yourself.
I think you should have to be a business owner, a landowner, have done civil service in some form, whether it be military, Peace Corps, and yeah, anything. 2 years minimum. Be married, maybe have a child, but not be single. You can't just have children, be single, because that's actually detrimental to the future of the country.
Agree.
Like, you basically have to have a vested interest in the progenation of your own culture that you're voting within. Otherwise, you're just voting yourself benefits at everyone else who has to suffer with your choices into the future. Yeah, pretty much.
Fair enough.
So basically, most people wouldn't be able to vote because they're all losers.
Sounds good
They're all
to
too
me.
stupid and too not invested in the future for their opinion to matter and be imposed on everyone else who actually wants to have kids and a legacy.
I always found it kind of weird. It's like you put 50 people on an island, 48 of them are going to vote for two to lead the whole shit. Why would you do that? Why would you turn over your own freedom to some other people? It's always been weird to me. Yeah, we're going to have
Well,
you
because
four.
most,
You're the government now. And the rest of us, we're
yeah,
going
but
to do what you say. I'm like, what? No, fuck, no.
that's fair. But you got to understand the thing about human psychology is that most people are deadly aware that they're inept, incompetent, and retarded, and that if it wasn't for other people working on their behalf, they'd be dead. Bing, boom, boom. The earth is flat. The Glober came in and he got flat smack. Then he went back to his rack
It's
and
flat.
went to sleep. Dreamed about my hands up his face like a peak.
Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, it is, bro. And I
Okay,
just
it
rap
is.
battled it. And you replied with the earth isn't flat. You didn't even reply with a rap battle line. So I automatically win. The earth is
Yeah,
flat.
bro, you got it. You got it. You won.
That's right.
I'm not gonna. I'm a drug dealer.
He's a drug dealer. That's his contribution to society. Well done.
Yeah. Probably doesn't even know who the founding fathers are. If I told him the 19th Amendment was about it's illegal to put gum under a desk in a school, he'd probably believe it.
The Globers believe everything. They never question it. But if you say the earth is flat, they're going to start questioning that like their life depends on it.
Now, to the guy asking the question earlier about the 19th Amendment, the crucial thing about the 19th Amendment is that one of the justifications of exclusions from voting can't be based on whether you're male or female. So, in other words, you can't just say, oh, you're a female, therefore you automatically can't vote. So, all you need to do is have a stricture in place that just makes it like you have to have some kind of merit to be able to vote. That would automatically rule out most females because most of them haven't really done anything for society at all. And it would rule out most men because most of them haven't done anything for society at all.
Sounds good to me.
I imagine this question has been asked a lot over the past few weeks, but what do you guys think of the Artemis 2 mission?
I think that nice NASA sticker that was still on the thing after 30,000 degrees of heat or whatever. I want some of that. That's the tech I need.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap my electric line in it so I can just put them right inside the water heater.
I guess more specifically, the images given from that specific mission.
I mean, they did take some pictures from inside of the rocket through the window, long exposure. But why the hell didn't we see the wall then of the around the window? That's kind of weird, isn't it? You saw this shiny planet outside there, but you didn't see any. The camera was filming the wall.
I'm
You know,
confused on what you
what
mean.
you know what I always find weird, even back to the old '70s reentry capsules into the water. Because this time they made a real point of it. I was listening. Oh, we're gonna have to wait for this thing to cool down, and where's all the steam?
3,000 degrees Celsius. Should have been some steam, huh?
Yeah,
No,
No,
that's
just
pretty
just
much what I think of the whole thing, Artemis. It's it's for those. It's propaganda for those who have no threshold of being able to evaluate what they're saying. It's not for us.
Yeah,
It's not for me.
yeah. It's like where there's smoke, there's fire, and when there's no steam, they're a liar.
Bars, CP would say.
sorry, just going back a little. You said that you couldn't see like the walls with the pictures. I'm like confused what you specifically you're talking about.
you put long exposure on a camera and point it towards a window, right? You see the whole Earth there on the outside, and it's shiny and nice, super bright,
Mhm.
right? Because they used long exposure. But the wall inside of the rocket, you don't see it at all. It's completely dark. You see like a little hole in the window there. Isn't that
Okay,
weird
so
for you?
I'll explain that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I I I am a photographer myself, so I can actually help explain this one. When taking a longer exposure picture, the brightest object in the frame will darken the things around it purely because the exposure is getting detail from that bright object. It's kind of, I don't know how to best explain it. Um, with that in mind, I have
How
pictures where
about
you can see the walls of. Oops, that is not the image.
I just accept your explanation then. Good. It's real. We'll take the Earth out there. What do you think? It's a ball in space, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So we look at that ball. Have a look at the chat there. We're going to look at it. The picture at the bottom of the chat now, it's the Earth, isn't it? Don't worry about the numbers. Just that's what you have
Yes.
been presented with. Yeah. And it has a lot of blue stuff on it, obviously water. That's what they say. And it also has a size. They have told us the size. Do you happen to know the radius of Earth?
I do not off the top of my head, no.
If I tell you the radius of Earth, can you keep it in your head for a few seconds?
Yes.
3,959 miles.
I believe that is, I feel like that's smaller than the actuality.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the radius of Earth?
3,959 miles.
Okay, well done. So that is the claimed size. Now, because we know the size, we can do math on it. We can figure out how much water needs to curve. And because it's a ball or a sphere, you can go to any place on it and just measure a small section.
Mhm.
Yeah. So the method here for you to figure out if that picture that they showed you from Artemis is real or not, you take a friend to a 10-mile wide lake. You have your friend go to the other beach there. Give him a small mirror, like a signal mirror. They sell them on Amazon. They can flash 10, 20, 30, even up to 60 miles away, right? So 10 miles shouldn't be a problem. If you see your friend flash that mirror on the other side, it can only mean two things. Either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve. You can go check this over on omnicalculator.com or earthcurvature.com. A lot of universities have these curvature calculators.
Mhm.
So look, if water doesn't curve, Earth is covered by 71% water. It cannot possibly be a ball. You get the logic, right?
I can understand the position, yes.
Yeah. And we have done multiple laser tests. Like you shoot the laser 1 foot over the water on beach A, you shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you are living on a globe of the radius 3,959 miles, that laser has to end up over the other beach, 50 foot over the other beach, if the ball claim is correct. But it never does that. We have done so many of these. It ends up a foot over on the water. On the other side as well. If you shoot it 1 foot over on beach A, it's going to be 1 foot over the water line on beach B.
Mhm.
So we cannot confirm those pictures that they show us from Artemis. I mean, where is the curvature? It's not there.
I have 2 images that I sent in the side chat that has, because you had kind of going back to your previous claim of the no walls thing. I sent it has images with the wall.
Yeah, I granted you. I told you can be correct. I'll granted it to you. Remember?
Yeah, no, I know. I was just kind of going back there.
Right. No, it's nice. You get the win. Good for you. But the planet outside of that window, it's round, like in my picture that I posted, right? But when we try to confirm it, we cannot. I also pasted a laser test. You can go check it out. 21 miles they shot the laser. 5 foot from on one side, ended up 5 foot on the other side. It should have ended up 266 foot in the air. It didn't do that because water doesn't curve. So anyway, if you have some curving water laser test, please post them. That would be nice. We've never have any evidence of curved water, but if you have it, that would be nice. Good luck.
It's hard to prove on a small scale.
No, it's not a small scale. That's why I gave you the diagram. Over 10 miles is 66 foot. That's a fucking 6-story building. Over 21 miles, it's 266 foot. That's 20 storage. That's a skyscraper. It's not hard at all. You can do it with a mirror. That's the whole point. You don't have to trust me. In fact, I'm asking you not to trust me. I'm asking you to go out and test it.
Well, it is currently 9:16 p.m., so I can't go out at the current moment.
No, but you have probably 40 or 50 years left to live. You don't have to die in the false belief that you live on a ball in space. You go do this in 5 years down the line if you have to. Now you know the method, and when people in here say you can use measure the Earth to see if it's curved or flat, now you know what they're talking about.
Okay.
Hey man, I just opened up that picture he has
Yo,
there on the left. That
what
looks super
happened
fake.
with the new
Looks
people?
ultra fake.
Let's see. Is it me or there's like a pause in the convo? Oh, I get it. AI overlord joined and he fast forward everyone into the future, updated the AI in people's brains, and now everyone is a flat earther. Makes sense.
Oh man, I was just looking at that picture he posted. It looks super fake. So I decided, well, if I believe in a globe and the picture looks super fake, I could just apply Elon's razor. You could tell it's real because it looks so fake.
It could work both ways. You can tell it's fake because it looks so real. Just kidding. I haven't looked at the picture, so I cannot make any determinations. Let me see again. You said I posted it? No, I didn't.
Oh, the guy that was just in here.
Okay, okay. That makes sense. See. Was that Sky? Sky? I know Sky was talking not too long ago. Because he joined earlier and I asked him for the #1 proofie. And he had no idea, but then he came back and was trying to present something. Let's see. Human. Wow, human. Astronaut has his eyes closed. Is it me? Astronaut. Oh, that's a username that I haven't seen in a while. Ancient Traveler. But he's deafened. Gotta check on him. Hopefully he undeafened. Johnny Law. Johnny Law. 12 mutual friends and 4 mutual servers. Okay. He's definitely familiar with this topic.
What's up, Gen Z?
Hey Johnny. Just checking through the username.
Yeah, I haven't been on in a month or two. Life got a little busy there for a little bit this winter, so coming back on now.
Busy life? That sounds like a fun life.
Definitely is. Yeah, I got a few kids that are in some sports in the wintertime, and it takes up most of my time. So
Awesome. Good for you. That's pretty cool.
thank you,
They
sir.
do they feel competitive? I know based on my experience, there's those kids they do like the sports, but they do it a little bit for the fun and to be with their friends. And then you got the competitive ones that want to carry the teams. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Have you?
Yep. My kids are kind of they're middle teenage right now, so they're very competitive, and
Yeah,
yeah, so it gets rough. Definitely.
that's fun. Good times. I played a bunch of different sports. I did basketball, baseball, volleyball.
See, I wish they had volleyball for men. When I was a kid, they didn't have it, but they have it in college, but they never had it in high school or anything.
That's because you're not in the Caribbean.
Correct.
I knew it, because if you were in the Caribbean, there's definitely men that play some heavy volleyball, like for real. My goodness.
Yeah, I love playing volleyball. I used to play it recreational after I graduated high school. But yeah, I'm from the far north. I'm where it stays winter 9 months out of the year. So we play hockey up here.
Yeah. What is it? 9:24. Got an alarm coming soon, just reminding me of something, but I reminded myself before the alarm, so no alarm needed. Raiden, have you been Raiden? Haven't heard Raiden in a while either. Raiden is unmuted locally, but he's not replying. Maybe he's busy. Hope you're doing good, Raiden. He heard me, muted himself. And Spliff. Let me check on Spliff. Oh, that's subbed. Okay. I'll be back in a bit as well. Gotta follow the alarm. I mean, it's not an alarm for warning, it's just a reminder.
Is there anybody in here?
Yep.
Who was that?
Me.
What's up, Johnny Law? How you doing, bro?
What's up? What are you up to?
Oh, just hanging out, I guess.
Hell yeah, brother.
And we're back. How is everyone doing on this beautiful day on the ball planet?
It's not a ball. It's not a planet.
But how are you doing on it, though?
I'm doing great. I'm always doing great. Why would you think you live on a ball planet other than you saw it on TV? If nobody told you the Earth was a ball, would you ever come to that conclusion yourself?
I mean, doctors tell me cancer is real, but I can't personally verify it.
Oh, sure you can.
No, I can't.
Yeah, sure you can.
Okay, how can I verify it?
Well, I mean, you can go cut open someone with cancer.
Yeah, but
Look
how
at
would I
it.
know that it's what they claim it is?
Well, I mean, what does that mean? Now we're defining cancer.
That arguments from incredulity are not a
It's
good way
not
to
an
reach
argument from
conclusions.
incredulity. What, you just throwing shit against the wall hoping something sticks now?
No, that's the flat Earth position.
No. Okay. Yeah, now you're trying to run away from the fact that you're
There's no running.
carrying the water for somebody else's idea.
What is cancer? Do you know what it is?
Well, I mean, depends on how you define it.
Yeah, same thing with the planet.
What planet? You don't have a planet yet.
Planet Earth.
Why would you think, if nobody told you Earth was a planet, why would you think it was a planet?
Because there's a uniformity to nature and there are other planets.
Because there's a uniformity
why would we
to
assume
nature.
that we're not on a planet when we can see other planets?
Dude, that's circular logic. You're
No, it's
assuming
not. Well, actually,
a
all
conclusion.
worldviews are circular, so.
Dude, this isn't a worldview, okay? We're not talking about paradigms. We're talking about an argument. Your argument is circular because you're assuming you're on a planet in the first place. Some things are the same.
Anyway.
Some things are distinguished. There's nothing you observe about the Earth which would tell you it's a planet. You believe in science, right?
Do I believe in science?
Yeah. You think that the scientific method is a
Except
valid
that
method for determining truth about nature?
I accept that methodological naturalism can lead to correctness, yeah.
Okay, so is science empirical at its foundation?
Sometimes.
Sometimes? It's the foundation of the scientific method is empiricism.
Observation, hypothesis, experimentation.
Yeah, that's
conclusion.
empiricism. All that's empirical.
Yeah.
Except for the hypothesis part. It's observation and experiment. So science, the foundation of science is empirical, then you need some empirical observation to draw conclusions and call that conclusion scientific.
Sure.
Okay, so you look at a planet and you look in the sky and you see a little dot of light that moves different than the other dots of light. And we name it that category of lights, planets. It's a category. Why would you put Earth in that category? Based upon empirical observation.
Why would I assume a disuniformity of nature?
Okay, you're already assuming that somehow it's uniform within that category. How did you get it in the category in the first place?
Why should I assume any different?
Well, because some things are actually unique and Earth is unique.
What's not internally consistent about my
Earth
position?
is that you're assuming your conclusion is true. You're saying uniformity of nature is the reason I think Earth is a planet.
Right.
Okay, the planets are uniform, but why is Earth part of that uniformity? You're already just taking Earth and sticking it in there without justification.
I'm not sticking Earth in there. It seems.
Well,
the
why
most
don't we stick a
plausible
dog in there?
explanation.
Why don't I just say frickin' a dog's a planet and I assume it's a planet because of uniformity in nature? That's how stupid your argument is. Anything can
just a
be fucking
coward.
planet. Look, it's really simple. There's nothing we observe about the Earth which would indicate it's a planet. You can't think of one thing. Nobody can. I've asked this questions of 100 people. Tell me one property that you can observe about the Earth that would put it in the category planet. And you can't. You have to point to a television set.
It's a good
And say,
question.
look, on the TV, there's a thing that looks like the planets in the sky. Kind of. All I wanted to know,
Are
it's a simple proposition.
Are,
If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have come to that conclusion yourself? You don't like the answer to that.
are you incredulous to the point of being solipsistic about any other position, or just the
What,
shape of the Earth?
dude? Just saying random words isn't gonna work, dude.
Are you
Okay.
incredulous about the solipsistic ontological?
Nothing I said had anything to do with
This is a question to
solipsism. I didn't say anything that was incredulous.
Solipsism.
Do you doubt that nukes exist because you've never seen one go off?
Irrelevant. You're trying to change
Yes,
the
I
topic,
do.
and you're trying to
That
do a
would
guilt
be
by
a
association
doubt.
gayness, dude.
Do you doubt that cancer exists?
Yes.
Have you seen cancer under a microscope?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact.
Okay, and how do you know that it's the same cancer that scientists
Depends on how it's defined. We already covered this. You're like NPC reset, dude.
But a scientist told you that what you're looking at is cancer.
Because there's a scientist.
Sure. A doctor.
Oh, a doctor.
Sure.
A doctor scientist? Just fucking
A
just a
doctor is a
random
scientist.
anything. Yeah, fine. So there's
Doctors aren't
definitions of what constitutes cancer. The word cancer comes from original word is like a crab. They thought that when they cut people open in 1000 BC, they'd see that the way it spread was almost crab-like. It was like tentacles almost that went through their body. It's where we get the name from. Now, cancer as a category, that depends on how you define it. Because there's benign cancers, there's all sorts of things that grow in the body, which are not technically your normal tissue. So what? You ever heard of a skin tag?
That's outside of the body.
No shit, Sherlock. There's cancer on your skin too, dude. Stop, dude. You guys are just douches.
Can you prove that? Isn't that the whole question? Can you prove that?
Can I prove what?
That like cancers are like that your inductive background about cancers like can actually inform you about any like true propositions?
Who said they were trying to prove that?
Well, that's like the nature of his question, isn't it?
No,
like
it has nothing to do with his question. You're obviously not paying the fuck attention.
No, he asked you like when you look at cancer under a microscope, how do you know that that's what doctors are talking about?
What was my answer?
I don't know, some yap.
Okay, so
he said
you're
it
going
depends
on
on how you
mute.
defined it. He said it depends on
So
how you
you
define
know,
it.
you know what I said. He don't.
do.
So you can shut the fuck up.
I'm listening to you. I may disagree.
Yeah,
with you,
I'm
but
not talking about
listening.
you floundering. I'm talking about devotion. He can shut the fuck up because he isn't really paying attention. He's looking for attention. Anyway, carrying on.
I agree with
Why
you.
You're making all these false equivalences.
Depending on how you define it. But the problem is that I can show you evidence for a round Earth, but your worldview requires that you hand wave it away.
Yeah. You can show me evidence for a round Earth, right? Yeah. Really? Sure. You're going to show me evidence that you think is evidence for a round Earth because of your lack of understanding of what the evidence means.
Okay, right.
I don't need to hand wave it away. I'll address any piece of evidence you want to present.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Then we get into a definition of what evidence is, and then
no. Don't try to divine the fucking future, you coward.
No, I'm not trying to define the future. I've had this conversation.
Divine the future, as in read the future, not with me.
I'm not trying to divine the future. I'm trying to say that this rabbit hole is predictable, and that I've had this conversation many times before. I'm not saying it's going to happen this way. I'm saying it probably will.
Yeah. So give me one thing you presented to a flat earther and what their response was. Steel man their position.
The Artemis live stream.
How do you know it's live?
I have a reasonable.
Oh, it said it in the caption on top. It said live stream.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so what? That's what you did. You read the caption. It said live stream.
Yeah.
That's how you determine that whatever is on there is actually happening right now, because it said it in text.
Well, it starts from the ground, right? So they have a.
Yeah, I don't need your story, dude. I don't need your story, dude. I don't need your story. See, this is narrative nonsense.
I'm just talking about how the train.
I want physical evidence, not stories.
Oh, sure, it's a train. I'm just going through the train of thought that led me to that.
Yeah. Here's my train of thought on how fucking we went to Narnia and met a talking lion, and I can tell you a whole story about how going through a wardrobe and fucking seeing Peter and fucking Paul on the other side. Yeah, we can all tell stories.
Okay, so let me just paint this very quickly and very simply.
Yeah, let me paint a picture.
If I watch a rocket launch and that rocket has a camera attached to it, and that camera is streaming live, and it as I watch it go up and up and up until I can no longer see it, and then I could see it with the telescope.
It doesn't go up and up and up until you don't even know how a rocket launch looks like.
And then
this is what I'm talking about. You don't understand what your evidence is.
The live stream shows it in orbit. Am I supposed to assume that it's not?
Okay, first of all, you don't even understand the evidence that you're presenting. You don't understand what a rocket launch actually looks like.
But
they just don't go up. Dude, it's well documented that rockets, when they take off, take a parabolic arc and go out of sight. It's well documented. There's hundreds of photographs.
Is that parabolic
a parabolic arc, just like a cannonball.
Is that an upward parabolic arc?
Well, yeah, it's higher than your head, exactly.
Oh, thank you. So it is upward.
But it appears to go back down into the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, a parabolic arc.
As an orbit goes around.
It doesn't go up, up, up out of sight. What you see from your position.
From the naked eye.
What you see from your position is the rocket take a parabolic arc. That's all you see. It's visually indistinguishable from an intermediate ballistic missile, which only goes 500 miles. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference at all.
Hey, does it root the fact that there's a camera attached to it, by the way? Because I think
how long was it until they cut? Because we actually took a bet on this before. How long before the camera cut away? How many seconds was it before they stopped showing the camera on the side?
There are predictable losses of seconds.
There are predictable losses. Did you predict them?
You can actually do the math yourself on when these rockets.
I'm sure I can. I'm sure you heard that.
Yeah.
I'm sure everything you're telling me, somebody told you.
Do you know why?
Because you have no knowledge.
There's a uniformity
You've never
in nature.
predicted free space path loss. You've never predicted free space path loss in your entire life. Ever. Once. You have no idea how it works. Somebody told you something, and you're just parroting it. You have no idea how it works. You don't even know how a fucking launch works.
Cool.
Like you said, I'm going to present evidence and hand-wave dismiss it. Hand-wave dismiss what? Your imagination of the way it works?
This is why this is a cult, is because you guys have to hand-wave things away as lies. As deception.
It's not lies and deception. It's your ignorance. You're dumb.
It has to be a lie or your worldview crumbles.
No, you're dumb.
Yes, it has to be a lie or your worldview crumbles. You assume malice in everything that you see. It's solipsism.
Yeah, and you're trying... No, it has nothing to do with solipsism. Solipsism is that there's no meaning to life, you fucking retard.
This is hyper-skeptical solipsism.
No,
100%.
Hyper-skeptical. Not believing the claims of strangers is hyper-skeptical. You really just say that?
Yep. Hyper-skeptical solipsistic cult.
So credulity is the rule of the day.
Yeah, you're incredulous about a lot of things. You have to be in order to maintain.
What am I credulous about? Tell me.
You're incredulous about a lot of things.
No, credulity is your sin, dude. You just said that you're hyper-skeptical. No, you said you're hyper-skeptical if you don't believe the claims of strangers.
It's not about the claims of strangers.
That's what. It is because what they. What?
The live
you don't know if it's predictable. You're making that up. Show me where it's predictable. Post a prediction in the chat right now.
Nature being predictable?
Post a prediction in the chat right now.
I can't post in the chat.
Because
I don't have permission.
DM it to me. DM me the prediction.
Which prediction of what?
Whatever you said is predictable, DM it.
Nature being predictable?
Whatever. Look, stop playing stupid.
I said nature's predictable.
You said their free space path loss is predictable. Put the prediction in my.
What did I say?
You said that the signal. You said all these things.
Yes.
About you said it's
loss
not just
of
about
during launches.
Okay,
and
so
during
post
re-entry is predictable. Yes.
Okay, so post the prediction.
Post the math behind it.
Yeah. Post what you use to determine that it's predictable. Your information, the analysis you did.
I can go find the math behind it. Yeah.
So now you got to go find your evidence. Didn't you already?
I don't have the math on hand.
Didn't you already see it?
I don't memorize equations.
Did you already see the evidence?
I've seen it before. Yes.
Okay. What did it look like?
It looked like a bunch of math.
It looked like a bunch of math. So it clearly could have been the equation for how far down you got to file your toenails to hang from a tree, and you have no idea what those equations mean, do you?
Nope.
So that's where you're going. Like I said,
I'm not infinitely incredulous.
Ignorance. No, you're ignorant. You want to believe a story, and you don't care about the details. You just auto believe. Oh, this is a story I prefer.
You auto believe it's a lie. All of it is a lie. All of it. It has to be. If any of it slips through,
I can demonstrate that it has to be a lie.
If any of it slips through as being true, your worldview crumbles into dust.
I can demonstrate with evidence that it has to be a lie.
Your cult crumbles into dust if any
Look,
of it is
brother,
true.
that's great. Your social commentary.
Leave it away.
Nobody cares. No, I don't I'll present evidence that it's a lie. I don't have to hand wave it.
Yes, you do.
Oh, yes, I do. I can present evidence that it's a lie. You don't care about that because so you're totally projecting. You're in the fucking cult, and you know it. Okay, you want to believe this space fairy tale, and I asked you specifically about what the information you relied on and what analysis you did, and you admitted you did nothing.
Okay, buddy.
You did nothing. You admitted it. You did nothing. You admitted you did nothing. Now I'm saying, hey, I'll present you evidence, even though I don't have to because you haven't proved their claim. I can present evidence what they did has to be a lie, and you don't want to see that. You're in the cult.
Trust me. You guys have posted it in the chat many times. I know you believe it's CGI, but the problem is that you have to.
No. I don't need to even. I can demonstrate that what they're claiming happened is impossible. Do you understand? I can just demonstrate the whole thing has to be impossible. Just like based upon contrary evidence that shows it's impossible. Yeah. So if you saw a video of Jesus walking on water, do you need to prove that that video is wrong to prove that men can't walk on water? Exactly, dude. You can prove that what the video purports to show is fucking impossible. Okay? And I can show that what the video purports to show is fucking impossible.
Isn't that what a miracle is?
What the fuck's that got to do with anything?
You mentioned Jesus walking on water.
Just as an example, because you guys are a bunch of fucking atheists. And I know
I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist.
Sure you are.
Excuse me. No, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm not an atheist.
Wait, are you saying that NASA, they're miracle workers? NASA employees and astronauts, they're miracle workers.
Shut the fuck up. He was talking about Jesus walking on water.
Okay, I will. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
He mentioned Jesus walking on water, which is a miracle because we do not see humans.
Yeah, but what if it said live?
What if it was a live stream of Jesus walking on water?
Yeah, what if it said live stream Jesus walking on water? Would it be true then?
What do you mean? I already believe it to be
retard, bro.
What are you talking about?
No, if it's a live stream, sometimes
this boils down to personal incredulity.
No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. It's a narrative you're trying to cook because
it's your paradigm, not mine. It's your paradigm.
No. You're trying. Look, all you're trying to do is project your credulity.
There is no such thing.
You already admitted shit. You already admitted that you performed no analysis.
There is no such thing as a brute fact. Every single fact, in order to become evidence, requires a paradigm.
You don't know what a fact is, dude.
There is no such thing as a brute
fact. What is a defined fact for me?
We both already know what a fact is.
No, you don't. I do. You don't.
It's a little snippet of truth.
Nope, that's not what fact means.
Okay, cool.
Okay, fact.
You're welcome to use a proprietary definition. You're welcome to use a proprietary definition.
No, a fact is an event or occurrence of something that happens, right?
Did you Google
That's
it,
what a fact is. In facts are events that happen. So you use facts, events, evidence, empiricism to prove something.
No, you can't lump in fact with evidence because evidence requires a paradigm.
The evidence, no.
Yes, it does.
No. The conclusion about that. The conclusion, the evidence existence or not does not require a paradigm. The conclusion reached to no.
Yes, it does.
Whether it exists or not.
100%, yes.
Whether it exists or not. Whether an event happened or not.
Fact.
So existence is not a brute fact.
There is no such thing as a brute fact.
Yeah, I know you learned that to say that over and over again.
Interpretation of everything requires.
I'm not talking about interpretation. I'm talking about existence. Yep. Things exist prior to interpretation. Did you know that there's people?
Oh, they do?
In beds, right? That are in permanent vegetative states that cannot think and have no mind and have no rational thoughts.
Sure.
But they react. But they react with. But listen, they react to the existence of external stimuli. How do they do that? Because there's things that exist, and they exist independent of the rational mind. Okay, there are brute facts on whether an event happened or not.
No. That's
okay. Just because you guys in your philosophical cucks in modern day, obviously, use the word fact wrong. Facts are events that occur. Okay, Artemis 2 was an event that was a rocket launch. That is a fact. Where that rocket went to space, to the moon, that is not a fact. Because there's no evidence that fact occurred. There's evidence that the rocket launch occurred. There's eyewitnesses. And all those witnesses could go to court and testify. I saw a rocket go into the air with my own 2 fucking eyes.
See, again, this is solipsism. Things are not
real. It's not solipsism. You're using that word wrong. You're using the word wrong.
Verify them.
You're using the word wrong. Solipsism means there's no meaning to life, you dumb fuck. Stop using that word wrong. Cool. It's embarrassing.
Cool. You use
how long have you been using the word solipsism wrong? That's what I want to know,
buddy.
Bro, you've never even observed the world. Okay. When's the last time you've gone out and done any tests of the natural world?
Since you like using proprietary definitions, why don't you look up the word
not proprietary.
Why don't you look up the word solipsism for me right now and tell me what you find?
I don't use proprietary definitions.
Yes, you do. Everybody does. Every single definition is proprietary.
I used to look. The words that have changed in the English language over time, I use the etymological definition.
Right, but solipsism only means one thing. See, this is the contradiction.
No, that would be. Are you saying I'm making a word context fallacy that you're not using it, and you're using it in a different context?
No, it's not a word context fallacy.
So what does solipsism mean in this context?
The contradiction is that you just said
what does solipsism mean in this context?
And then you said, well, things.
You're just a weasel,
dude. Mean what does solipsism mean? Well, over time.
Yeah, that's great. What does solipsism mean in this context, then?
That knowledge outside of your mind is unreliable or untrue. That
no one made that claim.
That you can trust.
No one made that claim at all.
That's what this cult does every day.
No one has ever made that claim.
Experiments are not reliable.
No one ever said that.
Information is not reliable unless you can personally verify.
Who
your
said
mind
that?
Is what is required.
Look, you're going to get banned out of this channel if you don't tell me exactly who said that right now.
You guys say it all the time.
Who's not you guys? Specific person. You're running out of time, dude.
I argue in here every day. I hear it.
Yeah, you're a liar.
If you didn't,
you're a liar. Pondering, you're a liar.
Then it must not be true.
Look, no, you're a liar.
No, I'm not lying.
No, you are a liar because look, everybody. Look, I know all the people that come in here. I've known them for over 5 years, some a decade. All of us are empiricists.
Not my fault.
We don't base reality on whether it exists in our mind or not. You're a fucking liar.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, you are lying.
You may not accept what I'm saying, but I'm in here pretty often. I hear it all the time.
You're
Things
not
aren't
in here
true.
anymore. Fucking lying piece of garbage. We're in a cult, but he's the one who has to lie and make shit up.
The silence. I've got to run, but I'll check you guys later.
All right, peace out. Coming to a conclusion, these goers don't want to have just a normal, honest discussion because they're afraid of where it's going to end.
Hello. We will, we will. Hello.
What, man?
Hello.
Somewhere.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you,
What's up?
dude.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I was just waiting for your response. I knew you could hear me. Yeah.
So,
It'll be if you had everyone in here, but no one's listening. That's crazy.
they're lurking.
Working, huh?
Lurking,
Alright.
yeah.
I'm working on the railroad.
So, if the Earth was flat, how would you feel?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, dude.
You are?
Yeah, dude.
So, how do you feel?
Good. I feel good.
How long you been a flat earther?
Probably since let me think. Probably since I was born, I'd say.
Well, yeah, everybody's a flat earther in that sense. When did you realize it? When did you reject the globe propaganda?
Oh, I don't fucking did. I can't remember. Probably like 2019, 2018.
Yeah. Was there a particular piece of evidence that did it for you?
Oh, dude. I mean, I go to college for like fucking. One of my courses was like astronomy, right? So like the whole thing was just about the globe, right? There's 3 years back to back, and
Hold on, dude. You're losing me. How is astronomy about the globe?
because it uses the heliocentric model to
Nah,
like base
I
all.
guess kind of.
Yeah, there's this thing called the Nautical Almanac, and it basically gives all the angles of the stars in the day and night sky throughout the years, and it's always updated every year.
So you took
Um,
astronomy, so you know about epicycles, right?
epicycles?
Yeah,
That
epicycle
sounds.
astronomy.
I don't think I've ever heard that term, but I'm sure it means something.
Yeah, epicycles. They were the model that Ptolemy used before the heliocentric model. It's called the Ptolemaic model.
Yeah, I'm just looking
Pre-existed.
it up right now. Yeah, upon the circle, another circle, geocentric.
Yeah, so that method also predicts where the planets are. Though I don't know why the Earth has to be a globe, because in their coordinate system, the Earth is everything is assumed to be so far away that they just assume the Earth is a point in space. Typically, astronomy courses just deal with things in the sky.
Yeah.
Astronomy means to measure the sky. So you'll deal with things like instrumentation, angular resolution, radio astronomy, quasars, black holes, cosmic distance ladder, stuff like that. Proper motion, stellar aberration, parallax. Any of this ringing a bell? You took it for
Yeah, I
3
know
years.
it's like, different depending on the distance, how quickly it moves and stuff. But like, I don't know. I've heard of like, yeah, I don't know.
My only point is the Earth doesn't need to be a globe to do astronomy. I mean, they did it before they thought
Oh
the
yeah,
Earth was a globe.
I believe that. I can like comprehend. I can comprehend both sort of models, and I could see where errors would show up in both models. Like sometimes you see like what do you call economic precession? No, equatorial precession. What do you?
Session of the equinox.
Yeah, precession of the equinox exactly. Which changes every 25,000 years or so, and
Yeah,
like we've already seen
that's
on
what
those.
constellation the sun will rise on the equinox, right? So the sun will rise, like say the what is it?
First point of Aries.
Yeah, that's when the sun is in the first point of Aries is considered the equinox, the exact equinox time. But the next day, the sun rises right on the horizon due east, and the constellation that the sun rises in is called the equinox year, right? So that constellation, because there's 12 constellations which encircle us, right? So right now I think we're in the age of Aquarius. So it'll rise in Aquarius for a while, for I don't know, 2,600 years or something, or 13,000 years. I don't know what it is. But like you said, what you're talking about is called the Great Year. That's the precession of the equinox where it goes all the way around.
I could see how it could work in the globe model, but I can also see how it could work in the other geocentric model.
Well, it actually can't work in the globe model because the planets should precess too, but they don't.
Oh yeah, I like that's what.
So there's no precession. There's no precession of the planets, right? So if the Earth is wobbling, right, like the globe, not only should the sun's where it raises and falls, where the planets are in the sky should also change relative to the background stars, and it should precess the same way, but they don't. So there's only it isn't me who make this up. There's regular mainstream astronomers that have talked about this. The equinox precesses with the sunrise. It's called the tropical year, but the planets don't precess, which is a problem. There's all sorts of problems.
What if time itself is actually like constructed in a weird way? You know, where it doesn't exactly line up with the stars, and maybe it's just off, just like a few like milliseconds, causing it to precess. You know, like it's not just the position. The position in the sky is relative to the time of day too. Like that's why you got the nautical table where it's like on this day this star is going to be at this angle. You know, on this day the sun will be at that angle. You know, but because of the precession of the equinox, now they're saying like, oh, you know, it's going to be a few degrees off, so it's going to be over here rather than there, just because of the precession. So like, you know, maybe there's something wrong with like time.
No, that's not how it works, right? The Earth is supposed to be spinning and orbiting, but from our viewpoint, we'd see the sunrise. Now we have the celestial sphere, right? All the fixed stars. The solar system is inside that, right? So the solar system, well, the Earth is supposed to be wobbling, right? And that wobble will cause the sun to appear to be against a different background stars within the celestial sphere.
You're explaining the globe idea of it, but I'm trying to say like
I'm telling you why it's wrong. I'm telling you why they feel such a because it only applies to the sun, but it doesn't apply to the planets. They forgot to include that part.
Wrong or right? I'm not making that conclusion. I'm saying what would be the Earth, the flat Earth explanation, and that's why I said about the time thing. You know.
My explanation is there is no precession of the fucking equinox.
Then how do you explain the position of Aries relative to the sun?
You mean the first point of Aries? That? Yeah, but that's
the position of the first point of Aries relative to the sun.
Yeah, but that's not precession of the equinox, though.
But how do you explain that occurrence?
That it's moved over time,
over like 1,000 years. Yeah.
It's an arbitrary time.
Is that what I said or not?
No, I'm saying it's an arbitrary time.
Well, that's what I said, though.
That's what I said. No, what I'm saying is the sun is going to be in a position, and if you could see it, right, it's going to be on the quote-unquote equinox within Aries somewhere, within the Aries constellation. Now, what they say is that position has drifted over time and that the equinox, the exact timing of the equinox has changed.
Yeah.
They don't know that. They're just saying that must be the case because they have this thing called the sidereal year. And if you sit there and count the time, right, 23 hours, 54 minutes, and 56 seconds, if you count that time and go, okay, 365 days later, where's the sun? Oh, it's not at that exact point anywhere, so the fucking equinox must be changing. The equinox isn't changing. You're just assuming that there's a certain amount of rotations or rotations of the Earth before we see the same thing again.
Globe model, dude. You gotta like explain it appealing to the fucking flat Earth model.
No, bro, explain
But
what?
dude,
I just explained that it's not a real thing. It is a calculative thing, meaning there.
Make a negative claim, you got to make a positive claim to like if you're gonna make the entire thing like the.
You're asking me to account why the globe says the equinox says the sun.
No, dude, I already know what the globe says. I'm saying, what does the?
How do you know when
the?
Okay, let me ask you. How do you know when the exact time of the equinox is?
I don't. No one, dude.
Okay, then.
Dude, listen. The reason why we know, right? Why the globe community knows is because
they
predict. They literally measure with a sextant, like the position of the stars, and just by looking at, they're literally using their entire model to like predict exactly where it is going to be.
No.
Dude, they use the index error. They use index error. They use parallax. They use the semi-diameter of the sun and the moon. They use all kinds of shit, dude. They use like declination.
You're not educating me, dude. I know about all this stuff.
They use latitude and longitude too to like determine.
Latitude and longitude aren't on the surface of the Earth.
Well, that's what they use. I'm telling you, that's what the globe community uses. So like,
no, they use latitude and longitude, but they're mistaken that is points on the surface of the Earth. Those are points in the sky. It's easy to prove. Okay, find your latitude and longitude. Don't use the sky. Use only geographical references and no sky. What's your latitude and longitude? Can't do it.
Celestial equator.
No, you can't use anything in the fucking sky.
Okay, I can't use anything for what? Like to determine latitude and longitude?
To determine your latitude and longitude, you can't use anything in the sky.
If
it's a measure of a terrestrial quantity, right? If it's a terrestrial-based coordinate system, right? That it's on the ground, then you don't need the sky.
Well, like how many years have gone by where you do see the same stars in the sky? You know what I'm saying? You see the same stars at the same positions, even though it's slightly off by a few degrees, you know, which you can say it's the precession of the equinox. At least you can have a close enough number to determine where it's going to be next time. So that's why they have the whole nautical almanac. And then you could
you keep saying nautical almanac like you have any idea what it is or how to use it, dude.
I literally have a sample of it. And you can look it up too. Just type down nautical
almanac. I know all about the nautical almanac. I doubt you do.
Dude, I mean, I'm in college for this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, really?
I have
What's a rum line?
A rum line is on a Mercator chart. It is a rum line is a great circle line on a Mercator chart, and a great circle is a straight line on a polyconical chart.
Okay, the point of a rum line is so that you intersect the lines of latitude at the same angle. That was the point of a Mercator map. That's why it was invented.
The Mercator chart is like, it's all the fucking latitude and longitude is all straight. So there's no pull, right? So like,
it's a cylinder.
When you draw a rum line, it's actually a curved line in practicality.
The Mercator map is a cylinder. It's a cylinder projection of the celestial
cylinder
sphere.
on a globe, actually.
Well,
yeah,
no, none of the coordinate system's not on a globe. I don't know how many times I got to tell you.
Dude, I fucking said that a Mercator chart is a cylinder that wraps around the equator of a globe.
No, it's not.
So anything that, dude, that's why there's fucking so many different types of charts. Because if you go higher or lower in latitude, if you go higher in latitude, you can use a polyconical chart. So then it's almost like a hat, like a like that's why they call it polyconical.
What's it a projection of?
Globe.
What's a projection of?
Polyconical. Just type down polyconical.
I know what it is, dude. I know over 100 different map projections. Okay.
There's only 3. You only have to know 3, dude.
Yeah.
The
I'm
third
just
one is
telling
the azimuthal equidistant chart, which is literally a fucking like a flat paper.
There's also the universal transverse Mercator. There's also the mill grid. There's hundreds of projections. There's the Lambert conformal. There's a whole bunch of map projections. But what are they a projection of? That's the question.
Like subcategories of like the main Mercator. You just gotta know like the main 3 charts for the whole entire world.
Yeah, maybe for your class. We're not talking about your class, dude.
Dude, I'm doing this like.
I'm asking you, what is the?
Why don't you just consider for a moment that maybe you don't know as much as you think you?
You really don't.
And listen to what's being asked of you. What is it a projection of? Yeah, keep talking and don't listen. What a moron! This guy's a moron, India.
Globe Earth.
If it's a projection of the globe Earth, give me the origin of the coordinates on the globe.
Yeah, it's based off of the magnetic compass.
No, it's.
That's how they find true north, and they base true north.
And then it's fucking getting crazy, man.
Real quick, sir. Did you say you were a student on this?
Yeah, and they. Do you know why they have?
So listen, Marcus,
what's the difference between true and magnetic north? Can you tell me?
Imagination.
2 words. Two words. Deviation, and what's the other one? Deviation.
So you're only a student. You're not like the teacher in this. So right now you're getting a class on this at the moment.
Dunning-Kruger.
Hardcore.
Martis, have you noticed that you're in a class and you're not the teacher at this moment?
You're trying to teach the teacher. You barely know anything about this, and you're butchering half of it.
So every year you have to adjust like a few minutes based off of where you are to get to true north. Okay. So if you use the chart, right? I could pull it up if I can go on.
Marge, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm about done,
How do you
dude.
convert true north?
You have no
to
idea what you're talking about,
north,
Martins.
nigga.
Okay,
How
what's
do you do that? TV makes dull children appear smarter. True variation.
Martins, tell me, what is magnetic declination on a navigation? What is magnetic declination on a navigation map?
What is what?
Magnetic declination. What is the bezel on a compass that you can rotate? What's the purpose of that?
I heard of magnetic declination in my life.
Of course you didn't. You're the fucking dumbest person in here right now.
I'm actually gonna look it up, see if that's an actual thing, and I doubt it is. I mean, we call it compass error. But okay.
It's not an error.
The angle between magnetic north and true north. That's magnetic error. That's a difference between magnetic and true. It's called compass error.
It's not the position, no.
Literally the total
it is not,
of deviation
no.
and the variation, dude.
It's not the difference between magnetic north and geographical north. It's not the difference in that. Because magnetic field lines undulate and go in all sorts of different directions. Magnetic field lines don't point towards the poles. Okay?
That would be deviation, dude. That would be the difference between magnetic and compass.
No, because you can point. Okay, listen. If I go into the South Pacific and I have a 90-degree magnetic declination, is my compass pointed at true north?
No, it's going to go
west. Is it pointed at magnetic north?
30 degrees.
Is it pointed at magnetic north?
That's not practical. You're just making a hypothetical. It's like 90 degrees.
That it is 90 degrees in the South Pacific.
Yeah, so it's either you're going to be west or east, dude.
So is it pointing toward magnetic north?
Well, if you're saying it's 90 degrees, obviously not. It's 90
well, obviously, you just said it is. You said it's the difference between magnetic and true north. It's not. It's the deflection of the field line from true north.
The difference is not practical.
It's the deflection of the field line from true north.
Never practical.
The field lines go in all sorts of directions. They even loop.
But they only do that for like magnetic anomalies that are on Earth.
They do it all over the surface of the Earth. You're just making shit up now.
Because the surface of the Earth has different terrains and different fucking iron and different shit that's underground.
Doesn't matter what the reason is, dude.
That's what it is, dude. And you're gonna say it's all
Yeah,
fucking.
whatever, bro. You try to recover.
They're called magnetic anomalies.
No, this is not magnetic anomalies.
It is. What else would it be? Dude, your stupid little fucking goon boys over here. Who the fuck was the two fucking European cucks who were just trying to talk and say, like, I don't know my shit? You fucking Jew lovers,
You're
dude.
embarrassing
Swear to God,
Said
you have
European.
What?
He said
Who?
European.
Yeah, you're pissing, dude. You're pissing all over fucking
Hey, buddy,
Brussels.
just relax. It's okay. This is
Dude, Brussels
informative
is
for
such
many
a
people.
shithole, dude.
Is this guy an adult? Like, the
Talking
fuck?
about fucking teachers.
Yeah, you say. Yeah, your flat earther LARP wore off quick, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not.
Dude, you're not even gonna trust the fucking coordinate system.
No one said that. I said the coordinate system is based upon the sky, not the ground.
No, you didn't. You said the opposite. You said you can't find anything in the stars using longitude, latitude, and longitude.
No, I didn't. Why
Yeah,
you
you
lying?
did. You said you can't
record
find the
this.
location of a star with latitude and longitude. Yeah, you can.
No, I did not say that at all.
I'm pretty sure you did. That's what we were talking about.
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
When
I
we were
didn't say
talking about
anything like
precession of
that.
the equinox, when we were talking about precession of the equinox and finding location of a star, and you base it off of the angle of where you see it, at what time and what place you are on Earth. Like if you're fucking like 30 degrees east, right? The position of a star is going to be.
How do you know if you're
at
30
like
degrees
180.
east, though? That's the point. How do you know from the land that you're 30 degrees east?
It's based off of Greenwich.
Well, how do you know where you are relative to that?
There's a system.
There's a system.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that system?
Coordinate system. You got to tell me what's wrong with
Jesus
it.
Christ, that's what we're talking about, bro. Look,
But you use
the
that to
longitude
find-
is based upon the sun. Okay? Latitude is based upon the celestial equator.
No,
They're
it's
not based
off
upon the
Greenwich.
ground.
Dude, it's based off of Greenwich, dog. You said it's based off of the stars. Like, what?
The sun, I said. Take the fucking cum out of your ears.
No, it's based off of Greenwich, dude. I just disagree with you. I heard what
Oh,
you
it's
said.
based off of Greenwich.
Yes, Greenwich,
Oh,
dude. That's where
when?
they found the fucking coordinate system. So that's 0.
When?
Probably like in the fucking 1700s sometime.
What is Greenwich's longitude?
0. Oh,
Why?
longitude is 0.
Yeah, why is it 0?
You're asking for a lot because that's the fucking plate. I don't know. That's the convention that they fucking use, dude.
It's because that should I tell him?
Yeah, you should. Nah, wait, mate, make him sweat it.
Dude,
Okay.
you know how they came up with the
It's
latitude?
0 because that's when it's midnight. They set the thing. 12 hours after that, it's noon in Greenwich. Okay? They
Yeah, but-
decided that they were going to pick a place on Earth and say, hey, this is where our 0 time is. That's it.
0 latitude is longitude. 0 longitude.
It's based upon the clock, dude.
No,
The
it's
clock
not. It's
in the
based off of the nautical mile. Literally
longitude is based upon the nautical mile.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
So if I'm 1 mile from the North Pole,
Yeah.
and I travel 69 or 100 nautical miles.
Yep.
What longitude am I on?
That's about like based off of north. The North Pole.
Yeah, I'm a 1 mile from the North Pole.
1 mile from the North Pole. God,
Yeah.
that would be like 99 point. Sorry, not 89 point something. Around 88. 89 actually. 89 point something.
Yeah, you said
But
longitude was based upon the nautical mile, dude.
Yeah, because each nautical mile is equivalent to like a fraction, like 1/60. It's either 1/60 or 1/600 of a degree. Like a 60th hundredth of a degree.
Yeah. Where'd they get that from? Where'd they get that from? Where did they get that from?
The nautical mile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did they get that 60
mile?
from?
Probably, oh fuck.
Yeah. 60
Probably pi.
nautical miles. What's that significant to?
I'm gonna say pi.
What's it significant to?
They're using arcs, which involves pi, which involves.
How are you an astronomer?
It involves sine, cos, and tangent. Involves pi. That's why they're called arcs. Like
They're also called hours, minutes, and seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it's called degrees, minutes.
Does that have something to do with the sun?
It's not hours; it's degrees.
Does that have something to do with the sun?
No, it has to do with a circle. It's called radians. Have you guys looked at radians? That's why there's a
nautical miles.
You ever use your scientific calculator and you can convert from degrees to radians? That is like the fundamentals of that is literally pi, right? And if you draw a circle, let's say you draw a circle and you keep going around in a circle and you try to chart the fucking x and y axis off of that, you'll see a wave, and that wave has a lot to do with cosine, sine, and tangent. And when you draw it on a fucking grid, right, like an XY grid, you'll see that there's 4 quadrants, right? There's 4 quadrants. And those quadrants are directly related to drawing a fucking circle, right? And like wherever that quadrant is, like you can have like a negative, positive, but that's yeah. Cosine, sine, and tangent, it all ties into that, but it essentially it comes from the circle. And the circle comes from the globe, right? Mind you, right?
The circle comes from a globe. Okay.
Well, they're assuming that it's a globe, and that's why they're applying the fucking circle shit on it.
No, they're using a celestial fucking sphere.
Okay, what's your theory?
Because they're using a celestial sphere, not an Earth sphere.
Is this for the Earth, the flat Earth model, or the geocentric or the heliocentric?
Dude,
like, are you making it?
There is no.
There's 2 models.
Okay, the model that we use, everybody uses, the celestial sphere model, is an observer-centric model. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, it's like apparent motion. It's based off of like
observer-centric.
It's based off of where the observer is on Earth. It's apparent motion.
No, the observer is always in the center. Yeah, that's right. The observer is always in the center.
I thought the North Pole was in the center.
No. The model, the observer is always in the center.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Because what did they say? They said everything is so far away, we can assume that the Earth is just a point in space. Right?
Because wait, what?
They say that the stars, the sun, everything is so far away that you can assume that the Earth is just a point in space.
I guess that's what the globe heads say, yeah.
Well, because you just named a bunch of trig functions, right? So when they're doing spherical geometry, all that really is a rotation, right? What are you rotating? It's rotating about you, the observer. Right? When you measure, right? So you're going to measure the elevation angle of a star. Where are you measuring from?
Like your location, the observer.
Yeah, but when you take out your sextant, where are you measuring from?
The horizon.
Right. Whose horizon?
Horizon. There's like 3 fucking horizons.
It's like 5 horizons. But
yeah, it's fucking insane. There's the rational.
There's
horizon.
actually only 1 horizon. But we have abstract horizons. So they measure up, right? But from you. So you're in the center of the sphere. It goes 180 degrees above you. That's it. All you need to know is where the celestial equator is on that arc. And then you can figure everything out. That's all you need to know. You don't need to assume the Earth is a globe. You don't need to assume it's flat. You don't need to do anything. It's just a model. Just a model for navigation. It's a coordinate system.
You know what I like to use, dude? You know what I like to use for the fucking flat Earth?
I told you hold on. You're missing the point is that I asked you what's being projected. All that's being projected is the coordinate system. The coordinate system in the sky. It's all it is.
Yeah.
Dude, it has nothing to do with the Earth.
You could still use a coordinate system on a flat Earth, though.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
We use the celestial sphere one. Why wouldn't we? There was other ones that existed
So
before that.
flat Earth fucking? What would be like the closest thing to ideal flat Earth projection?
I just gave it to you.
What is
celestial
it?
sphere?
A sphere? Celestial sphere?
Yeah, in an observer-centric model that assumes you're always in the center. Yeah. The same thing you use now. It doesn't. It has.
But then the
look,
sphere goes
it's
under the
in-
horizon.
No, under the horizon, nothing's going under. It's just a
But you
model.
said fucking celestial
It's a
sphere.
model
Sphere.
for net. Look, you're trying to reify the model. You're trying to say my mathematical model actually exists in reality. That is erroneous thinking. It's just a model.
No, I'm saying like what would be the regardless of if it's for navigation or not. I'm saying what's the most explainable model to explain our like reality, our physical reality. Like if you go so far to the South Pole, what
is the South Pole?
It's for me as a flat
when I
earther,
go somewhere and
be,
there's certain stars over my head, I say I'm on the South Pole.
Well, there's no stars beyond the South Pole. Who's been to the South Pole, they don't see any.
Do you have a problem listening? I said certain stars over my head. That's how you know. How do you know when you're at the South Pole? I look up and certain stars are over my head. How do you know when you're on the North Pole? I look up and certain stars are over my head. How do I know when I'm on the equator? I look up and certain stars are over my other stars are over my head.
Compass. I would use the compass. But there is no South Pole. There's only one pole. Though. There's no South Pole.
You can't use a compass. We already dispensed with that.
What the fuck are you talking about? You can't use a compass. That's true north, dude. That's magnetic north, right?
Which is in the ocean. And we already described that the compass doesn't point. Brother, look, brother, listen. There's geographical north, which is where would be underneath the Polaris. But then there's magnetic north. But your compass don't point to magnetic north. It aligns with the magnetic field according to the magnetic declination of where you are.
Yeah, but why wouldn't Polaris be right above? Why would it not be the zenith of the North Pole?
Why would it?
It would, right? If what you're saying is consistent, which is like the whole coordinate system should realistically align with the celestial system, then Polaris would align with true north.
No. You're trying to look, bro. You got it backwards. There's a celestial system, and you're trying to say that the Earth has to match with that. No, it don't, and it doesn't, and we know it doesn't because mankind has surveyed shit, and we know that the celestial sphere and the Earth as a sphere doesn't match. They don't match each other because you have stupid.
Dude, the whole idea of the celestial sphere only works for the fucking globetrotters, where they believe it's a sphere.
It doesn't.
A fucking bigger
no,
sphere.
That's not true. What you're saying isn't true. What you're saying is absolutely not true.
That's what they use, dude.
They can use. Yeah, we're both using the same thing. What don't you understand?
I'm sorry, but I don't fucking use that for the flat Earth, dude. That doesn't make any sense. Because
what does that mean?
I would assume, dude.
That doesn't make any sense. It's not an argument, dude.
Because if you have a celestial sphere that's encompassing a flat Earth, that would assume that there's stars underneath the flat Earth. Which means that the flat Earth is not an infinite
idiot.
It means
dude,
there's a fucking edge. There's a dome. Like
no. You're just making shit up, dude. You just fucking went off on. No, you just made up everything you said.
Encompassing a flat plane, dude.
Okay.
How is a sphere in a flat plane?
The celestial sphere. Celestial sphere is conceptual. It's not real. What don't you get? You think stars are an infinite distance away?
Fucking concept. I get that. It's not. I'm not saying that, dude.
The celestial sphere is a sphere of infinite radius.
Yes, dude. Oh my fuck, dude.
Infinite
if you
radius.
Say it's a sphere, anything that's below the horizon would still be stars because it's a fucking sphere, right?
It's not below. There is no below the horizon.
Why don't you just say firmament, dude?
There is no below the horizon, dude. And firmament just means fixed.
Hey, does anybody
below the horizon just means the stars that we can't see beyond the horizon? But like for you to say like, oh, there's a fucking sphere
If I
right?
asked you to say
The
one thing I said, you
celestial
wouldn't be able to
sphere.
tell me. You know that, right?
Let's
You
just
haven't
get
listened to
to the
me the
main
entire
point here.
time.
Do you think the flat Earth is infinite or limited?
I don't. I think that's a false dichotomy.
Oh my fuck, dude! So you don't actually think the Earth is flat? Then you're just.
I don't
fucking...
think I don't think infinity's a thing, dude.
Why? Why not, dude? If they can fucking say that space is fucking infinite, why can't we
They don't
say
say that. They say
flat
it's
Earth
90
plane?
billion light years
Why can't we
across.
live in? Dude,
They
you
say
can't
it's
even explore the South
They
Pole.
say it's 90
Like,
billion light years. There is no South Pole, dude.
Exactly. There's no South Pole, so you can keep fucking going south, right? You can just
No.
infinitely go south, and there's no limit. There's literally no limit.
Dude,
They
are
say it's a
you...
fucking continent.
Look, bro. I'm going to say this one more time. When you say things like South Pole, North Pole, you're not talking about the ground, no matter how much you want it to be so.
Dude.
It is not a ground reference
How do compasses
system.
work, dude?
I already explained that to you. Tell me what I told you already.
Dude, I don't give a
Tell me what I
fuck
told you
what
already. I'm going to
fucking
mute you
care
until
what
you tell me what I told you,
I don't
dude.
fucking care what you told me, bro.
Exactly. You haven't been
Compasses, it
listening the
uses
whole time.
electromagnetic fucking fields on Earth, which is not gravity.
That's right. And they don't point to the magnetic North Pole. Because I posted a map in this.
What the fuck did they point to, dude?
I posted a map in the side chat. See these lines? The compasses align with these lines. It lines up with these lines no matter where you are. See how they're all over the place? Do you see how the magnetic South Pole is in the middle of the ocean? See how the North Pole is in the middle of the ocean?
Well, yeah,
You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You're an
using
embarrassment.
this on a Mercator chart, dude. If you use a fucking azimuthal equidistant projection, these lines would look more straight. It would make more sense.
They actually, if I actually have an AE projection of this, you want to see that?
Azimuthal equidistant.
Yeah, an AE projection, yes.
Yeah,
AE is short for azimuthal equidistant. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Dude, show me the projection for that, dude.
All right.
It makes more sense.
Makes more sense is not a fucking criteria for truth, dude. All you're doing is telling me you're making a statement about your own mind.
Fucking nothing makes sense for you, dude.
No, dude, you are fucking retarded, dude.
Dude, you
just hear what you want to hear. You need to take the shit out of your ears and start listening.
He thinks in the celestial sphere model that stars actually go under his feet.
No, he does. I don't believe that shit. He's trying to fucking believe that.
You think that that's what would have to happen? Like, but that's not how it works. It's just a model.
Then you fucking explain if you understand it so well.
He just did explain it when he just said it's just a model.
Yeah.
The fuck don't you understand?
I'm talking about reality, dude. I'm talking about the realistic fucking, like, our literal...
Then name some natural phenomenon that we can evaluate.
Where's the AE projection, dude?
Hold on. You didn't even look at the fucking other one.
I did.
That's how it looks on an AE projection.
That makes sense. Look at how it's toroidal.
Toroidal?
Yeah, look at the pattern, dude.
Look, I don't care about all that. Point is, what you seem to keep missing is that the coordinate system that we use, and everybody uses, is not the Earth. It's the sky. Celestial assumes a celestial sphere of an infinite radius. And if you ask somebody, if a sphere of infinite radius is it flat, they would say yes. Okay? So there's a contradiction there.
Right here, I actually understand how the compasses work now.
You obviously don't.
I'm going to explain it to you because the lines...
I don't need you to explain it to me. I've done land navigation, okay?
It literally
you would die in the woods.
How close you are to the North Pole, the strength of it changes, dude. And just because you see the pattern where it fucking bellows out like that in 4 quadrants, like, it makes sense like that. Like, the further you are away from that, you know, you're probably more susceptible to, like, different patterns, but the closer you are, the stronger the fucking the magnetic accuracy is to north, like magnetic north.
Follow me,
That's what the bellowing.
and you'll see.
That's why people assume. And look,
A world of
even this
pure
projection is not even the most
imagination.
accurate projection because it's based off of a globe model anyway.
It's not based off of a globe. I keep telling you that.
Yes, it
Hey,
is.
Indio.
Dude, look at the fucking shape of Africa. Look at the shape of Africa, and look at the shape of fucking
Indio.
it's
I've
fucking
got a question.
It's distorted.
Indio, I've got a question.
You know you're interrupting him, right? Ramble.
Have you ever been on a vacation before, Indio?
Yeah, why?
Where did you go?
My last vacation?
Just any vacation. Where did you go?
Oh, Maine.
How did you
Maine.
get there? How did you get there?
Train.
By train.
Are you asking me if I flew? Is that where
No.
you're going? I took 10.
No.
I've taken 10 airplane flights.
Trying to get you.
No. So you took train to get there?
Yeah, I took a train, Amtrak.
Interesting. So
You want to know where I went? I went to Old Orchard Beach.
So about how long?
Was it first class?
About how long were you on the train?
Oh, I think it's I think the ride's 2 hours and 15 minutes.
So how did that train know how to get from where you were?
Are you fucking serious?
Are these guys okay? What's wrong with these guys today?
How did that guy know how to get from where you were to where you were going? Couple hours is pretty far to be traveling. How many miles per hour were you driving?
I said a train. Do you know how trains work? There's train tracks.
How fast was it?
Driver know where to go.
So about how fast was it going, Indio?
I don't know. Well, and they have to slow down when they go through certain densely populated areas. I'd say the fastest it probably went was 60, but it's hard to say because it has to slow down and speed up. Plus, there's a bunch of stops. So I think there's 7 stops on that.
Is this the best Globers have to offer?
Yeah.
And how did the conductor of the train know how to get to your destination?
It's train tracks. He couldn't go anywhere else.
He's on train tracks, precisely.
Yeah, train tracks. The train.
Right?
He couldn't go anywhere else. Okay.
And what prevents you when you're a passenger on that train on those train tracks? What prevents you from crashing into another train?
Nothing.
Nothing?
What do you mean? What prevents me from crashing? I'm not driving.
Gee, hurry up and get to the point. What is going on?
So when you are a passenger on a train going 60 miles per hour down a train track, right? What prevents you from colliding with other trains?
I don't know. They have some sort of signaling switching system.
So there's coordination, right?
Are you getting? Is he doing your homework for you or something? What's going on? Are you trying to pass a test?
So there's a coordinated effort to make
there's
sure.
an infrastructure. That's right. The federal government, when they invented Amtrak 100 something years ago, made an infrastructure so trains wouldn't crash into each other.
So there's a coordinated effort to make sure people don't crash into each other, right?
Yeah, that's right. Awesome.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Where else?
I think I saw a movie about that.
Where else do you
Denzel Washington.
see? Where else do you see that same coordinated effort?
Oh, when you're at the Turkish bathhouse trying to go to low?
I don't know what that is, but I was referring
I'm sure you don't.
to. I was referring to a couple things: the roadways, so what cars drive on, right? But a little bit more elaborate, but the airways where planes fly, right?
Yeah.
These
great.
are all coordinated efforts, right? But what do they require in order to be possible?
Cars and airplanes?
No, they require a map.
Of what?
The world.
Oh, the world. Based upon
Yes.
what? Where's the coordinate system?
I don't know. Do you have a map you can give me with a working compass?
No, that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist.
That
Hey, that'd be pretty cool. A map with an
if a
inbuilt
map
compass.
with a working compass, which means proper distance and height, didn't exist, then how do we have all this coordination?
Because it only has to be good enough for practical purposes.
That doesn't answer my question.
It does answer your question. You don't like the answer. You didn't think I'd have an answer. So you guys do
you
the
didn't
ask
have
and
an
don't
answer.
repeat shit. I did have an answer.
I said
it's good enough for practical purposes. You said you
let me
asked
restate it.
how does it happen? I said, well, what they're doing is good enough for practical purposes.
So how far off is it?
I don't know. What do you mean, is it wrong?
Well, if you're saying it's good enough for practical purposes, what practical purpose are you talking
Look, brother,
about?
Eden. So you've made up a thing in your head of how it works in
What
practice.
practical purpose are you talking
No,
about?
you've made up an
specific.
idea in your head of how this shit works, and I guarantee
You
it's
want to
wrong.
be a little bit more specific?
That you've made up an idea that they're using some worldwide map.
You said it's good enough for practical purposes. What's good enough for practical purposes? What
Flying
are
an
you talking
airplane,
about?
driving a car, navigating with a car, and driving a train. The techniques and the methodology we use is good enough for practical
What did
purposes.
I ask you that led to that statement? Do you
said,
remember?
how do they do that?
I said, what makes all of that intricate coordination possible?
What intricate coordination?
What we just went over with the cars
Yeah,
and the roadways,
you haven't said anything
the
specific.
trains.
You're talking in vague generalities.
I said, what makes intricate roadway and airway travel possible, right?
It's not intricate.
So you're saying cars driving in the roads is not intricate?
No, it is not. And neither is flying in airplanes.
So how would you describe it then? Would you describe it as simple?
Fucking chaotic.
What? So you would describe it as chaotic?
Yes.
Not intricate.
When's the last time you've been to Chicago O'Hare Airport?
So
when's the last time you've been to Chicago O'Hare Airport? When's the last time you've been to Chicago O'Hare Airport? The largest international airport. When's the last time you were there? Never. It's a chaotic fucking mess.
I've been there quite a few times.
Well, go there again.
Why?
Because it's
so you would call it chaotic, but you would not also call it intricate?
I don't know. I don't understand what in what context is it intricate.
Do you know what intricate means?
Yeah, but it depends on the context. Certain parts of it can be intricate.
Intricate literally means it's something that's complex. That's
Yeah,
complicated.
but okay.
That's all that means.
Yeah, but something like an airline that can be
so
complex.
You said no, it's not intricate.
So interrupt me
chaotic.
again and get banned. That's your choice. Interrupt me again.
You said
and get
it's
banned.
not intricate. It's chaotic.
Okay. Yeah, it's chaotic. Intricate. It depends on what context you're talking about. Airplane travel can be intricate in some parts and not intricate in others. You need to be more specific. You're talking in pussy-like double-speak, vague generalities. Just say what you mean, coward.
Are roadways and airways complex?
In what context? I'll just go right to it. In what context?
In the requirement of their coordination.
Coordination with what?
It is a complex. It is a complex.
The coordination of other humans and their vehicles with each other.
You mean the traffic laws?
Traffic laws? There's many layers to it. Are the roadways, would you consider those complex?
No.
The rules of the road?
No.
Would you consider, like being an air traffic controller, how they have all these rules and regulations when flying? Would you consider flying a plane complex?
That's now. So now you've just no. I don't consider it complex.
You wouldn't consider
I'm not a
flying a plane
simpleton.
in the air complex.
No, I'm not a simpleton.
Know that when it comes to landing a plane,
So you
or
would not consider flying in air
I'm
through
gonna
the
say it for
plane
the third time.
complex.
No.
So then
I was
What do you
speaking.
consider
So
complex? Like fucking like tying your Velcro shoes?
that first of all, they're treating they're using the ground as flat when it comes to how they're flying planes and all of that. They're using the ground as flat because they're using trigonometry to figure all that out. So what are you asking?
I don't know what he's asking. He's been doing that for a while. He left anyway. He's been like beating around the bush for like 10 minutes now. I don't know if you've been listening. Pretty annoying.
Yeah, I just wanted him to hurry up and get to the fucking point, man. It was like his attempt at a gotcha using the Socratic method, but he failed bad.
I don't even know what the gotcha would have been. I'd be like, is it complex? Is flying an airplane complex? I don't know. Doesn't seem that way.
I mean, if they stuck me in the cockpit of a passenger plane, I'd be like,
Doesn't make
this
just
is
because you
pretty
don't know how to
complex.
do it. Yeah, but just because you
Yeah, I
don't know how to
I
do it right now doesn't make it complex.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
I think, quite honestly, you want to know something more complex? Being the head coach of an NFL football team is probably way more complex than flying any fucking airplane.
Yeah, or even a junior one.
You got to know every player on their roster. You got to know every player on your roster, plus your 16, which is 53 players, plus your 16 player practice squad. You need to know all the people that are in traded, all the people that are hurt and could play and maybe not play, what their status is through the whole week. You got to have your game plan. Their game plan, the game plan is typically like fucking 200 pages. You got to have the stats on other fucking teams and all the people that they could fucking play, right? And you have to look at all the film of all the games they played, and then you're also looking at the coaches and what their tendencies are and all that. Like, bro, seriously, it's fucking super complex. Like, because you have to deal with so many, and then there's just the game itself, and then you're gonna get based upon what that team does. You have to come with a game plan and try to match your team to what they do. Maybe you have the personnel, maybe you don't have the personnel. Maybe you do something really good and they're really good at stopping that one thing, or maybe they do something bad. Like it's super complex, man. Way more complex than flying a fucking plane.
Hey, flying is almost in this context brain dead because even in a car, although you have to like scribble within the lines, people do all types of shit like, drive on the side of, the what, I don't even know where the guardrail is to skip a couple cars, you can break the speed limit, you can pull over. There are so many options to choose from. When you get in a fucking plane as a pilot, you can only go from point A to point B. And if there's an emergency, you got to figure that shit out before you touch or do anything. You can't just go left a little bit. You can't just do a loop de loop. You can't do shit. But specifically, a few things. Like the lack of autonomy in that situation is like higher than.
I'm surprised I'm surprised at how many paint marks there are on posts, like poles in the center parking of our main street. It's crazy, right? I'm
Oh
like,
my god,
how do you hit it,
bro? I could walk through Boston. Every single car has a ding in its bumper. Front. We park by touch here.
Right.
Okay, I fit because everything's on street parking, right? We got a parallel park everywhere
Right.
in these tight ass spots, and if you don't park far enough over, you're gonna lose your frickin' side view mirror. So to get in, snug in there, dude, everybody's touch parking. Bang bang. Okay, I'm in. So everybody's got dents in their bumper, some paint on it. Dude asks, like, how does that train get from point A to point B? Fuck, bro. It's on a railroad track.
Yeah, that would crack me up, man. How does he know where to go?
Dude, he should have quit right at that. As soon as he said that with the train, he should have just left.
I mean, you might as well have said, how does the kid know which way to go on the water slide?
It's complex, man. Water's very complex. I thought he was gonna try and be like, "You trust them, don't you?" I think that's where he was going with it. But then the maps
Right.
thing came up. I was like, maps, like, fuck, dude. Can't go anywhere unless you got a perfect map. What are you on?
I think I've like consulted like maps twice in my whole life, like driving, like long distance. Otherwise, I was just like following road signs, you know, and I just had a general sense of direction.
I mean, you don't traveling east-west has got to be the easiest thing if you're going a long distance. You don't need any map. Okay, what way's the sun going? Just follow the sun. The sun.
Right. Yeah. And I probably only consulted the maps just to see if there was any like any off roads, like quicker paths or anything like that. Like, not because I was lost. Some of those GPS systems are pretty cool. I mean, like, you know, you set it, you tell it like, yeah, I want the shortest route, right, and it'll take you places you didn't even know existed, streets and roads and that you didn't even know were there. It's pretty cool.
he either called Tito or me European for some reason. I'm pretty sure it was Tito. And I wanted to pretend it was me.
Yeah, he called me. Yeah, he thinks I'm from Germany or something. What's going on?
Welcome, Eden.
I mean, technically, I'm Australasian.
I think that type of conversation, if he would have like not get so triggered, it would have been. It was good, but it could have been more informative for the audience if it wasn't so defensive and hostile.
Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah. Was the student trying to be a teacher?
Yeah. Like, he just didn't get it. Like when India was asking him, like, how do you get latitude and longitude, like without looking? You're not allowed to look at the sky. Like it's like, oh, you could do it. It's like how? But then he just like pivoted off onto something.
I just couldn't get behind the whole global leadership conspiracy thing.
Is that a question or a statement?
What does that mean?
That was a statement.
Can you repeat it one more time? My bad.
I just can't get over the whole global leadership conspiracy thing.
Expand a little bit.
I just can't get over the fact that it would require a global conspiracy for flat Earth to be true.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Required people to believe that they live on a globe to make the world not curving?
It would require a lot of people to be lying.
Yeah, that sort of thing can't happen, can it? Yeah.
You know. In the past 10 years, there's been many scams from. There's call centers that have like across the world, like the estimates are
lying
like
about the shape of the Earth would be a little bit different
hundreds of thousands.
Who's lying about it? Who's lying about it? Who's lying about it?
I'm gonna go out on a stretch and call that a false equivalency.
Who's lying about it, Eden? Who's lying about the shape of the Earth? Who is lying about the shape of the Earth? Tell me.
Every government agency.
They believe
How
it
are
just
they
like
lying
you.
about it? How are they lying
Can
about
you
it?
show me? Can you show me the government agency that's claiming that the Earth is
In
flat?
what form are they lying about it?
Can you show me any of them claiming that the Earth is
I'm not going to
flat?
answer you if you don't answer me, bro.
Well, what do you want to hear? Show? You want to look away from the thing in question or what?
I just want to know if any government agencies claim that the Earth is flat.
No, that's water. Water shows you that.
I just want to know, bro.
They do when they're planning cities.
They do when exactly when they building structures, when they building airports.
Let me know where I need to
and
move
aircrafts.
to get to my society, bro. Let me know.
Like I don't even know what he's saying.
Where's that?
It's kind of weird.
Where's that flat Earth society, bro?
I don't understand what he means by
country?
they'd have to be lying. Like I don't get that part. He hasn't explained himself.
You think your teacher was lying to you when she told you she
Hey,
believes?
Genzi, where should flat Earthers live, bro?
Stuff you. If you can't answer our questions, why should we answer yours?
You live in your body, don't you?
Yo, bro, where should we live, bro? As flat Earth?
In your body, bro. You live in your body.
Wait, you say flat Earthers need to live in their body?
Are you drunk?
What?
You do live in your body,
drunk?
don't you?
What? Wait. You gotta live in your buddy, bro. What?
How do you
Yeah.
want him to live in his buddy? That's disgusting.
You live in your body. You
What kind
live
of
in your body.
what kind of cult
Bod.
shit is that?
B-O-D-Y.
Are flat earthers gay?
B-O-D-Y.
What is
What kind of what, dude?
B-O-D-Y. Don't tell me you didn't understand that. B-O-D-Y. Yeah. Good.
That's worse than the
Go on.
fucking Scientologists.
Alright, bro. Just go on mute, man.
What was the cheerleader next to him? There wasn't like a cheerleader or something.
Yeah, who was that? They gone? I think they took off. Yeah, they left.
Guess not.
And that was pretty ironic because he was like, "Oh, are the flat earthers gay?" Oh.
You know that there's estimates that there's like in couple nations alone counting, and some estimates that there's like hundreds of thousands of people working in call centers, scamming people across the world, calling people to lie to them.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. And how about that?
Why will they lie? Why will they be calling me and lie to me? I gotta send them
Right,
my
yeah.
Bitcoin now because they can't be lying.
Why would they lie and tell us the air's dangerous to breathe and tell us all we have to be like 6 feet apart or more and to stand on the yellow dot? Yeah, why would they lie about that?
Why would this guy would calling me and say that there's hackers in my Wi-Fi? I need security updates. Or 999 a month.
Why would they lie and tell me that they're going to find all the major, fuel companies for overcharging customers? Why would they lie about that? They're going to do it. I promise. If they don't drop the prices, they're going to do it. I swear. Why would they lie? It still hasn't happened.
Is water a conspiracy? Like, is water conspiring against you, lying to you?
It must be.
Is that your dog in the background or neighbors?
It's a noisy neighbour's dog. That dog's sleeping. He's snoring.
Was he barking at the birds or something? I hear the birds sometimes.
No, a neighbour's dog. They have chooks, like chickens. We call them chooks. And they climb the tree, and he doesn't like them climbing trees, and he'll stand there and bark at them while over there and sitting perched in the tree.
That's my tree. That's my tree. I pee on it since it was little.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, it might be because like he thinks he can't protect them because he can't get up there. If there's something happens, he can't protect them because he guards them. Like, that's what I'm thinking it is. But I don't know because it really bothers this neighbor's dog when their chooks are in the tree.
Maybe he thinks they're like puppies and they're dogs and they're saying puppies are not supposed to climb trees. Dangerous. Get up. Get down. It's like a Glober. A Glober is looking at the chicken. It's confused. It's looking at the earth that is not curving. The Glober, it's curving. Cute dogs. As long as he doesn't do it all day or all night.
Sometimes it does for hours. We get other really noisy birds around here too. Crows and parrots.
Yo,
Yo,
I have a proposition to make.
like you getting married or something?
No. It's the Earth isn't flat and the Earth isn't a spheroid.
Earth is Earth. Everybody knows that.
But what I'm proposing is that the Earth is in the shape of a Wendy's 4 for $4 meal.
Yeah, flat is also not a shape though.
Yes, it is. It's just a really thin rectangle. Well,
No, flat is not a shape.
It's a very, very, very thin rectangular prism.
No, we don't know how thin it is, and we don't know what the bottom of it looks like. It could be a hemisphere, for example.
You're gay.
Could be a box shape, could be a hemisphere, could be a cylinder,
The Earth
could be
is in
something
the shape
irregular.
of a Biggie's 4 for $4 meal. What are you talking about?
Earth is Earth shape.
The Earth is in the shape of a double quarter pounder with bacon and cheese from McDonald's. What are you talking about?
I don't think this guy is serious, Jamesy.
Dude, I'm not being serious. I'm piss fucking drunk. Who knows what the fucking shape of the Earth is? I don't know. I don't give a fuck.
It
I'm on
might
a
be. It
planet.
might be the brainworms.
No, it's actually Smirnoff.
Yeah, that feels the brainworms though.
No.
Maybe that's how he responds to the Cogdes. That's his defensive mechanism. Ridicule.
No, I don't give a fuck about what the shape of the Earth is. I just came in here and was like, hey guys, the Earth is in the shape of a double quarter pounder from McDonald's.
Wait, you got something there. It's
Yeah,
probably
stop
not that shape.
psychoanalyzing me because you're fucking insecure about yourself and you can't have a good time getting drunk talking about the shape of the Earth being the size in the shape of a double quarter pounder from McDonald's, bro.
He's laughing at his own jokes.
Yeah, dude, I'm laughing at myself because I'm happy. You're just depressed who thinks the fucking world is flat, you dumb nigga. This nigga really thinks we're a fucking Blu-ray CD fucking floating through space. Shut the fuck up. We're a fucking double quarter pounder from McDonald's, nigga. And you
Recorded,
can't
right?
tell me otherwise.
Are you aware that you're being recorded?
I don't give a flying fuck that I'm being recorded. Post this on the internet, nigga. The Earth is in the shape of a double quarter pounder with cheese and bacon from fucking McDonald's, bro.
But we know it's a place drunks make fool of themselves. You know that, right?
Drunks make fool of themselves. You think the Earth is a Blu-ray disc floating through space?
Who said that?
I
That's
don't
what
know.
you think that we think. That's how retarded you are.
At Earth? What are you talking about?
You're literally assuming stuff that we think, but we don't think that. So you're
Okay,
the
so
retard.
what do you think this like?
The
If
dude is
it's
a
not
drunk
a double
retard.
quarter pounder and cheese, you're wrong.
Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I'll stop engaging.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
he wouldn't
listen, I'm
understand
here to
anyway.
fucking guess. I
Don't
just
worry
want to
about it,
listen to the conversation. I heard it was dead, and I was just like, you know what? I'm drunk. The Earth's in the shape of a double quarter pounder with cheese and bacon. You're just a sensitive little bitch.
Brainworms.
How do you feel that a drunk man is happier in life than you?
I mean, how would you know how happy he is?
Dude, I could hear it in his voice, man. He's not drunk like me. He's not having a grand old time laughing about the Earth being in the shape of a double quarter pounder with cheese
So
from
being
McDonald's,
happy.
nigga.
So the metric for being happy involves being drunk. Okay, it sounds like it's a you problem.
Sounds
No.
like brainworms.
You're just so small brain you can't even imagine the Earth being in the shape of a double quarter pounder with cheese from McDonald's.
This dude is a fucking retard.
Oh, I love you,
Yeah,
Dr.
he's getting the
Jordan
2%
Peterson. Oh fuck! I couldn't have drank that bottle that fast. Let's go look up at the dude. In all seriousness, regardless of what you think the shape of the Earth is, bro, when you get into an area where there's zero light pollution and you just look up at the stars, bro, it is so fucking beautiful. That's something we can all agree
Beautiful
upon.
it is. Beautiful it is.
Like, I'm just here to fuck around, dude.
I keep telling everybody.
Where's my?
I keep telling y'all, man. The seed oils.
Dude, it's
See,
not oils. It's
those
called.
are real.
The also the alcohol feeds the parasites in the brains and other organs too.
Oh, how that works. Alcohol is.
The parasites are like getting high on Skittles or something.
And they basically take over the vessel because they do something called parasitic host manipulation, and you know,
Really?
control the vessel without the person not even noticing.
Really?
Yeah, really.
That's what I think of your opinion.
All right, you're done. Eat shit.
Water level, water flow. Thanks for debunking the globe.
The fuck happened there, man? He was muted, then unmuted. Like, come on, guys.
That means that multiple people muted him, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to mute him at the same time.
Hilarious.
Come on, T-Buddy. Do better.
I mean, that's not his fault. He's being, you know, run by parasites and brainworms.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
I mean, he decided to let them take over, so it's his fault, really. For example, the vaccines work.
Depends what they designed them for. They could work perfectly well according to the.
Yes.
Gentlemen.
What's up, Jesse?
Oh, not too much. I'm just thinking about a little dinner and a little sleep. How are you doing, T-Dub?
Oh, fair enough. Okay, thanks.
What's up, Jesse? Are you still a Glober?
Oh well, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. But
You
you
think
never
it's going to
know.
be for life by now at your age, or any chance you'll reform one day?
Oh, I don't know. I'm always learning new things and looking at new evidence, so who knows?
What did you think about Artemis 2?
Oh, that was
It's a
cool.
think.
I didn't really
It's a.
follow it heavily, but
It's a think of magic. It's magical.
I did like that picture of the dual northern lights. That was nice.
Yeah, I saw that one. Good thing you said a picture and not a photograph.
I almost did. I thought maybe I better play this one safe.
You caught yourself, in the serious VC, right? Like, we don't let things like that slip easily. Could have been a 3-hour discussion.
3 hours compared to what? 3 days?
No,
How many
like 1
days?
minute. We wrapped it out in 1 minute.
Yeah, yeah. No, but the Artemis, how long did it took? Like 3 days or something? Or
10
maybe
days.
a week? Or 10 days? So it's a long conversation, right? People talking about it for 10 days.
Oh yeah, now there's 2 years until the landing.
Will we go to the moon again?
I don't think they're gonna take us, Jamsey. Maybe you, but I don't think they're gonna take me.
I'll stay with you down here on Earth. That's okay?
But if we could nominate one person to go from this group, I would definitely nominate you. You have my vote.
Nah, I can't. I wouldn't pass the tests.
What test? They can take you as cargo.
I'm not a good actor, though.
That's
If you know
true.
what I'm
I mean,
saying.
I don't. Well, yeah, that's why I'm voting for you.
It's difficult for me to play pretend. Just can't do it. In other hands, you are pretty good pretender. And Jesse, too. So you
That's
guys will
true.
get
That's why I
the.
don't. Yeah, I wouldn't send me because I could say anything.
It could put it could be a danger to national security if they send you, huh?
I'm not gonna acknowledge that on a recorded VC.
Who knows? Maybe you'll cause a second big bada boom.
If I were still the old mean Peter, I would have a pretty nice comeback to this one, but I'll keep it to myself. When Jesse is here, I hold
I'm
myself
just
to a
saying.
higher standard.
Yeah, I'm just saying absurd things to absurd conversations about absurd. How can I call it? Movie
Why don't you
presentation?
let this one go, Jamesy? Let this one go.
How can I let it go if we're going back? You know?
Well, we'll see. Give it 2 years. We'll see what's going to happen, right?
I'll give it 2 years. I won't touch it again. But you asked about it though.
I retract my question, all right?
Perfect. You're a good sport, Peter. Appreciate it.
Has anybody heard from Miggy?
Not me.
He was moving the last time I've heard of him. He was moving or something.
I looked at his TikTok channel and he hardly ever talks about the shape of the Earth. Has he gone globe like Jeranism, or he just focuses on other stuff?
Maybe he just moved to a place without internet and didn't realize he could take Starlink with him.
No. He's like up and coming TikToker. He just doesn't talk about science anymore.
Ah.
It's more like chicks and stuff like that.
What?
Have you seen his content, bro?
It's more like what? About what?
And like bunny ears and stuff like that. You gotta see it, man. You gotta see it to believe it.
Nah, bullshit.
If I describe it to you, you will not. If I describe it to you, you will never believe me because I didn't believe myself when I saw it. I thought I got the wrong guy, but wasn't the wrong guy.
Okay. What, are you talking about like Hugh Hefner sort of shit?
No, it's more like it's hard to even. It's hard to even describe because there's no like theme. It's more like let's all love one another and support each other. And hey, girls, you want to like talk about relationships? I don't know. Like I don't know how to describe it. You gotta see it, man.
That doesn't sound like the road he was heading down.
That's what I'm saying, T-Don.
Well, DM me his channel. Or could you please
Okay, dude, I
DM
send
me
you a
his
link.
channel?
I'll send you a link here in the chat, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh my god, T-Dub, I think he blocked me after I followed him. But I'll send you the user handle. T-Dub, I put his handle in the in the chat, but I cannot no longer see his account. I think he blocked me.
All right, thank you.
It's his voice, isn't it?
In his face. I mean, we've seen him on Frontline Unfiltered.
I mean, I guess full doppelgangers exist, right? But yeah, I can see what I
I
can see.
like the way you think, Jesse. Conspiracy first.
Now that you say that, I saw in Twitter people saying that the astronaut lady is also like a Mad Max actress that have the same name. But some other people are saying it's different people. So, yeah, doppelgangers. I think they're different people, but a lot of people are kind of like, making those videos and those posts that they're the same. I don't know.
I've seen that too. It looks like people are doing the research.
It wouldn't be the first time that astronauts have a doppelgangers, twins, that kind of stuff. Also, not surprised because people do have twins in reality.
No way.
Seaway.
I've never seen twins, so I don't know. Like, I haven't checked this myself. I know that's what they're telling us, but
Have you seen triplets?
no, nothing above, nothing two or more, nothing.
Never seen like dog having multiple babies? Multiple
Dogs,
kids?
yes, but I haven't seen humans. I've never met twins. I'm really going back in my. I don't think so. So I don't know. Maybe it's just something they tell us.
You're serious?
I am. I'm actually engaging my brain now to scan through, multiple decades of my life to see if I'm not lying to you.
I've met twins. They do exist. I mean, I wasn't there when they were born, so I cannot confirm it.
It could be that NASA had just made two people look like twins for you.
I mean, they do have the CGI for it.
That was some good CGI, those twin girls. I mean, yeah.
Jamesy, you don't have to tell us about the websites that you frequent and your experiences with twins.
Websites?
We
No.
get it. We can extrapolate.
Real life, realist level. No websites.
Bro, I worship you now.
Is that where you saw the non-twins.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see. Hey, Ibarra. Hi, Ibarra. Welcome. Can you help me out? Ibarra. Maybe not.
Well, it looks like Miggy is now a full-time TikToker.
Yeah, but what's his content about? This is what I couldn't figure out. Like, what's the theme there? Because it's not the shape of the earth, that's for sure.
I don't think you need a theme for TikTok. I think you just need viewers. And I look up and I see that my ad block, uBlock Origin ad blocker says 99 ads blocked. And it was just a short little video. So I don't know anything about TikTok except what I'm seeing here. But I think, do people make money on TikTok actually?
Yes.
I mean, they
People
try.
people do make money now. TikTok has like a store, almost like one of those stores that you can buy products. And if someone is watching your video and they link into some product, you can also promote products in there. Some people make money, yeah.
Okay.
I think his channel could be maybe possibly useful for me, so I might do a binge watch of his content. It looks like he's got a lot of TikTok help videos, like how to videos for TikTok. So I'm interested in that. So I might binge watch and see what I get out of it. Actually, I get a fair few of those in my TikTok feed. Like I'll be just scrolling through, and it'll be like, "Hey guys, don't miss this. Like this is if you want views, you want followers. This is what's hot right now. This is what's happening. This is how to use TikTok. They're pushing stories right now. All you have to do is blah 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 blah. Like so, a lot of people are like found that niche of helping TikTokers get going, right? Like. It's like so they become popular by training other people to be TikTokers.
Like the people selling gold pans to all the gold miners that had dreams of striking it rich but never did.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
you're
how
not using
Seattle
them
was
properly. Here,
built,
let me show.
Jesse.
I know, and on California and Alaska.
It's like I don't know this stranger from the crowd. Come up here and try my remedy. You know. That's good, Mister. I feel the hair's growing on my chest already. Hey, how come you two look related?
Hey, he's making money, so.
No, look, I think I'm going to check it out because I always respected Miggy's style, and he might actually have some good tips in there for me.
No, it's cringe because it's TikTok, but I mean, he's TikTok pro.
Man, he's got it going. Like I'm watching a couple of them, and he's got the music, and he's got the streamers happening, and he's got the charisma. He's got it.
Yeah, he just does more of the lives. Yeah, he does more of the live streams, and then people gift him stuff. I'm pretty sure he got gifted 1 million diamonds within the last month, which is I think $10,000. Pretty good.
Alright, I'm starting a TikTok right now. Peter, help me with the name for the channel. Go, Peter.
I think Jamsy is a pretty good name.
That's a great idea.
Hello.
Hello.
What's going on?
Not much, really.
Right.
Holy shit! It's almost like a pyramid scheme thing.
Yeah, and there's one video there where he's advertising like a phone holder for a car. Did you see that?
Yeah, 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 and then a few up, he's like you want to go, you want more followers, like just go live, just hit that go, like every 1,000, blah, blah, blah. Like it's like all you have to do is make a video, a go live video, just like this one. Like so it's like a pyramid scheme. Like so it's like just goes on and on and on up the chain, right? Like that's what it
He's
seems like.
teaching
It
people how
sounds
to
like a
be
freaking pyramid
successful.
scheme. It sounds like TikTok run a pyramid scheme.
Well,
It
yeah,
is.
but he is teaching people how to be successful on TikTok while he is not successful on TikTok.
Yeah, it is a pyramid scheme, but this is because he gets actually promoted, so he's under like an agency. So he teaches people like you need to like get a certain amount of this, certain amount of that, and then you get put under an agency, and then you get promoted in an algorithm, and then yeah, brain rot, drop top.
I found like it's fast paced. I mean, if you start putting content up, right, you get followers like galore. I don't think they even care. Like they just they're just scrolling through. They watch a little bit of your clip and they go, "Yep, follow, like," and then they scroll like, "Yep, follow, like." Like they just sit there following and liking all day. They don't care what it's about or who it is. Like.
Yep.
I couldn't believe like, but if you focus on something, you'll even get more because the people that are like particularly looking for that content find you, right? And they they want to see more of that stuff. So I was surprised, super surprised, just how many followers I ended up within such a short time. And I've neglected it for a few days. Like I haven't put up anything up, so I really should put something up. But I've got the two accounts. I've got my like the one I don't want to put content on, right? I just want to be the user, like I want to watch the content on that one, and then I've got my other one
Yeah.
that's like got the it's the niche and focused. So yeah, but
Do you
yeah.
debate flat earthers on there? Or globers, sorry.
On the other one, like on the one I don't put. I have put up one clip on there, but I mainly don't really. I'm not really interested. It's for that. If it's for that purpose, like I just want to use it to go in and watch like stuff that I like that I'm,
Okay. See, I don't
interested in,
watch
like
stuff. I watch
flat Earth and
lives.
stuff. Yeah, I look for the lives for like the flat Earth lives. I've been in a couple. And I went up on one. I went up on the stage or whatever you call it, and spoke for a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah. Yeah. Not a lot like this crowd on there, but yeah, there's room for it for sure.
Yeah, the politics on there is wild. Like the words you can say, and like you can't say like white people or like black people. Like you have to say like YT and like there's just so many weird like TikTok has the weirdest like words that you can't say. You would never think that you can't say these words, and then you say it, and then all of a sudden like they ban you instantly. Because like if you say the word, the whole live stream can get de-algorithmed or like shut down or demonetized. So, and then your channel can get banned, and yeah, really weird words.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't even know why. Like some of them get axed, and they don't know either. Like not the account, just the live just gets cancelled. It just gets stopped by TikTok, right? And it's like this guy's watching, like he's just doing like a lot. He's just got a live store, right, for a certain product, and it's not illegal or anything. Like he was playing some copyright music in the background, but I don't know if he was playing it through TikTok or not. But the next thing like the stream just went down, like, and then I found out a couple of days later, and they were like operating from a different account. And I think they were like under arrest or something. That the other account wasn't allowed to stream for a little while or something. And I'm like, what happened? And he said, well, no, they just axed us. I don't know why. Like they just stopped it. They
Yeah,
didn't tell him
and they
why.
did the thing where they shadow ban you, so they put you in the unalgorithm list, and it's like your account's cooked forever, right? It doesn't matter how many followers you have. You can have like 250,000 followers, but if you get like put on the list, you're cooked. So
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, the
I don't know.
words too. You can't say murder. You go like, oh, and she murdered. Like it's just like so many weird ones. Like, bro, I feel brain rot just being in these conversations. Not even speaking half English.
Wow. Yeah, you got to play their game. It's like a game, you know. They got their rules, and you got to play by the rules. And yeah, if you don't, well, make sure you don't do well in there.
Yeah, I always rage bait people. I try and go on the LGBTQ or the Trump ones, and sometimes I go against them, but sometimes I'll pose as like one of them. I'll start LARPing as them, and they still get mad.
Right. Yeah, it's like YouTube did the same, like with Flat Earth, right, and other topics. But so like they legally couldn't really like say, you know, there's no law against like content like that, right? But because it's their platform, they're allowed to like, they can't like put up a law, you know, rule where they say no Flat Earth videos. That's it. We just don't like, because that's could be considered discrimination. You know, they don't want lawsuits on their hand, right? So instead, like, what do, right? Like what they did in that Congress meeting or whatever it was, Senate hearing. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna work the algorithm and put up disclaimers and blah 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 and that sort of content. And basically the algorithm's gonna like shadow ban it, right? So, and I like it to this, right? You know that episode of Simpsons where Mo goes all fancy with his bar and attracts a whole heap of the upper class, and then and then Homer and the regulars come in and they're like shunned, and they're like, so they didn't kick him out, right? They just put him in this corner and turned the lights off, like so nobody could see. So they were allowed in there, but like just not to be seen or heard. Just like stay away over there.
Yeah.
Don't bother us over here. Having a good time.
Too good. Yeah, I tried my shot at it. I tried to make content and do some things, and it's okay. I'm gonna treat it like Instagram. Just make it my own page, and not gonna try and be a big shot.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I've got. Yeah, it's suitable for me. I was going to do what I'm doing on TikTok. I was going to do that on YouTube originally, like a few years ago, and I just had some like issues and blah blah blah, like just life, right? And plus I'm lazy and procrastinate, and I probably have ADHD and probably have had all my life. But I've over the years, I've like last few years, I've got content that's like perfectly suited. I've made videos which are perfectly suited for TikTok, and there's an audience for it on there already, right? And YouTube, but YouTube, it's like, I don't know, that it's just not as accommodating for that type that sort of thing, right? Like TikTok is just absolutely perfect for it. And so, like, I've like I said, like on this other account, I've got like I think 8 videos, eight clips up there, and I'm still learning the ropes and everything. But I found like their editing software is super simple and easy to use.
I know, I love
it. Yeah, right. And so in a heartbeat almost, I'm like got this like pretty cool, like not it's not great, but it's pretty cool, like these little effects and stuff and some music, and it seems like it fits right into that genre, right, of what it's about. And yeah, And yeah, like I said, before I knew it, I had like 200 followers and and a few likes and some comments here and there. But yeah, I just was like, wow, okay, this is really fast paced. Like, and like then I'm scrolling through videos, watching, and like people are saying like 1 to 3 videos a day, like put up 1 to 3 posts a day, and before you know it, you're gonna have like thousands.
Yeah.
Like in a year, you'll have like tens of thousands of followers and views and likes, and you'll be ready, like you'll probably have gone live and all this other stuff, and then there's all these other aspects to it too, like stories, and there's all these ways to like make money and to monetize and all that. Like, it's just crazy. Like, I'm just like looking at it going, oh wow, like this is too much. And I'm going to AI to like help explain some stuff to me about TikTok. Like, how does this work? Like, this is
Yeah, bro. Go to Miggy, bro. Miggy, that's literally what Miggy does, is fucking explain how TikTok works. So that'd be perfect for you.
yeah, like yeah, that's what I said. I'm gonna binge watch some of his stuff. Yeah. You got to hit the right audiences too, and like, because it's worldwide, you got to like they say like put a video out at like this time, and then work out the peak time viewing for Europe, and put one out then, and then work out for the Americans, put one out then. Yeah, so yeah, it's like,
Yeah, and
well,
like to go live, you gotta go like live like 3 times for like 30 minutes or like an hour in order to like access the different parts of lives. And then you can go like multi-stream with other people and etc. etc. So yeah, there's a bunch of things.
I saw that he was live there with with a girl. She was live and he's live, and they're like split screen, and they're like sharing their like a live together. Like, I'm like, oh wow, I didn't know they could do that too. Wow.
Yeah, you can like battle each other, and like, and your followers have to like donate, and then whoever donates the most gets like all the money at the end. It's kind of like gambling.
Huh. Yeah, like I've seen lives on there that are 24 hours. I don't think they end. It doesn't seem like they end. They may eventually end and
Dude,
start a new one, but
we
yeah.
used to have on Twitter, we used to have Flat Earth Fridays. They would go like 48 hours.
Right, yeah.
I feel like some of the lives though are just like people like in studios, or like people held against their will. That's what it seems like. Some shit, Epstein shit.
You know what? It could be. That could be the case.
And how many of them are AI? Well, you have to face verify. But
Yeah, Discord got me to face verify for something for my age the other day, for something that I was trying to go to. I think it was a channel that like Crit had invited me to, or something, or a server that Crit had. So I'm trying to get into it, and then I had to do something, and it like took me to this page, and then I'm like had to stare in the camera and like show my teeth and stuff. Like, what the heck's going on?
damn, bro, they got you.
Yeah. It's like, open your mouth wider, now close it, like poke out your tongue. What the heck is going on?
You're cloned, bro.
That's put 3 fingers in front of your face.
Yeah, I saw that one. The doctor wouldn't do it, right?
Yeah.
He wouldn't do it.
No, hilarious. No, I would have not used the fucking Indian accent started slipping out.
but I got a new follower on my TikTok, and she's a mattress actress, allegedly.
A mattress actor, not just like a fat.
That doesn't sound good.
Bye bye.
How you doing, fellas?
Hey, I'm doing okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Just finished work and driving home. What's the topic
Okay.
for today?
I don't know. We're in a lull. So, what would you be interested in talking about?
Did I interrupt something?
No.
Okay. How do I know who's a mod in this channel? Is it the one that says flat next to their name?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Maybe the FE ones. I think those are ones.
Everybody's quiet today, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, the Artemis astronauts landed a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's bullshit, man.
They didn't land? Or what?
Sorry?
Yeah, I watched the live stream, but I didn't wait until they came out of the capsule. So,
Yeah, that's all just bullshit, man. Doesn't mean it's not real. None of it's real. It's all fake.
well, the launch wasn't fake because less people saw it, right? But the rest of it was.
Yeah. They launched probably something, but I don't think anything went into space. It just curves around and then falls into the ocean. That's it.
Well, the launches I've seen don't curve down into the ocean.
What you've seen launches?
Yeah, I live
Like live,
in
in reality, or just on screen?
I live in Los Angeles County, and they launch from the Vandenberg Space Force Base, maybe once or twice a month.
It's all bullshit.
What, you're saying I didn't see anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, do you believe the Earth is flat?
No, I think the globe is the best explanation for what the observations we see, like sunsets, moon phases, and seasons and stuff like that.
So what are you doing in this channel?
Just chatting, see if anybody wants to talk about stuff.
You also believe we came from monkeys?
No.
So you believe we were created by God?
Yes.
Which God do you believe in?
I believe in the monotheistic creator God, God who made the universe and created us. He was called Yahweh by the Jews. So I'm a Christian.
So the Father of Jesus, that's the God you believe in?
Yes. So I believe that God exists as one being, but three persons in Trinity. So I'm sort of a fairly standard Christian. I believe in the basic Christian doctrines.
Do you believe in the book of that God?
Yes, I believe God inspired the Bible.
What about when that book says things like a firmament, a dome, the sun moving, the moon that moves, the luminaries that are placed within the dome firmament? What about all those? Do you just not believe them, or you interpret them your own way?
Oh, I interpret them the correct way, and it's not meant to be saying that the Earth is flat. It's that's a misinterpretation. Most Christians know that the Earth is a globe.
What is a firmament then? In your correct way.
It's a translation of the word rakia, which means sky.
Rakia doesn't mean sky. I speak the language myself. The word for
What
sky
is
is
it?
shmayim, not
What does
rakia.
rakia mean?
Rakia means a beaten out surface, a beaten out forged uh, piece. That's what it is. We
Well,
use it for
how do birds?
bowls and
So how do
spoons.
birds fly in the firmament? I don't understand. In Genesis 1, birds fly in the rakia.
It doesn't say they fly in it; they fly through it.
They fly through a beaten surface. Are you just making
Yeah,
stuff up to fit your narrative? What are you doing?
yeah. I'm just making stuff up.
Look, I think it's pretty clear if you watch the sunset or look at, for example, the full moon stays the same size all night long. So I think these are evidences that show us that the Earth is not flat.
What about when it says that he placed the sun, moon, and stars within the firmament?
I think it means the heavens, like up where the stars are.
What? Heavens? How many heavens are there?
The heavens are is a way of saying the space, the universe. Look, the basic idea is that I interpret the Bible differently than you about those
Yeah.
specific things.
I'm not interpreting it correctly, and you are.
Right. In some things.
I think all things. We should learn more from you.
Oh, you should. I'm pretty smart.
Yeah, like, what does it mean when God opens the firmament and then the waters fall in?
Yeah, it means
What
it's
does that
raining.
mean? Is that how it rains?
It doesn't sound like it, yeah.
Is that how it rains?
Yes.
I think you're not being honest with me, because I'm pretty sure you believe it rains from how the waters get collected into clouds in the sky, and then it rains from the clouds.
Right. It rains from
So,
the clouds, and you could describe that figuratively as God opening the heavens. I think that's what
no,
happens.
but why don't we just believe what it says, that God opened the firmament and then the water fell in? Why
Yeah,
don't we? Why do I have to
that's
interpret
what
it
it
your
says.
way?
Because I am familiar with proper hermeneutics. So, you don't want to misinterpret things too literally.
No, it's because he's a glober. That's the real
Oh,
thing.
he's
That's
going
the
to
real.
mute. Sorry,
I don't
T-Dub's going
think.
to mute me. I got to go. Bye.
Hold on. So
I'm
now
not gonna
we
freaking.
No,
disagree.
that's
I'm not gonna
good.
mute
I don't
you.
want to talk to that piece
Now
of
we
shit anymore anyway.
disagree that it rains from clouds. Like that's the
I wasn't gonna
disagreement.
mute. I wasn't gonna mute him.
All right, Tita,
Nah,
but
don't
you
worry.
said that Matthew believes that it rains from clouds as opposed to through holes in the firmament, and that's because he's a glober?
No. The separation, the difference, right? When it's talking
So
about
that language in the
heavens
Bible
opening
that
up.
it rains through the firmament, we all agree that's not the case, right? Or are there any doubts?
No, we all agree. Like we agree. Some of us agree that there's a distinction between the rain that comes out of clouds and the water that was released from the heavens, right, for the flood. Difference. But that
Nah,
he
that's what we
literally
ran away.
opened up the heavens and let waters from above come down, not not from natural processes of evaporation of like water and precipitation, right? Evaporation, precipitation. No, that's not what happened. Like there could have been some of that as well during the process, but the waters came up from underneath, right, the ground and broke open the surface of the earth, probably causing a lot of the craters that we see today. They weren't rocks from outer space. And he opened up the heavens, the firmament, literally like made room from like the whatever's enclosing us in, opened it up and let waters from above come down.
Are you a mod?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If we actually read the text, it doesn't just say he opened up the firmament. It says he opened up a door in the firmament.
Right.
And
Yep.
when you so there's the firmament has like these holes or doors or windows, however you want to translate that word tara, because that word means like an opening, a door or a window. Even we
Yeah.
also use it for portals as well.
Yeah, like which disciple was it that was, as he was being stoned to death, looked up and he
Stephen.
saw the heavens, the
Stephen.
doors of heaven open,
He wasn't a
and
disciple. It
he
was
could,
just it was a disciple of a disciple.
right, yeah, and he saw angels and people like
Yeah.
glorifying God or whatever through an opening in heaven. He saw heaven opened up. I mean, like, was it raining on him? And he was just tripping out because he was like about to die. What? Like, no, it wasn't raining. That's
Right.
not what it meant.
But yeah, that's good
The
that that guy
reason,
ran away. He was being dishonest with the way he was communicating with me. He wasn't being like an honest speaker.
that's
It was
that's
just
Matthew. The reason he left
Yeah,
is
and I
quite a
was not
simple
going to
one.
mute him.
And I can tell you why he left, Frank. It's a very simple one. Number one, he has his own personal translations of the Bible. When you're here to translate directly, that sort of messed things up for him. Number two, T-Dub is not, I won't say exceptionally well versed in the Bible, but he's a lot better than me. And that makes a big problem for someone who likes to baffle people with bullshit, aka Matthew. So he's had him cornered. As soon as T-Dub spoke up, and he's also on the same side, he's got someone who's going to translate words, Matthew can't misinterpret stuff. And it had him over a barrel, so I was like, oh shit, I've got to make an excuse and run.
Well, all I said was that it's really like I just disagree with that. I said, nah, it's really because of he's a glober. I mean, he's pretty much admitted to us that when the scriptures tend to like contradict modern cosmology, right, or conflicts with it, like, and it's using some sort of other description that that doesn't fit with like the idea of the universe and planets and all that, he chooses to take it metaphorically, or like a parable, rather than it being literal. So yeah, so the scripture wasn't talking literally in those instances like what you're talking about, right? So it was more like he'll reinterpret everything like so that it matches what he thinks humanity understands as being reality today.
Yeah, it's defense mechanism. Anything that suits the globe narrative, it's literal. Anything that does not suit the globe narrative, oh, that's just speaking metaphorically.
yeah, it's
Think I'm
just
joking?
ridiculous.
Wait till he comes
Ridiculous
back.
behavior. It is ridiculous behavior, man. Why does he even join here? Is it because he's welcomed?
Actually, my story for him, and I've said it before, and I'll stick with this. I think he's a closet flat earther, and because of his position in society, he can't just come out and say, "Hey, I'm a flat earther," because he will get expunged from whatever he thinks he's in. But as soon as he retires, he's going to be in here every day. He's going to come out of the closet.
He's not a closet, bro. He's just a globetard, man.
No, I think he's a flat earther. Seriously. Nobody can spend as much time as him in these rooms and not get it.
He was trying to like.
Yeah, maybe.
I speak the Aramaic language, and he was trying to like actually convince me that the words that he was coming up, he knows like the actual language. He said, "What did he say? Hermeneutics or something?" What did he say?
Hermetics.
Yeah, that bullshit, man. Like he was trying to convince me that the word raqiya means sky, but it doesn't. Like we use that word at home. I use that word every day at home to refer to like a bowl of noodles or something, because it means like a forged object. Like
something that's been
an object
beaten or forged out or something, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah, correct. That's what we use it for, and we mainly use it for bowls and plates and spoons. That's
Could
what we
you
use it
also
for.
interpret that as, like done with the blacksmith, could you also interpret that as something that's manufactured, something that's been handmade?
We use it mainly for we use it for bowls and spoons and knives but the literal meaning of it is something that has already been forged. So technically, it can apply to any. It can apply to anything. Like, you know when I don't know. Who's
now that you've said that actually makes sense to me, because somebody who was born after the firmament was created would use that term because it's something that's already been forged.
Well, we have a word for making as well, but like there's different ways of making something, and one of the ways of making something is called raqqa. That version of making is to forge. We use it for like when people are making a vase and they have their hands and the thing is spinning around and they're making a vase out of that clay, that liquidy clay stuff. I don't know.
Stuff like that. Yep.
Yeah. That is also called raqqa.
Is that the word used in Genesis 1:1?
No, Genesis 1:1 is not raka. That Genesis 1:1 is create. It's bara.
Yep.
That's the word for creating. To
Doesn't
make
that also
something come into existence.
doesn't it also refer to like something being built or constructed?
No, it's not.
No.
It's not.
Okay.
So
I could
we
have swore
can
I
use it for that.
looked that up a while
We
back.
can use it for that. We can, but it's just we don't. We have better words to. We have better specific words for actually construction instead of using bara. Like,
Right. Fair enough.
we wouldn't say I created this house. We'll say I built this house. You know, because the word for bara means to create. Like, even though we can say I created this house, we'll normally use the more appropriate word. But yeah, the only thing, there's only two things that God created, like, by himself. Have you noticed? There's only two. When you read the whole scriptures, it's always let there be and let there be. And the only two things he actually created, like, without agency, is the sky and and um and light and the kingdom. Those are the only things he created by himself. Everything else was created through agency. But I think this information is probably not even found in Genesis. Genesis is very vague.
Has it been constructed like that so it is vague? So people can misinterpret it?
No, it's not. It's not vague for that reason. It's vague
Or
because
is it like that because it's been through multiple translations from one
no,
language to another, and that's how things just get broken down over time?
no, it's not. It's not. That's not. Look, the intentions behind it are actually good, but what's happened is the text, the Genesis text, is look. The focus of Genesis is actually not about creation. It's actually about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the 12 tribes. But the first 10 chapters are just trying to give you like a brief history before they get to the main story. And though, if you want to read more in depth about that brief history, those are left for other books. There's other books that talk about that history, like Jubilees or Yashar, or other manuscripts written by other ancient people, like
Right.
Assyrians, for example. I'm an Assyrian myself.
Yeah.
I can read those manuscripts in Aramaic they were written in, and they
They
talk
say
about
that the
like
book of
war.
Job. They say that the book of Job like was written pre like Abraham, so it was like came
Yeah, of
from
course,
like
yeah,
some
of course.
Mesopotamian like culture, not
It's
a Hebrew like culture.
correct. So Job's time, Job was way before Abraham. Like a lot of the stories in the Bible are before Abraham. Like don't forget the Tower of Babel and you got Adam and Eve. These stories happened and were written before Hebrews even existed. Are you following?
Hey, is this on topic for Flat Earth? Because I want to talk about that.
Yeah, sure. We can jump there. The thing is, because
Yeah, we
Flat
can.
Earth does
Yeah.
connect to Scripture, That's why. Yeah, we can jump there if you
All
like.
right.
What
No, I'm
questions do you have?
pretty.
I
I'm
just want to
pretty close.
say something too about like Matthew leaving. Right when he left, he said, "Oh, T-Dub's going to mute me." Like I wasn't going to mute him, and I don't think I have ever muted him. I may have banned him once, maybe, but I don't think I've ever muted him. Oh, possibly I did once when he maybe once or twice when he interrupted. Right, he just
So,
like barged his way into a conversation and started speaking for us and saying we say this and we say that. And I was like, yeah, we'll let him know what we say. But like,
so
I don't think I've ever really like. Yeah, I don't know
well,
why he said that, bro. I just want to say that in my defense.
so I'm pretty
What was
close
the
to
further
being
question?
I'm pretty close to being a flat earther. Right? But my
How do you
one.
know?
Well,
How
my
do you know?
one thing.
What if you
My one.
what if you're only like 2% there and you think you're close, but you're actually only 2% there?
Well,
Or
maybe
if
I
you're
am. I
trolling,
don't know. I don't know. But I just have one question, and then I'll pretty much be convinced, right?
Go ahead.
So like when like you have like a land navigation map, right? It's on a 2D plane, right? It shows the equator projection and everything, right? I think that's what it's called. My bad if it's not. But you have the equator projection and you get you put your compass put it on the map. But you have to subtract for like fucking like true north versus like grid north and stuff like that, and like declination and inclination off of like those things. So I just would like an explanation to that. And I'm not trying to like disprove flat Earth. I just want to know like how it works. That's
Just with
probably Makeda,
mapping.
my bad.
You want to do it the easy way? Go down to your local scout hall. Those
Because like
kids will show you how to do it.
I've done a lot of land navigation in my life, and I've had to
So you
take
know
into
how it works
account
then.
like true north and grid north and stuff like that, like with azimuth and shit. And I just like it's hard for me to comprehend. It's hard to get like through
Academics.
it to where like it's like you have to subtract the grid north, true north, and stuff like that, like azimuth and stuff, which is why I think that the Earth could
It's
maybe be a
heaps easy.
sphere. You
No,
know?
that's got nothing to do with the sphere.
What?
That's got to do with local maps and how they're aligned in comparison to magnetic north. So there's a thing called magnetic declination. Every single area's got its own what north is. But when they print the maps out, the maps are actually lined up to the stars. So the grid lines, longitude and latitude, are lined up to stars, not to magnetics. So all of a sudden, you put the map down. How are you getting around? You're using a compass, which relies on this magnetic field, which the map's not lined up to. So what they do is they line the map up.
Slow down, and you don't gotta talk like that. Okay, just be chill.
They line the map up so it matches the magnetic field,
told you, bro.
and
Come
then
It's just the way he talks.
Okay,
It's just the way he talks.
they line the map up so
my
then they work out the magnetic declination, the difference at that specific location. So it might be plus 5 degrees. So when you get your compass, you go click, 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 and that's you lined up. So you can line the map up now to magnetic north-south, and off you go. That's it.
Okay.
It's got nothing to do with the ball.
So my presumption or my assumption was that the equator projection. Like I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to say what I had thought. Okay, and I want to know why I'm wrong. Okay, because I do.
Did you mean Mercator?
Yeah.
M for
Mercator.
Mike. Yeah, Mercator.
Mercator. Yeah.
That's the dude that.
My bad.
My
bad. Okay, but fucking fucking my question is like I always thought it was like the sphere, right? You have the North Pole, the South Pole, and the North will always point towards the North Pole. So no matter where you are in the world, it'll point towards the North Pole, right? So my thought that's like is if like I'm in like freaking like California, it'll point north to the top of the freaking thing. If I'm in I don't know Rush, like if I'm on the opposite side of the world, if I'm in like freaking Poland, it'll still point to the north part of the Earth, right? So like if it didn't meet at the top of something or like at the top of a sphere, like a top of a magnetic pole, then like how does that exactly work if we're like on like this freaking like square or something? What's that?
It's no. It's just simply a discrepancy between like your polar, like your celestial pole north, right? That'd be the ground position, right, under Polaris, and the magnetic pole, which is like supposed to be in Siberia or somewhere, and it's moving at like a meter a year or some shit like that. And academia even tell you like that they don't really understand what's going on with the Earth's magnetic fields. Like they're still trying to figure it all out.
Like I mean, like I don't think we live on like I don't know if we live on like a flat Earth or like if like all the shit about the ice wall and all the shit around the ice wall is true or like what's actually true. But there's definitely some fishy shit going on that they don't want us to know. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely not just a sphere.
Yeah, like the fake space.
Yeah, so like I
Yeah.
was just wondering like what the explanation was because I know like you can like go on like certain parts of the Earth and see
Explanation for
shit super
what?
far away that like shouldn't be there and shit.
Explanation for what shit?
For what?
You just wanted an explanation for what?
The declination, like fucking like grid north versus true north, and how that works with maps and shit.
I told you already.
Yeah, I heard you.
There's something magnetic in the middle.
In the middle, like in the middle of like.
Well, this is gonna be amazing.
Then don't talk if you don't like it. Damn. I'm out here trying to freaking talk to y'all, and you're just.
I wasn't having a shot at you, young fella. So hold your britches.
Nah, I know what you were saying. I'm just out here trying to figure out.
There really is nothing to explain. It's just, like I said, it's just a difference between your celestial pole and your magnetic pole.
All right. Because that was the thing I was
There's
confused about.
actually
It was like
more
having
than
done a lot of
two
land
magnetic
navigation and
poles.
shit, and then like it's like there's so many like conflicting like things. It's hard to decipher.
Well, there's nothing conflicting about magnetic declination. That is super straightforward.
That's the one thing I'm hung up on, if I'm gonna be honest.
In the side chat, there's a pretty map with blue and red lines on it, and Yaga's just posted up another one. If you click on that map and have a look at it, you can see where it's got on the blue lines, it'll have like -10 or -20, and on the red ones, it'll have +10, +20, and there's a green one that's got a twisted path, and there's a couple of them across the map. Now, if you stand anywhere in any of those, any given position on that green line, north is correct. So your magnetic north is correct to your celestial north. That's it, 0. You don't have to adjust anything. Where it says minus, you actually adjust minus whatever that number is. So if you're in that particular spot, so in Australia, for example, on the far right-hand side, it's
like,
plus what, 12?
Yeah, it's like +18.
Far left-hand side,
yeah. Depends on what
-2.
hemisphere you're in, or no, I don't know, fucking which side of the
It
planet
just
you're
depends
on.
on your location. But as you can see, there's some pretty twisted, wild shit going on there. You can fully understand why a lot of people would get lost if they're just basing everything solely off the compass and not off of maps that have been adjusted for that specific area.
So,
if you didn't
like,
know about MagDeck.
My other question is like, how can I go from like California on a boat to China?
Well, the boat's a pretty good way of doing it.
Like, I'm just trying to gauge, you know? Like, if it's flat, that would mean like that things like aren't as simple as that, right? That you can't go around something if it's flat.
What would you be going around?
A spherical Earth.
But it's flat.
Then how can I go from one place on one side to the other side?
Maybe try.
What do you mean?
Like, as for instance, like on Google Earth, right? Now I'm not trying. I'm just trying to get y'all to like prove me wrong because I do think that there is a flat Earth. To be honest, I'm just asking questions. Okay.
You're talking about circumnavigation, like starting at one point and going around and coming back to where you started.
Yeah, kinda. Like, let's say like I start in like North Carolina, right? Go all the way across America, go through the Pacific Ocean, through China, through all that, through all the way to France, and then I end up back in North Carolina. If we're like on a flat Earth, how is that possible?
Just went in a circle.
So I'm in a circle.
Yeah, it'd be the same on the globe too. You'd have to go in a circle.
So you're saying like on a flat Earth, you'd be just going in a circle around the flat Earth, kinda.
Yeah, I think so. That's how you could do it. That's how you could end up back where you started, by going in a circle. Like going around your house, going around your block, going around your town, going around an island. Same thing.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, because I was looking at some of this shit, and it's like you can see so much of the Earth before like it like starts to like like the curvature would like be disproven because like it was like some river or lake in fucking somewhere. Was it like Salt Lake or something? Or like Lake Tahoe where you should be able to see like you shouldn't be able to see the other side based off of the curvature of the earth or something. If it was true. I don't know.
We're not really attempting. Some people do. Like, there's some people are attempting to like build like a model, you might say, like to try and figure out the entire system. Like, how does it all work? Like, how are the land masses configured? You know, what's out towards the outer limits, right? Like, what's above us? Like, try and figure out how high it goes, and like how far can you go, and what might it be made of, and how do all the like the eclipses work, and like, what is the sun? How far away is it? How big is it? Like, all that sort of stuff. And they make claims about it too, even some of them. Some speculate, some actually make definitive claims about those things. Like Eric Debay thinks he knows how far the sun is away and and its diameter, like 3,000 something miles away and 30 miles in diameter. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool stuff.
Oh, like I was like listening to this one guy talking. He was like, "How if gravity is the strong force that can pull down anything, then like how does straws work or some shit?" And I started laughing, but like it's like, wait a minute, damn.
Check out the chat, bro. Look at the chat.
Is that the model right now? The most current model?
Some people seem to think that that could be the way that the lands are configured, and that might be a representation of the Earth's surface. I don't subscribe to it. I used to think it maybe could make sense. It might make some sort of sense that there's an ice ring surrounding all the continents, holding the water in, but it might not be that. It might not be like that. And Antarctica might actually be an island continent, right? Even if there is some other ice wall that exists out there somewhere so far beyond the range of our investigation that it's cold because the sun's light doesn't reach there and the water freezes and it builds up and whatever. Like, I don't know. Who knows, right? It's a proposal. That map there is actually a globe projection. So that's a globe squished out so that that the bottom of the Earth becomes a concentric ice ring around the middle. You can literally use the math that they've used to make that projection, and take any point on Earth and make that the center, and then use the same math, and it'll stretch out like that, like, so that you could like make Australia the ring around the Earth, right? Or North America, or some other landmass, or just have water going around the outside, nothing in there. Like, it's just a squished globe that's a north-centered projection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Do they still use this Gleason map? Do they still use that?
It serves a purpose in some fields and industries. I mean, they say it's really good for distance radially, but to use to get distance concentrically, you have to use a special equation so that your distances remain the same. Otherwise, if you took those distance literally, like then literally, like points between, between latitude lines gets wider and wider apart as you go south, right? I don't think that's been proven to be the case. I actually think they diverge myself. I mean, I live in Australia, and south, like it's pointing at a direction, like a place, like not off in all directions. So that if I'm in New South Wales and I go south, I get to Sydney, right? If I go over to Western Australia and I start going south, it's going to take me that direction. I'm going to be heading in that direction, the direction that I was pointing at when I was in New South Wales, not some other direction splaying out and converging. I mean, diverging. Like, that's what I think. Yeah, I don't think that they're diverging. South is the
Do you have
latitude lines are diverging.
do you have a special compass for south? Or are you using a regular
No,
compass?
actually, I what did I get? I got something sent to me. It was a it's a little monoscope thing. I think I got. Where is it? Was it in here? Yeah, and it was made in China in the north, and apparently they didn't do anything to it. They just made it. They didn't calibrate it or do anything special to it. They just made a compass, right? And then they shipped them out to, made them available to all over the world, right? And I got one, and I compared it to another compass and the compass on my phone, and all that. It says the same thing. Points in the same direction. It says south is the same, north is the same as any other compass does. So I'm thinking that that's all bullshit. About magnets work not magnets, compasses work different in the north as they do in the south, and you need special ones calibrated for the south and all that. Maybe if you go way south, maybe then you might need to recalibrate. I've seen videos where like they go to like this dude's in Antarctica and he's looking at his compass and it's just like swiveling around, and then not like when it stops it's not even pointing in the right direction. He says it's useless. Can't even use this compass here. So I don't know. That could be because of that map that Matrix and Yaga posted with the different, the magnetic anomalies in the Earth's magnetic fields causing magnetic declination to the point where it looks like there's two south poles. Like, how does that work? But here at around about 29, you might as well just round it up to 30. Just say 30 degrees south latitude, right? Compass from north of the equator works just fine. I mean, China weren't making special ones only for Australia, so that when somebody ordered that product that I got that's got the compass in it, they didn't go to a shelf. Oh, Southern Hemisphere customers, yep, send that one to them. No, they've just got a warehouse full of the same fucking thing, and they just walk in and grab one and then ship it to you. They don't care where you are. You could be Italy, you could be Africa, you could be Australia, wherever, Hawaii. They'll just send it out to you. They don't care. They didn't calibrate anything. They just made a compass. It's made sure it pointed north. That's all they did.
Those are maps of magnetic fields. I'm looking at.
Correct.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Like I said before, you can understand why people get lost, especially if they don't know to adjust for magnetic declination and they're just using their compass. Hey, that way's north, that way must be east, I'm sailing east, good for me. Yeah, your compass will be all over the place.
That
No, it's
declination
interesting
is
too.
crazy. Look at it. That's crazy.
It is, and you know when they're measuring it, right? They're actually treating the invisible magnetic field lines as straight, not curving. Like they measure them in angles. Like they measure the actual magnetic force as if it's pure, like strictly vertical, not on an not curving over. Like, and they'll say that you can just essentially treat it because it's such a large arc, just like they say this such a large curve, right? That it's imperceivable. You might as well just treat it as flat, and it'll measure flat. That's what they tell us, right? Same as the magnetic field lines. They say that they're just so huge of an arc that we just measure them as if they're vertical, straight, perpendicular to horizontal. Because you got magnetic declination and inclination.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Yeah, that's the red and the blue, right?
I think I'm not
Declination.
sure. Is that what the colors mean? Matrix? Do you know?
All I know is the colours are, depending on whether you're positive or negative, you adjust forwards or backwards on your compass to allow for a decline, incline. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because like there's one that'll make your needle of your compass want to go up and down, or down, right? Pulling down, whatever. And then there's which one's which? That'd be inclination, wouldn't it? Declination would be side to side, left to right, wouldn't it? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about me.
So when people are sailing, they get like caught in these magnetic fields. Is what we're saying?
Yeah, they're like hard bits of wire that are strung across everywhere, and you've got to actually lift them up and just push your boat underneath them. No one's getting caught in them. It's not like some wild wire rope that's strung across everywhere that's catching boats left, right, and centre. No, it's just a magnetic field. You use your compass to work out which way you're going.
There is some wild stories and legends about sailing ships that went too close to, like, was it Rufus Niga or whatever, Mount Meru or whatever, like in the north, and that, like, the nails were coming loose out of ships, and you know, people are losing earrings out of their ears and stuff like that.
I thought you guys were saying like the compass doesn't matter because these magnetic fields like pull you anyway or something.
Well, that map is obviously
No.
distort. I mean, not true.
So why is the map not true? Every single map was designed for a specific purpose. If you're using the map for its intended purpose, there's no problem. If you're using the map for something else, however, good luck. That's why there's so many different maps, because every person had their own specific idea of what they wanted to do. The difficult part for me is the fact that I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what their specific purpose was for that map. So if you go and use a local map for flying from Sydney to LAX, that's not going to get you very far. And on the flip side, if you've got a magnetic field line map and you only want to go down the street to buy some groceries, that's probably not going to help either. Every single map has its own function. Half of the fun is working out what that function is.
And how are they able to map out these like magnetic fields?
They go to a specific location, see which way their compass points, and go, oh shit, we're out of whack here. Let's take note of that. And we'll mark that on the map. And they'll notice that the compass north doesn't match up to the, was it latitude, longitude grid? It'll be out by 5 degrees at that specific spot. So they mark that. And they'll mark a whole heap of these 5-degree lines. And if you have a look in side chat there, the one that's got the red and blue lines all over it with the occasional green one in between, that's what it comes out like.
Got it.
Yeah, we're still figuring shit out too, just like everybody else. I mean, like even look into some of the studies done, within academia, from a globe Earth perspective, and they'll tell you, look, this is not making much sense to us. Here's what our studies show, and we're still trying to figure this out. Like with magnetic fields, like the magnetic field lines, they're like throwing their hands up in the air, like saying, "Well, I don't know." Like some of this is just very strange to us, and we don't understand it properly. And you'll find that a lot, like within academia. Like they'll say, this is what we think is going on, but we're not sure. And then people come in like thinking that it's set in stone, they've figured it out. Like their own experts are saying, no, we haven't.
So it's way crazier than this map is showing them, probably.
Oh, who knows, man? I don't know. Yeah, could be.
But like flat earthers and Clovers, they agree that like there's a lot of fields though, right? There's a lot of magnetic fields going on, but they just don't agree like how you can measure them and how many or whatever.
I wouldn't know. We're in agreement that there's a magnetic field, right? Like they're saying, oh, well, compass is being affected by something, right?
Yeah.
Which is pretty amazing, isn't it? Like this is invisible thing around us that we can utilize for directions.
I thought you were going to go into full Star Wars mode then, T-Dub. It binds us, it penetrates us.
Well, you never know.
It's
Maybe.
the Force.
Maybe. Well, people are talking about this, this current gradient or whatever that exists. The higher you go, the electric current gets stronger or something like that, is it?
Yeah, I've never been into the whole ether thing. I had a look into it years ago, and that was about it. Very lacking in information to back up any of the calls.
There is some literature from centuries past that talk about using harvesting energy from the ground and the air, and how to do it, and all this stuff.
It is interesting.
Looked much into
You find old books, like old stuff, and a lot of it is photocopies of photocopies. So how old the original books are, who knows? And they've got ridiculous sized fruit and veggies and shit growing, and how they did it, and the electrical currents involved, and some of the numbers they're showing. I ain't walking across that freaking field, man. That's it's stupid. It's just a couple of 100 volts across here, and it's just like, say what?
I just pictured in my head that you dropped an M&M.
It was a Jaffa. I was just making sure the globe is still filled at home. Gravity test. Yeah, still works.
Well, some people have pointed out, how, if we want to grow plants without natural light, right, without the sun's light, we use artificial light, right? We use electricity and these gas bulbs and whatever, right? It's this high-powered electric generated light, right? But, we don't try and grow them next to big, simulated nuclear fusion balls or plasma or fire, right? Yeah. So that's interesting too. And we harvest electricity from sunlight, right? Solar panels. So that's interesting.
Using very specific components of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why grow lamps, even with the LED ones, the first generation was shit, but after they honed in on which specific wavelengths to use, the latest generations of them were absolutely brilliant. See, that was something I was thinking about today. I went down to get some photos printed out yesterday, and I thought I'd drop in on my way home from work. And whilst I was sitting in the car park, it's right next to this. There's a couple of soccer fields side by side, and it's beautifully manicured lawns. Anyways, it looked absolutely brilliant through the camera. It just looked like snow. So I'm sitting there thinking, as the sun moves away, very specific light wavelengths disappear, leaving us with these beautiful orange and purples and whatever colours are left over. Now, something's very interesting. With my camera, now that I've had the conversion done, if I take off the filter on the front of it, everything comes out this crazy orange colour. Like there's too much red that's been left in the image, even though that's how the camera naturally sees it now. And that's what I was thinking, one of the things I might do one day, just to show how much these specific wavelengths disappear, is I'll set up a lens of a given wavelength so I know what it is, and then all I'll do is just aim at a random tree or something like that, and we'll just get a photo every hour or every half an hour to show the intensity of that, how it drops off, so I can test. So as the sun sets, for example, I'll be able to see the intensity of the IR, or whatever frequency I'm using, dropping off, or increasing if it increases. I just thought that'd be another cool test I could do with this little toy that I've got.
I bet there's something there for why certain animals, certain pollinators, are only active at certain times of the day.
Well, funny you should say that today. Something I found interesting. They always say some things like how bees are attracted to certain flowers and that. It's not in the 720 or under, or it's not in the 720 or over wavelengths. It must be the other way in UV, because when you take photos of flowers with IR, they still come out as, like when it's converted to black and white, they come out as pure white, the same as the leaves. There's nothing that I can see with my eyes, not saying that bees and other shit can't, that I can see that tells me the difference between flowers and leaves. They all look the same.
Okay.
So unless it's on the other end of the spectrum and it's UV, and when I get a UV filter, we'll be able to find out soon enough. And I'm suspecting that it is, because I've heard other people say it is before, that it'll show up when I grab a UV filter. So I'm pretty keen for that, actually, because yeah, UV photos look pretty cool. You know, when you go and get the photos and scans done for skin cancers, and you come out black with blotchy dots and shit on you, that's a UV camera. Or it might not be a camera, it might just be the filter. Either way, same difference.
You mean like a black light?
Black light's UV, yep. So on your camera, there's a sensor. That's what collects all the light. Now on a normal camera, that sensor has a filter in front of it that when you buy a camera, it's already there from the factory. It blocks out UV light and it also blocks out IR above a certain level. Now when you get conversions done, they rip that filter off and just throw it to the shithouse. And depending on what you want, if you want a full open range, like what's called a full spectrum, all they do is put a clear filter back on there. It doesn't stop anything. And then you can pick and choose what you want to add later on. Now that's what I've had done. Or if you want, you can choose very specific filters to have stuck back on your sensor. So you can say, I only want to do UV photography. So anything above a certain wavelength, they block out and you only get ultraviolet. And your camera will be permanently set at that. And you can do it with all the way up the spectrum. So if I don't know if you've ever seen advertisements for filters or anything like that, it'll say ND 43 or ND 68 or ND 72, and that means that's the actual wavelength in nanometers, or a tenth of it. So if it says ND 72, that means it's a 720 nanometer wavelength. So anything below that gets blocked out. So you have to be higher than that for the light to go through. And that's how they do the filters. But I was actually looking, excuse me, there's a kit you can get which has got, 8 different filters in it. One's UV, a couple that range through the IR band, one that turns your camera back into full normal, or as close to normal as they can get. That kit's about, for us to get it in Australia, it's about $1,100. I was looking at getting that because I thought to myself the other day, that would be very handy, especially doing what I'm doing with the long range stuff, to be able to block out very specific things so I could go full UV and see if that is the band that's causing our problem and then step all the way through. So yeah, I'll probably end up getting that over time. But no, it's been somewhat very interesting. For me, the interesting bit is when it goes dark, how colour seems to come back into some things. It's really odd.
This has this torch that has all different settings on it, and one of them is UV. It's just so weird when she lights it up. It's like the room just like looks so different.
Have you put it on
Everything's
yourself?
a different color. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, you come out heaps freaky.
yeah, yeah.
All your freckles and shit glow up and do all sorts of weird stuff.
Yeah, I probably don't want to look because like I'll start freaking out, thinking like, "What is that? I'm gonna see a doctor."
Well, that's the funny thing. They do something. Ones that have got cancers and stuff running through them, they do something different. That's how they can tell you got them.
Sorry, what was that?
When you put UV light on yourself and all your freckles light up, skin cancers do something different. I don't know if they're brighter or they don't light up at all. They do something totally different. That's how they can tell.
Right. No, I don't know what it is, but I kind of remember, like, when I was a kid, colours seemed more vibrant and interesting. You know
You
what I
been
mean?
checked for cataracts, old man?
No, I haven't.
Seriously, I've had mine done already. All the colours are watched. They seem watched out. Everything turns to a grey, to the point where if at about 100 metres, if someone's wearing a green shirt and someone beside him's wearing a blue shirt, you'll struggle to pick them apart. It gets that bad.
I haven't had that test yet. I don't know. No, but, like, I can still see colour, like, you know what I mean? But yeah.
And it affects a lot of other things. Like, I'll give you an idea how bad my eyes were just because of the cataracts. At 2 car lengths, I couldn't read a number plate.
Right, yeah.
That's how much colours will blur together.
Got to be the screen, like fucking on our visions, right? I feel like everybody's vision is diminishing. I noticed, like, as a kid, I used to be able to see football fields away, Eagle Live shit, and now it's like I'm just so programmed to look at these screens that are like 2 feet in front of me that it's bad. And it's just like an artificial lighting component to it, I'd imagine, with these screens. Like,
Right.
I
Yeah, I
try
remember.
my hardest to keep like no blinds and all like natural lighting going, but I don't think even that works if like you're looking at a screen all day. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. I was just going to say, I remember the days when we actually used to turn TVs off.
Yeah, you only had very specific times to watch the TV, and God help you if that was a time that your old man was watching the news. You want to sit down, shut up, and listen.
Right. Ugh, boring. When's Home and Away on?
You're soft.
But while you guys were talking about UVs and stuff, I was thinking like it's been a while since we've found like new invisible light spectrums, right? Am I incorrect on that? And there's got to be like a ton of them out there, right? That we don't know about.
It's
I
not that we
guess
don't know about the electromagnetic spectrum. We know a fair bit about it. Our personal visual range is a very small component of the entire spectrum. That's the problem. We can only see a very small chunk of it. They know that, like for example, me doing IR photography. Even though I know I can't see infrared, the camera can still pick it up, and the camera can convert that to black and white for me, so I can witness what is going on, and it looks pretty cool. You still see the same thing, but some things are just lit up totally differently because of the way the light jumps off of items like leaves on trees, things like that. It all comes out like snow. And that's why I was just going through a few photos now, having a look at them. But yeah, there's nothing to say that they can't develop a sensor that can pick up other bands and then convert it to an image that we could see. Apparently, years ago they had those they call them ghost hunter glasses, dicyanin glasses, that could see whatever wavelength that was. And apparently, they tried using them in the military, chucked them on pilots and things like that, and they caused more trouble than what they were worth. People were seeing random shit, shooting at the wrong things, saying that there was ghosts and whatnot else, and that turned out to be a right pain in the bum. I wouldn't mind getting me grubby little fingers on a set of those. So if you know anyone that's got a pair, I'll borrow. I'm happy to pay for them.
So it's almost like it was just like hallucinating then or something. And
no, they actually allegedly you can as the story goes, they apparently can see other things. So stuff that we can't normally see with our naked eye. Best way to describe it, it's like picking up a set of binoculars. Now you can see shit that you couldn't see before.
Interesting.
Well, that's what I thought. But yeah, I've had a look about, and yeah, good luck getting yourself a set.
Is there any like how could I say, like, do you kind of fully trust in that mechanism though? Like maybe it could be lying to us.
Do I fully trust in
How do we,
what? Sorry.
like the fact that that thing you're talking about, right? That looks that they were what is it called?
Dicyanin glasses.
Dicyanin glasses, right? So we kind of just have to like trust the manufacturers in that case, right? There's no real.
Oh no, this wasn't like Oakley or Ray-Ban were producing thousands of pairs of these. These were done in the basements and shit like that. The componentry was actually banned for some reason, which makes one scratch their head and think, I wonder why. So anytime things like that get stopped or banned, you question it. You don't just sit back and go, oh, well, it's definitely for my safety. No. If it got blocked, stopped, banned, or removed from our usage, there's something cool going on there, and I want in.
Yeah, true. But what I'm saying is, like, I question whether these guys actually making these devices are like, how are they able to like verify that what they're seeing is what they're seeing. It's like it's almost some like hallucination goggles to me. Well, maybe not,
you
but
take them off. If the thing is not there, well, is it still there? That's the question.
But how do we define what that is, though? I know.
What you do is you hand the glasses to some numpty standing beside you, and when they say, "Oh shit, there's a thing standing in front of me," and they lay an egg and run, then you know that thing is what you saw is there.
Yeah,
Because
it's
the
kind of like
probability
Eddington's
of you
experiment.
translating or you hallucinating the same thing as the guy next to you when you're both stone cold sober, that's a bit of a problem.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like Eddington's experiment. You know how he proved relativity.
But to be like the light science, it's we clearly like have no idea what's going on with like light, and it's way crazier than imaginable. I reckon. Like I listen to a lot of like Jack Cruz. I don't know if you guys know that guy, but he talks a lot about light and how it's like deeply affecting everything, and nobody like takes it into account really. And I just imagine like we're way off, and there's a lot more invisible weirdness going on.
Oh shit, yeah, I reckon there's a lot more going on than what we can see. Might be a good thing that we only have a limited visual range and not as in distance as in on the electromagnetic bands.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of invisible stuff. Like that's why Nikola Tesla said, if you want to understand.
How do you know? You can't see it.
Yeah. And Nikola Tesla said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. So did you guys see Project Hail Mary?
No.
You should see it, Banhammer. It's a good movie.
Project Hail Mary.
It's like the biggest thing out right now, bro. It's super popular.
Or like Men in Black type popular.
It's like everybody that's seen it is giving it like a 10 out of 10. They're saying it's the best movie since Interstellar.
Interstellar was shit.
Yeah, but a lot of people liked it.
Yeah, this has to do with like some sort of interdimensional creatures that can talk to you, but only certain people can hear it.
Well,
that is nothing to do with Hail Mary. Are you talking about Interstellar?
No, the Hail Mary one. Doesn't it start with like some reporter just speaking gibberish on the news, and then
No.
Okay.
I love space movies.
Have you seen Project Hail Mary, Fidget?
No. I'm gonna check
What?
it out.
I cannot believe you guys have not seen it. It's like incredibly popular. I want to see how much money it's made so far.
Well, that's how you gauge how good a movie is, because of how many
No, how
morons go and
popular,
see
how
it.
popular. Not how good it is, how popular.
Well, it doesn't make it good just because people have been duped into going to see it.
Yeah, it's usually
I
the
saw it.
opposite.
I saw it. I enjoyed it a lot.
It looks pretty good though.
It's made 500 million. in less than a month.
That's great.
In 2
So
weeks.
does that make it? So if it had only made 200 million, and now it's made 500 million, does that make it better or worse movie?
Banhammer, I already said the amount of money it makes has nothing to do with the movie being good. I said it's popular. It's popular.
Yeah, but popular in this
Hear what
day
I'm
and
saying?
age means fucking nothing.
Agreed. I was just telling you it's popular. I wasn't saying that because of its revenue that makes it good.
Oh, fuck it. Pirate Bay, download. What's it called? Hail Mary.
You motherfucker.
Oh,
You motherfucker.
shit.
You gotta watch it, bro. It's called
Okay,
Project Hail
I'm
Mary.
just going to gauge this now. Game of Thrones, good, bad, or other?
Never seen it.
Wow. How can you not see it? Every other fuckwit has.
Exactly. It's good. It's a good question.
So,
What do you like Game of Thrones?
Same. I'll tell you how much of Game of Thrones I watched. I watched probably about 30-something minutes of the first one, and then went, nah, this is shit.
That's kind of why I've never seen it, bro.
Hey, at least I gave it a go. One of my mates actually gave me the first 4 seasons, and he's got, you got to see this, it's freaking awesome. And I watched that much of the first one, and I'm like, bro, this is shit. And he goes, how can you say that? Right? And I said, well, you can say whatever you like, whether it offends someone or not, that's another story. It's still shit. And one of my other mates pipes up, and it's like, nah, bro, you got to let it warm on you. You got to watch the first season and a half. And I'm like, if I'm going to invest a season and a half just to let a show warm on me, I think I'm doing it wrong, cuz. Seriously, the pilot is supposed to warm on you. If the pilot grabs your attention, you're going to watch the whole the lot of them. You're already in.
Just for it to warm up. Isn't it like 30 episodes a season too? And like an hour an episode? That's fucked up, bro. No, but I'm saying like that's a lot of time commitment.
And I ain't committing that much. Like, seriously, I'd rather go out and watch the grass grow. Like, it's going to be more fun.
Alright, ask me some other things though to gauge.
No, that's a good indicator. If you haven't watched Game of Thrones, that's good. Because I was just thinking the way you were telling me about how it's so popular and all this shit. I'm thinking, yeah, Game of Thrones was popular also, believe it or not.
No, it's a really good movie. Obviously, we know like all of the shit, you know, all the quote unquote sci-fi shit. It's fucking bullshit, but it's entertaining as a fantasy movie. Do you want the plot?
Not really.
Okay.
You're funny.
I'm just curious what you'd think of the concept of astrophage.
I'll tell you one book I did read a while ago. It had a fucking shit plot, but damn did it have a cast. The Phone Book, yeah.
The Phone Book.
He'll click on it in a second. Don't worry. It's all good. Shit plot, great cast. You're not really into movies and stuff, are you? Oh wow.
Bro, they should make a flat Earth movie, bro.
Yeah, you didn't see it? It's called Thor Ragnarok.
Wait, are you sure it's called
Thor Love and Thunder.
Where they go into space.
There's also Lord of the Rings. What else do you got going on? Dark City. There's another movie called Dark City.
I love that movie.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth movie.
Good one.
Yeah, that's pretty twisted.
That's like the first Matrix, right, or some shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good shit on that one.
You guys seen Severance?
Yeah, that's good.
Severance. Don't remember. Don't think so.
Just the first season. I don't know.
I like apocalyptic shit.
Oh, is that a TV series? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's about
I don't
like Elon's brain chip. I forget what it's called. Right?
They basically.
I did watch the first couple of seasons of Westworld. That was a spin-out.
Oh yeah, that's trippy, huh?
Yeah. Everything holds on to that last episode. It's like, holy. I actually bought them on bloody DVD.
Yeah, I like apocalyptic shit. Dystopia too.
So you read 1984 then?
Of course, yeah. Great book.
Good boy.
What about The Giver?
Oh, no,
Have you read that?
I was just looking who I was talking to. It's Jaeger, so that's all right then. I was talking to a Glober. I was going to say, and you've read 1984, and you're a Globetard. This is a major freaking broken person.
Well, I don't know. Remember Floundering yesterday? He said he believes the Bible completely.
Floundering is an idiot. Like, seriously, just have a look at his name and have a look at the way he talks. You got what you deserve there. Because that's what he does. He's just floundering all over the place, just flapping about, so you'll follow until you catch him, and then he'll flap about some more. He's a pain in the ass. Like, seriously, every single time I've ever had him in any of the channels, he's done exactly the same thing. You'll ask him a question, and he'll give you this hyper vague answer. Like, he may as well just turn around and, hey, what's your favourite car? Purple crayons are tasty, man. That if he said that every single time, he'd be better off.
Literally.
There's a few of them like that. Have you come across Ice JJ Fish yet?
Yeah. I think, the only thing that name does for me is I just think troll. Is he a troll?
He started out as a troll. And all of a sudden, when we absolutely dosed him one night, I don't know who it was, I can't remember if it was DJ. Like, they didn't do anything bad to him. They just laid the facts down thick and hard and just absolutely stomped this poor kid. And all of a sudden, he was like, my troll's not working here. So he pissed off for about a week, maybe longer. And then he came back, and now he's an expert on everything. He's looked up about 6 words, refraction. So anytime we put down any long-range observations or anything to do with optics, straight away, refraction, no, you can't have that. It's just, everything's refraction. And it's just an absolute pain in the ass to talk to. Everything's refraction. And all of a sudden, he started looking up satellites, and, this satellite does this, and this satellite does that. And Master Yoda give him a good thump in one episode, but I don't think he hit him hard enough because he still came back with even dumber shit. He was making claims that certain satellites are doing certain things, and Yoda just ripped him a new one. Quite comfortably too. Like, I don't think he had to go too far out of his way. And he doesn't slow down and think about the results of what he's putting forward. And he's gone from being a troll to just a dumb shit anti-FE. He's not even a good one. He's probably better off going back to being a troll.
Yeah. I mean, at least you made him go look shit up,
Well, that's the other thing. You can tell him to go look shit up, and we can block him in chat and then just mute him, and eventually he'll run away, but he will never produce a citation. So if he makes a claim, pin him to that. Make him back it up, especially if it's something scientific. Make him back that bastard up. He won't do it. He's never yet posted a clean, clear citation in the side chat for any of the claims that he's put forward that I've come across. He's posted some shit on satellites and some other random dictionary definitions. only because we hounded the living shit out of him. But yeah, he's never actually put up a citation for any of his scientific claims. But
Banhammer, you're a flat earther, I assume? Banhammer?
The majority of the people in here are flatties, mate.
Explain to me then how magnetic field lines work.
How magnetic field lines work.
Yeah. They can only exist on a globe.
Excellent. That's
You know
a claim.
that, right?
Tell me how they can only exist on a globe.
Because they have to follow the electromagnetic principles.
What
They can only
electromagnetic
exist on a
principle?
round surface.
Okay,
The
what
one
electromagnetic
Maxwell's equation.
principle? Okay, what electromagnetic principle on what round surface?
What do you mean?
You just made the claim they can only follow electromagnetic principles around a round surface. So what electromagnetic principle around what round surface?
Gauss's law.
So around Gauss's law. So how about you be posting that up in the side chat, some kind of citation, so we can validate what you're talking about.
Sure thing. Sure thing.
Also, Banhammer, Sam's back. The bloke last night that was talking about refraction.
You ever heard of a ring
Sam's
magnet? Yeah, there's like flat magnets, disc magnets. They're not balls.
Yeah, look at the side chat, Yaga. He just actually claimed flat surface magnets don't exist and could not work. Yeah. What are those things on your fridge, bro? Anyways. Did he? Oh, no, I was going to say, don't tell me he just left. He couldn't find anything and he done a runner on us. That'd be weak. He came in so strong. I thought he was going to be the one.
Yuma Few, you still there? See your mic lighting up. Oh, now he deafened.
No.
Wait, now he's undeafened. Now he's deafened. Now he's undeafened.
On, off.
Lost to fridge magnets. That's rough.
What a way to get taken down by a bloody fridge magnet. Boo!
What did he say? He said that you need a globe for electromagnetic attraction or something?
No, electromagnetics principles only work on a curved surface.
He snickered. We just heard you snicker.
That sounds promising. He might have found something.
Apps is the game.
He's probably just trying to push AI into saying it only works on a curved surface or some shit like that. No, he's done a runner. No, he's back.
You guys read syllogisms?
Depends.
Yeah. Premise, conclusion.
Yeah.
Here we go. Is this the same stupid one that you put up before?
Yeah, just read P1, P2, and which one do you disagree with?
Is this the same stupid one that you posted up once before? Yes or no?
I don't think I've done it to you now.
You didn't post this up in the other channel?
What other channel?
Anyways, let's have a read. Premise
There's only
one.
one channel here, right?
Yeah, hold up. I'm going to read it out for those that are at home that don't want to look at their screen because whatever reason. Premise one. If the sun is above the clouds, and the earth is flat, then the bottom of the clouds should be in the shadow. Premise 2. The bottom of the clouds is not in the shadow. Conclusion. The sun is either not above the clouds or the earth is not flat. So let's go back through it. If the sun is above the clouds and the earth is flat, then the bottom of the clouds should be in shadow. Well, why should the bottom of the clouds be in shadow? Light would go straight through the clouds. To a certain degree, of course.
Yep, they're semi-transparent.
So, what
do you
shadow?
disagree with P1 or
Is
P2?
the bottom
what
of the
shadow?
sun? Is the bottom of the cloud more dense than the top?
I think it's uniform.
Yeah.
On whatever side the sun is, it usually receives the most.
So, is this syllogism here constructed with the idea that this is around sunset or sunrise time, or that it's 12 noon? Because if this is 12 noon, this is an absolute joke.
If it's 12 noon, it still works.
Oh, you slowed right down, then you had to think about it, didn't you? If the sun is above the clouds, well, at 12 noon, it bloody well is above the clouds, and the earth is flat, then the bottom of the clouds should be in shadow. Well, the sunlight still goes through them and lights them up a little bit, but sometimes they're dark. Mainly it depends how much rain we're about to have. Anyways, the bottom of the clouds is not in the shadow. So what are you saying? Because clouds are slightly see-through, I won't say, opaque, maybe.
So during noon,
so let me get that was an invitation of you to try to explain your stupidity. I'm just swimming in it at the moment. It feels nice. So at 12 noon, we've got the sun up in the sky. The clouds are in front of the sun, so the sun is definitely above the clouds. And the earth is flat. Then the bottom of the clouds should be in the shadow. This should be in the shadow of what? Themselves. I'm assuming
so if I find you an image of a
yes
cloud
or no?
it's bright on
they
the
should
bottom
be in the shadow of what? Themselves.
No, it's just a single cloud.
So one single cloud with the sun above it, what shadow would it be in?
There would be no clouds above it. The other clouds.
No, there's one single cloud. So there's no other clouds. Singular. Numero uno. One of. Mm-hmm. The sun is above Mr. Single Cloud. What shadow is Mr. Single Cloud in?
In the shadow? From the top?
I'll read it to you. If the sun is above the clouds, singular cloud, and the earth is flat, then the bottom of the cloud should be in the shadow.
Yeah,
so
right.
what
There's
shadow? The shadow of itself from the cloud. Okay, it is. So what's the problem? Sunlight's above it. Dark side on the bottom. That's how shadows work. But anyways, number 2. The bottom of the cloud is not in the shadow. I think you fucked up there, bro. I'm just putting that as just straightforward as I can. I'm not going to beat around the bush with that one. Sunlight is directly on one side of an object. The other side of the object is shadow. There you go. There's a classic example. Sun on one side of the object, shadow on the other. I'm happy with that. So your P2
Banhammer, how do you suspect the sun?
Holy shitballs, dude. Yeah, that's got nothing to do with this guy's premise. 1 or 2.
How do these images work?
How do they work? Well, someone took a photo and then they printed them out. That's pretty much the sum of all of it.
Why is most of the light on the bottom?
Well, you can still see the sun underneath the cloud there. Open your eyes.
Oh, so the sun is underneath the clouds. Okay.
Due to perspective. You know how that works, don't you?
So they magically go...
You know how that works, don't you? No, I didn't mention firmament. I said perspective. You've got a hearing problem there, son.
Yeah, what does the perspective do? How does it make the light go underneath the clouds?
Well, due to perspective, things converge at your eye level, don't they? So things that are above your eye line or eye level will converge downwards. Things that are below
the
will
sun was
converge
above
upwards.
the
Things to the
clouds,
left
you'd
will
expect
converge
light
to the
to come
right,
up.
and things to the fucking right will converge to the left. So, being that
Right
Mr.
and
Sun there
left
is a lot further away than
uppers and
the
downs.
cloud, the sun will appear lower than the cloud, even though in
show me a model
actuality,
how
even though
you
in
stuttered?
actuality, even though you're going to shut the fuck up with someone's going to mute you in a minute, actuality,
Mute me,
the sun
bitch.
is a lot higher than the cloud. Why are you?
Mute me.
You're just one of
Mute
these
me, bro.
fuckwits.
Just
Okay,
mute
look,
me,
hey,
bro.
okay. Let's save everyone the hassle. Let's just say you needed an excuse to run away. That's all that was. You got your answer. You didn't like it.
Banner, wait, explain to me. This would help me understand your point a lot more. Explain to me why or how the sun revolves around the Earth then.
Why or how the sun revolves around the Earth? I didn't put
Correct.
it there. I don't know. Why should I know this?
Well, you want to explain to me how shadows work. It seems pretty obvious to me shadows are based off the sun's position. That's why.
Okay, shadows are the result of light from whatever source. Doesn't necessarily mean it has to be the sun. Shadows are the result of light being blocked.
Okay.
So you know your good man Eratosthenes? He put a stick in the ground, thus casting a shadow because it blocked the light from the sun. Allegedly.
Okay. What is the point you're trying to make?
Well, you want to know how shadows work? I just fucking told you.
Okay, but how do they work in relation to the sun? Assume there was only one light source, the sun.
Well,
How
the
does that
sun
change
is a
things?
light source. You place an object that you wish the shadow to be cast off of in front of the sun, and then you need some kind of surface beyond that for the shadow to land on.
Wait,
in order for you to sense it or to locate it.
I agree with you 100%. I 100% agree with you.
So what has this got to do with the shape of the ground? Nothing.
It doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the ground. I'm asking.
Oh, excellent. So it doesn't really matter then. All right, keep going.
Wait, do you think the sun revolves or no?
The sun revolves.
Does the sun move or no?
I could ask you the same question. When you look out in any given day, does the sun move across the sky, yes or no?
Yes.
Good boy, because that's what I see too.
Okay, so we agree.
That the sun moves across the sky? It seems so.
Well, how in your models does the sun move across the sky? If it's not revolving, because as a round earther, it's obvious to me that it moves across the sky because the globe is revolving. It's turning in a circle.
How do you know that? Whoa, that's a big jump there. How did you get that? How did you get, I see the sun moving across the sky, so therefore it's me rotating underneath it? How did you jump to that conclusion?
I was taught it in
Where's
school.
my Jaffers? You were told something in school and you've just blindly accepted it.
But you said it's obvious to me. It's not obvious to you. You're just believing something someone told you.
I'm trusting when I was told because it seems logically valid.
Oh, you're talking to him. You're talking to him. Sorry. Yeah, bro. Can you tell me how it does it?
Can I explain to you how? No, I couldn't. I could not flesh out to you the details. But why is that? Why does that disprove it? Why does that disprove it from being true?
I was just throwing the same ball back at you, mate, that you threw at us.
I guess you're right. I guess you're right. But
I'm glad he thought about it. Most excellent. Nice one, T-Dub.
I got a question. Is the sun round?
It appears to be a circle of some description. It's pretty bright to stare at, though. It hurts.
Is the moon round?
The moon's crescent-shaped.
Huh?
Huh?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, the moon is crescent-shaped.
Crescent-shaped?
Yeah. Do you want me to put a photo up for you?
How about the planets? Like, are those spherical?
Don't know. You don't either.
No, but like
they're holograms.
Wake up yourself, Walk.
Beg pardon?
Does
Wake up
everybody
yourself.
agree?
I mean,
I said they're holograms.
We don't know what they're made of, right? We're not claiming that they're like places that you could go to and walk around on and experience being upright like you can here. We don't know what they are. But even if they had a spherical surface, well, for Earth to be like those things, Earth would also have to have like a curved surface, a spherical surface.
So,
But it doesn't. Does it?
I'm just wondering, like, when you view the planets, every other planet has different shapes. Is that what you're saying?
What makes you think Earth is one? What makes you think Earth is a planet?
Well, that's what I was taught, you know.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked up?
We're not saying it is. We're not claiming it is.
You ever looked up the word planet, where it comes from? Its original meaning? Etymology?
I know it's like Earth had a name like way back in the day. It was Terra, and then Sun was Sol.
Here, let's try
That was
something.
That was like one of the first names for it.
Hey, let's try something here. So, do you think Earth is a planet?
Yes.
Okay, where does that come from?
Where does it come from?
Why do you think Earth is a planet?
Because it revolves around the sun.
And where do you see that happening?
Through the seasons.
Do you see how you're gone completely circular?
So we know we have seasons.
Earth is a planet because it's a celestial body.
Well, it's not. Otherwise, it wouldn't be known as being a terrestrial one. Listen, we experience seasons, right? But you're interpreting that as something else that you don't experience, right? So you are asked, where do you see that? Where do you observe that? But you don't. You don't see that or observe that. You only have inference by other things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't actually observe it.
Well, let's say, if I go outside and it's cold, I'm like, oh, it must be because the degree went down. Like, you can do by observations. I think people in the past can also tell by observation the world was also round.
But how does that tell you the Earth is going around the sun?
How does it tell me it's going? Because like it just makes sense when we explain it.
No, it makes sense when they show you a cartoon on the screen. That's when it makes sense.
Hey Freeman, check it out. I want you to check it out on Wikipedia for yourself, because I don't want you to take my word for it. In the heliocentric model, which is the Earth and all the other planets going around the sun, which is what you were taught at school, have a look at the distances between summertime and wintertime. The Earth apparently follows an egg-shaped path around the sun. Now, when it's at its closest point, right, that's wintertime. When it's at its furthest point, or farthest point, however you want to say it, it's summertime.
It's the tilt of it.
So when you do the mathematics, and this is where it becomes quite interesting, when you do the mathematics, the tilt makes you 800 miles closer. That's all. So you get an 800-mile increase closer to the sun because of the tilt. Now check out the differences on Wikipedia between summertime and wintertime difference. If you think an 800-mile distance is enough to make you get hotter in the summertime, why the fuck doesn't a 3.8 million mile decrease have some kind of effect?
It has everything to do with convection currents and the climate.
Also, it's got nothing to do with being allegedly 3.5 million miles closer or further away. It's all to do with convection currents and a tilt.
Because the gravity affects the convection currents.
Gravity makes things hotter and colder.
Uma, you're saying convection currents.
Yes,
you're really not answering his question based on basic math. So
what do you
based
mean?
on the heliocentric globe model that you both believe, right?
Yes.
They are saying that 800 miles closer to the sun based on a tilt creates the difference between summer and winter temperature-wise. So why would a 3.8 million mile difference not also affect temperature?
Because the gravity is different.
I think you should just leave yourself on mute, son. You're not doing yourself any favors.
Okay, so I'm guessing you guys think that the moon landing's fake and how Artemis went to the
Before we jump onto
went to
that,
space.
did you look up the distances?
I have not.
Right, it might be wise for you to do that. Have you ever been to a camp where they've got a fire running and you all sit around the fire and it gets hot and you
What's
move
it called
further
on
away?
Wikipedia?
Well, you can
So
type in the heliocentric model, Earth's orbit, whatever you want to call it, mate.
I'm not
There's
an
a whole heap of
expert,
things that would fall under.
but
Hey, Sam,
try.
mute
Good to
yourself,
see you.
bro.
Good to see you.
Mute. Just hold it. Just wait.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can finish your point.
Yeah, we're chatting to Freeman at the moment. We don't need any helpers. More than enough me being here. So, anyways, if you've ever been to a campfire, you're sitting at whatever distance. If you want to get warmer, do you move further away or do you move closer?
You get closer. You get closer.
Exactly, 100%. If you want to get cooler, you move further away.
Correct.
Yep, so allegedly the sun is some massive energy source giving out light and heat radiation off of itself. Okay? Here we are moving further away, getting hotter. Here we are moving closer, getting colder. Sounds stupid, doesn't it?
I don't think Earth gets closer. I don't think it
Yeah,
ever
it does.
actually moves.
About 3.5 million miles difference.
It's just
It does get
it's a
closer.
tilt. Isn't it a tilt?
The tilt will give you 800
Okay.
miles difference.
So the NASA website says when Earth is closest to the sun, it is January. When it's farthest away from the sun, it is summer. A difference of millions of miles. So Fremen, if I build a big campfire, okay, because it's cold outside to keep myself warm, if I'm closer to the campfire, am I going to be warmer or colder?
You'd be warmer.
Jaeger.
And if I walk away, no, stop! Don't interrupt me. If I
You'd be
walk away
colder.
from the campfire, am I going to get colder?
You get
Okay,
colder.
so let's say I walk away from the campfire and I'm colder. If I tilt my body and I lean forward, am I going to suddenly be way warmer?
No, of course not.
If I tilt my body forward, am I going to be warmer than I am if I'm right next to the campfire?
No.
Then how the fuck does what they're telling you
Earth
make sense?
century. I mean, what they're saying makes sense. I understand.
No, how? How does it make sense? How?
What this guy, what you're telling me, it makes sense. Yes, it makes sense what you're telling me.
Okay, but that is the opposite of what the heliocentric model says. Like what Banhammer just said. When the Earth is closest to the sun, the Earth is the coldest. When the Earth is the farthest away in its orbit from the sun, it is the warmest. How is that possible? If what I said to you, the analogy I gave you, doesn't make sense.
See, what they tell us is it's because of the tilt. So let's put the tilt in it. You're standing in front of your campfire. Now, you said to us, you want to get warmer, you move closer. You want to get colder, you move further away. So what we're going to do is we're going to take one step backwards. So naturally, you're going to get colder. But the science is going to tell you if you turn 22 degrees, you're going to get warmer. So here you are, you've stepped away from the fire, which we know you're going to get colder, but yet if you turn 22 degrees to the side, or rotate 22 degrees to the side, you're going to get warmer. How spastic is that? Now you're starting to understand the levels of stupid that are across the heliocentric model, and that's just one component of it. You wait till you hear the other boys talking about natural laws and how space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That shit will spin you out.
Do like angles affect energy? I forget if that's a thing. I don't know much about it.
DJ, I don't know if you were hot micing then, but you lit up, but you didn't say anything.
Oh yeah, just trying to get my mic working.
Yeah, it says
You're
seasons
good.
are caused by the tilt of the Earth's axis,
Loud and
not
clear.
in the distance from the sun. While the sun is indeed closest to the sun, In early January, the northern hemisphere is tilted away from the sun, causing the sunlight to strike their surface at a shallow oblique angle.
So it seems, young Freeman, you've got some stuff to think about there, mate.
No, I came here unprepared. You know, I wasn't really.
That's all right, man.
But my understanding is literally it's just a tilt of the Earth, but also it looks like, you know, it's not a perfect oval around the sun. I'm sorry, it's not a perfect circle around the sun.
Doesn't matter. When you think about it logically, the tilt gives you X distance. So that tilt better be greater than the distance you're moving forward or away from the light source. Because if it's not, that tilt doesn't mean jack. There's an energy source, and you're either close to it or further away from it, thus giving you more or less energy. That's it. If they say the tilt is what causes it, think about it sensibly. You're on a sphere. So if you're in front of a light source and you rotate the same amount of energy, and think about it like this. The distance you are from the sun, because you're so far away, those energy levels would be nigh on even. So it's not like you rotating is going to give you a massive difference anyway. You're so far away from it that your 800, well, a 3959 mile difference is 0.002 of 1 degree. So an 800 mile difference is going to be even less than that. So it's not going to happen, dude. Sorry. That cartoon represents your summer and winter.
Yeah, look inside chat. That is literally the heliocentric globe model that you're taught. Explain to me how it's coldest in December and hottest in July.
But is this the accurate picture, like the distance and everything?
Yes, this is the heliocentric model.
Because I don't think the Earth is that close to the sun.
That's the representation from it. It's an egg shape, and at one end the sun sits closer to one end. What is very interesting is all of your quote unquote accurate representations are all cartoons, bro.
But this is not like this is a model. Like, I don't know how much distance it is. This is just like a representation, like you said.
Look it up yourself. You're good. You can look that up. We want you to. And what's really interesting, not only do we want you to look up the distances yourself, I'd like you just to have a little think about it whilst you're reading these distances, and have a think about how they got those distances.
The one thing that kind of kills me a bit is that what is the purpose of them lying to us for all this? Like, what do they gain?
Why the lie? Well, if you've jumped straight to why the lie, you must already accept that you've been lied to. The reason why people lie is quite numerous. Some people get off on it because they're sick in the head. Some people are trying to hide from something. Some people are trying to steal stuff. There's all sorts of reasons why people lie. NASA, for example. NASA collects approximately $70 million per day. Now, I don't know about you, but $70 million a day is a pretty solid incentive to tell a few porky pies.
Here's a more accurate photo or model cartoon.
And yet again, another cartoon. How sexy. But at least that one's got numbers on it. Ranges from 94.5 to 91.5 million. So it's at about a 3 million mile
Barely
difference.
a difference.
Who said barely a difference?
I wouldn't like to be dragged by my shirt.
91.5
Short and
million
curlies for
versus
the difference.
95.5 million.
Okay,
So that's not much difference.
So Mansky, 3 million miles. So 3 million miles of difference is no difference. But then we're supposed to believe that. Okay, so the explanation for the seasons then is an 800-mile tilt. So how does an 800-mile
No,
tilt
that's not
matter?
the
But
explanation.
3
It's not
million doesn't
distance.
matter.
Like, I don't know. Like, you need to review the official explanation of the heliocentric model.
Yeah, the 800-mile tilt. That is the official explanation.
Yeah.
It's the tilt.
No, it's
Why
it's
is-
not no, it's not.
So
like,
No, why is
you guys can go ahead and hit
explanation
yourself.
replacement of observation? Why would you do that? Why would you say, you know what you see is not what you get? This explanation over here is better than your own lying eyes. This sounds like what you're trying to do is preach instead of get people to just believe shit rather than tell them how their own observation is correct.
All right, Crit,
Said,
give me an
"No,
explanation of how the sun works on your model.
exactly how you see it. Don't add anything else to it. Use your God-given senses. Make an observation. That's all you need. You don't need to talk about a sun that you don't know how far away it is, what its distance is, what the light angles are both convergent and divergent at the same time. You don't need to talk about spreading heat across the vacuum. None of that. It's like one of these anti-flat earthers came in here and he was, talking. He's like, well, I'm going to show you how you got like space age technology and shit. He had like a Yeti can. This is like 6 years ago. And he's like, I'm going to cut open this Yeti can for science. He also like put an egg in the microwave. But one of the things he did was he cut the Yeti can open and he was dumbfounded. He was expecting to see some high performance antifreeze, some fluid in there. And then we saw it was a thin vacuum. Because that was it. 2 layers of sheet metal or stainless steel in a millimeter vacuum. And he couldn't he couldn't click in his head. Because he's like, well, the sun is putting heat through a vacuum. But the Yeti can vacuum acts as an insulator. He's like, he sounded like, I'm not even shitting you. Someone's got a clip of it. He sounded like that girl from Bob's Burgers, where she just starts making like little pony noises. Like he was in that much of a cognitive dissonance. He couldn't figure out why his model contradicted his observation and experiment. And that's where you're at right now. You're so in line that someone could just explain something to you, and that's all you need. Because you believe shit rather than think it through.
Question. So the Earth is a flat plane, correct? And the sun
No, I
goes
think you want to say
around
the
this
Earth is observed flat. Yeah,
observed to
whether
be flat.
yeah, whatever the sun does or doesn't do won't change the surface of the Earth, which is flat.
Yes, it won't change the surface. How is the sun going around Earth? Is it like an oval shape or is it a perfectly circle?
Exactly how you see it.
Well, then I
That's
see
it.
it's.
You don't add.
Well, no. The answer is
things
who's
that
to say.
don't observe.
Who's to say? The answer is who's
Crit, we
to
don't
say.
see
Crit.
this. This
So
we don't like. He's asking about the circuit of the sun.
My thought is.
Yeah,
since
go
it's
ahead,
a flat
percentage. I know this is
plane,
what your wheelhouse is.
and if the
I
sun
think
is going
percentage
around this
can do
flat
this for you.
plane, the tip or the edge of the Earth will feel the hottest, right?
Go ahead, percentage. You got this.
Because the sun won't be going around it, right?
The Earth is
It
not
would
a
only
disk.
be the hottest if the sun is only overhead, like the edges of the Earth, which is not a
Yeah,
thing.
like
so,
wouldn't it be
no.
like crispy on the edges?
The
You're
Earth
trolling, bro.
is
You're
not
memeing right
a
now.
disk in space. Outer space does not exist. Your idea of a disk being crisp in
Why is he talking
space,
like
it's
this?
not real.
Well, so how do you view it then, Jimmy?
Exactly as it appears when you walk outside and touch grass.
Okay, so Fremen.
I don't know what
Fremen.
you.
Why
I'm just
Fremen, why
stupid because I
does
don't know what
the
you're
so
saying.
Fremen. Does the sun appear above the earth or no?
Yes, it appears to be above the earth.
Okay. So when the
What's
sun
going
is above
on,
us,
America?
it's daytime, right? And when it's daytime, it's warmer. There's more light, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when the sun moves away, and it's not above us, it's cold.
Yeah.
It's nighttime.
Correct.
What problem do you have with that?
My problem is when the sun is going down, right? When you see it go down, why? How come? Like the thing is, how do I say it? Why don't we all just have daytime all the time then? If that was the case, like everybody would be in the same time zone.
Okay. So
Because
two things.
light does not
Two things.
propagate
Because
each
So
like
two things, Fremen. When you go outside when it's nighttime and you flash a flashlight, does your flashlight go 1,000 miles?
What do you mean, like the speed of light kind of things? What you're trying to say?
When you turn on a flashlight outside, does it go 1,000 miles?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so why would you assume that the source of light that's coming from the sun would go an unlimited amount of miles? Also, when you go outside and you look at when you go outside, let's say you go in a very flat place, can you see 1,000 miles away with your own eyes?
No, because my eyes don't go that far, but a telescope can.
Okay, so you can't see an unlimited distance, and sources of light don't go an unlimited distance. So if the sun moves away, if the sun if the sun moves out of your visible view, and the light from the sun isn't unlimited, so the source of light that's coming from the sun reaches a distance where it can't reach you, then it's going to be dark. What problem do you have with that?
Hello?
LBB.
Hello?
Okay, go ahead. You got the floor.
Fremen, what problem do you have with that?
I think just let him cook on that for a little bit. We got a new talker, new speaker.
The new one's not new.
Oh, it's not?
Was it?
Okay.
Who's
The
it?
new
Free
one's a
speech?
troll.
But
Free
well
speech,
said,
absolute.
Jaeger. Good responses.
Who's the new one?
Hello, just someone was like, hello?
Yeah, who was saying hello? Was it Zoran? Communist?
No, I thought
No?
my internet is gone.
Well, no, Fremen can respond if he wants to respond.
I don't think
So like on this flat Earth, where does the U.S. rely? Like where is it at?
On Earth?
Okay,
Yeah.
so Fremen.
Oh, because you guys see as
So Fremen, are you under the perception that the Earth has curvature?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why? Why are you under that perception? And don't say because someone told you, right? Because someone could say that the creator of the universe is a flying spaghetti monster. Just because they tell me doesn't mean I believe them. Even if they were my mom, right? Someone I really trust. Doesn't mean I would tell them.
Everything
So,
is told
Fremen,
by someone else.
without answering because someone told me that, why do you think the Earth has curvature?
Even your language is by
Because you just
someone
said
else.
you just said that's your perception, right?
Yes.
So why is that your perception?
Well, I do know that there's a place. I'm not sure if it's Hawaii or the Philippines, but like there's a specific day where the Earth and the Sun aligns in a certain way, where it doesn't cast a shadow like at all. But nowhere around nowhere around Earth has that problem or has that phenomenon, and that's because the Earth is curved.
Maybe the
Yeah,
sun's
what
just
makes-
directly over that point at the right time that you just claimed.
Exactly. Yeah. How does that tell you anything about the Earth's surface?
I need a visual representation, dude. Like, honestly, because I can't.
A visual representation of what? Water? Just give you a pool of water. Here's a cup of water.
How you perceive how the Earth is like
flat.
It's planar.
You can't picture flat in your head.
Everybody,
Okay, so
you keep appealing to something that something
Nothing is
else
flat,
does,
actually.
like that's not the surface. Like,
It's
why
for
can't you
us
just
flat.
examine? Why can't you just examine the surface directly? Don't involve anything else, just the surface.
Flat plane is infinite. The Earth is not infinite.
So
So
from an,
how did you come
if
to
I,
that for a conclusion?
Like people can look at like Saturn and you can see it spin.
That's not
So
the
you're
Earth.
doing it
Okay.
again. You're doing it again.
okay, but you said that your perception is the Earth has curvature. What does looking at something else have to do with Earth's curvature? When have you when have you observed Earth's curvature?
So the way I see it, the way I perceive it is, if other things around me look like this, then I must
That's
look
illogical.
like this too.
That's illogical.
Well,
that's completely illogical. It's called
I'm
a
going to offer you
non-sequitur.
some epic advice,
illogical?
Freeman. Check it out.
Well,
I'll offer you
damn,
some
that's
great
like- that's
Hey,
like-
Freeman, check it out, bro. I'm going to offer you some great advice. Do not ever, ever, ever go for a walk into the forest. Because if you go into the forest and you look around you, trees in front of you, trees to the left of you, trees to the right of you, trees behind you, that means you're a tree based on your logic.
Yep.
no,
And if
that's
you're in a
like-
room full of criminals, I'm going to assume you're a criminal.
But that's like me going to you guys, and I see you guys have eyes.
No, it's not.
and
You've
hands
already
and
put
nose.
forward your claim. You're looking at things in the sky, thinking we're one of those things in the sky.
Well, the
So
thing
let's
is,
break
a
this
tree-
down. You look at the stars and lights in the sky. What do they have in common with Earth? You've got your
That's in
high-powered
space.
telescope. You're looking at Mars. We're going to pick on Mars, for example. What has Mars got that Earth has got that is similar, so you can say we are the same as them?
So what I was trying to say earlier, like you're saying that we look like trees, right? Like I look at a tree,
There's
I'm like,
nothing,
okay,
right?
well, since that is around me, but things I can perceive the tree cannot move around like me. It doesn't have hands. it
Right,
doesn't have-
right, exactly. You're distinguishing differences between you and a tree, right? And classifying you as something different, right? So that's what we did with Earth.
The thing is, if I look at you guys and I say, "Oh, you guys are human," but I'm not a human, that's weird. That's a little
No,
weird.
bro. I'm saying that just like you looked at the trees and then looked at yourself and went, "Oh, there's clearly distinct differences. I'm not one of those things," right? That's what we did with Earth. Looked at those things in the sky, then looked at the Earth and went, "They're clearly not the same. There's no difference. There's no similarities. They're different."
But you don't see a similarity between Mars and Earth.
No. None whatsoever.
But do you not understand the point,
The
Fremen?
thing is,
Hold up,
we're
yeah,
on
yeah.
Earth.
Hold up,
I've got
yeah,
a meme for that.
On Earth,
I've got a
I
meme for that.
understand.
I'll post it.
So, Freeman, again, what do we have that's similar to Mars? I'm letting you full access to a kick-ass telescope. You tell me what's on Mars that's similar to here.
It's pretty sad, but like it spins, and I think that we also spin too.
So it spins, and you think we spin. So there's a claim that you've got to validate, verify, or prove.
Yes.
So how are you going to prove that?
Until you observe Earth spinning, right? Then you cannot liken the two things. You cannot say, see, you're just doing it again. You're saying because it spins, we must spin, instead of observing Earth to spin and saying, there you go, they share that similarity.
Yes, I
So you experience the Earth as flat and stationary from your perspective, but you've been taught that it spins and that it's actually curving. And then you
Yes.
hear stories about Mars, and you think, oh, okay, the stories I've got told about Mars align with the stories I got told about Earth, but they don't align with what you actually experience in reality. In fact, it's the opposite. Because
My
it's a
thought
belief
process.
system. It's perfectly logical the way you're thinking. You got taught that the Earth is an object floating around in space, like all the other planets, your whole life. Right? But we're not claiming
I
that
just
the
don't
Earth is a
understand why
flat
would it have to be
disk.
so different. Like, why do we have to be
Well,
so
we're not
different
in
then?
space. Try to think of flat Earth from a completely fresh perspective. Okay, we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk, like a flat
Right.
planet floating around in space with other round planets.
And we don't even claim to know what those things in the sky are. We can only describe
Oh, so you're not
what they look
you're not
like.
even you're not okay. You're not saying the Earth is flat. You're just saying you don't know.
No, we are. Yes, we are. This is an investigation of a direct examination and investigation of the geometry of the surface that we live on. It's not an attempt to look away from the surface and understand other things in relation to the surface. First, let's figure out what the surface is. Right?
Okay.
So this is something that anyone can go and check themselves. This is what they tell us. Most of the surface of the globe is covered in water, and that I think it's about 70%, and that we have gravity, right, which is drawing everything towards the center of mass. That means that because of the size they tell us the globe is, and because of gravity, the surface of the water should be curving at a certain rate. So if we go to a 20-mile lake, for example, there should be about 266 foot of curvature over that 20-mile distance. So we can go and test that. We can go test it over and over again using all kinds of different methods. And when we do that, we can confirm that there is zero curvature over that distance consistently. And then we go looking for evidence of actual curvature, right? Actual empirical evidence. We're not finding anything. What we get is cartoons from space and that kind of thing, stories, right? Theoretical mathematical models and that kind of thing, not reality. When we go into reality, it's just like what we perceive it. It's flat. But if the Earth's a globe, you would have to have that 266 foot of curvature over that 20-mile distance. It would have to be there. It would be impossible in the globe model for it not to be there. So if I'm standing on one side of the 20-mile lake and you're standing on the other side, we should have a huge hump of Earth curvature between us. I shouldn't be able to zoom in and see you with a camera, right? Unless you were about 266 foot high, right? Then I might see the top of your head. But, you know, we can see the shoreline to shoreline over that distance. That's impossible on a globe.
Okay.
Do you see what it is? Do you understand that, or you just said okay? Just
No. I understand it. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say. I know I did watch the movie Flat Earthers, and like in the end of the movie, they were trying to light through like a little hole at a certain distance, and it didn't work until they pointed the light up more to reach the desired height.
Right. But in that show, right? I mean, that was kind of like a documentary to tease flat earthers. They tricked some alleged flat earthers into going in it. But that whole test, okay, they only did that because they broke the laser. They were supposed to do a laser test, but one of the morons left the laser on and they melted it or something like that. So they're like, oh, we've got a plan B. So at nighttime, they decided to cut some holes in some bits of cardboard. And in the documentary, they only show about 50 seconds worth of footage regarding that test. They don't show the distance. They don't show that it was all leveled up properly or anything like that. And then after the documentary, the flat earthers that were in that said that they edited the footage in a way that made it look like they debunked flat Earth by accident, but apparently it didn't even happen like that. Anyway, we went and reproduced that test. Not like I think in the video it was meant to be over 3 miles or 4 miles or something like that. We went and did it over a 14-mile lake, and they set up the flashlight on one side of the lake, and then it was only 5 foot above the surface of the water, and then they had a camera 13.7 miles away on the other side of the lake, and you could like clearly see the flashlight. They're like, all right, put your hand in front of the flashlight. Puts his hand in front of it, you can't see it anymore. Takes his hand away, bam, you can easily see the flashlight. Then after that, they took out a high-powered laser, and they shot a laser across the lake. And I think they moved the laser down until it was about 9 inches above the water, and you could still see it across the 13.7 mile distance. So there should have been over 100 foot of curvature blocking that flashlight and laser from hitting the target. So when you actually go out and test these things, you'll find that you won't be able to find any curvature. And you don't have to believe us. You can go check these things pretty cheap, pretty easy, if you really wanted to. It's not faith-based, right? Like you don't have to believe anything we're telling you. You can just go and check. Whereas when it comes to Mars and what NASA's showing you, that's all just completely faith-based. We don't even have to say we can prove it's fake. We can just say, hey, you can't test it. It could be fake, and you wouldn't know the difference.
Is there a video on this where people have done this?
You're talking about the test I
The lake
was just
one?
talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I'll pull it up. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll find it all. I'll present it. Actually, I got screenshots and GIFs and stuff.
A 9-inch observation height and the horizon's 13.7 miles away gives you a 660,000 mile radius. That's 14.1.
All right, I got the video here. But here's some screenshots I took out of the video. I will post the video link in a second. All right, so here's some screenshots from the video. Okay, so here's the setup first. Right, that's the torch setup, and then on the left you can see what it looks like from 13.7 miles away. Here's the location that they were at. It's like the map top view. And then here's the mathematics from the Earth curvature calculator. So over that distance, there should be about 125 foot of curvature. All right, this is the camera height, which is I think it's 4.5 foot or 5.5 foot. There's some pictures. And then after they did it with the flashlight, they did it with the green laser, high-powered laser. So
And they were both near the water.
Yeah, both sides. They showed you the measurements, and they showed you everything basically. So yeah, you can see, and if you have a look at the video, they go over everything step by step. They show you that the laser was on a tripod and the flashlight was on a tripod that was 5.5 foot high, and then on the other side of the lake, the camera was about the same height. You can see a screenshot of the camera there, and you can see him standing there. It's at about his chest height, but they actually lowered it down to 9 inches above the water, like in that last screenshot that I showed there. You can see in the video that the waves are kind of splashing up almost against the camera as well. And they got a direct hit as well. So here's a picture of the laser. So you can't see the laser at all until it directly goes into the lens of the camera. It took them a while to, to get it aligned, but all of a sudden you can see the laser just go bam right into the camera there.
Slam dunk.
So yeah, look,
Blows for
that's
the
just
globe.
there's way better tests than this one that have been done. This is just a good one because they, it's just they used a flashlight. It's just because you were talking about one where they used a flashlight. So this is one where I know they used a flashlight. We've got other ones that were over much longer distances, like 25 miles or 40 kilometers or something like that. And it's a team of engineers, and they actually build a laser that cost about $40,000. And they do about 5 different tests, and they have weather stations set up. It's pretty elaborate. It's a documentary, basically. They filmed it all, and they show the laser directly hitting the targets from these huge distances. Yeah, there's tons of these. There's 20, 30 laser tests at least that we could share with you now. And then there's countless amounts of long distance observations where we can see things that should be hidden completely behind the curvature of the Earth by a huge amount, right? Not just a little bit. Like we can see a shoreline that should be hidden by a skyscraper amount of curvature.
That's pretty crazy. If this is
Yeah,
true.
yeah. Well, it's the thing about it is you can go and test these things yourself. So look, I'll post the
Is there a
link to
YouTube
the
video of this?
Yeah, that's what I was just grabbing for you.
Do you, by chance, are these people making money off of this shit? By chance?
No. No, that's costing these people money, basically. They have to go and buy all the equipment, and they have to take time out of their day. So most of the time it's costing them a huge amount of money.
And reflected by water. It's so big.
All right, so Lautrect wants to see it in clear weather. Yeah, look, we've got these in crystal clear weather as well. The fact that they can still see it in such choppy weather, that's more likely. If it was a clear day where there was no waves, they'd be able to see even better, like with no wind. See, I'll share one more that's crystal clear. So this is done by a guy named Dr. John D. And he is a professor, a PhD, and I think it's in spectrophotometry. And he was basically trying to debunk flat earthers. And he went and he did a whole series of different tests using his lab equipment, because he works in the field of like lasers and light propagation and that kind of thing. And yeah, he actually became a flat earther while he was trying to debunk flat earth, because he was able to do all these laser tests and long distance observations showing that it's there's no curvature. So I'll post one of his observations because he's got some really good ones. And he repeats his as well. Like he goes out on different days, different weather conditions, and repeats them. if you have a look at this, you're still there, dude?
No, I'm still here.
Streaming?
I'm trying to copy the video now. Visit. Okay, there it is. We'll watch it. I'm still here.
Yep.
I'm just listening.
Interesting stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, probably not interesting to you guys, but it's interesting.
It's always is interesting to us. It's especially when we get anti-flat earthers in here and the excuses they make up just so they can keep their ball.
My favorite part of this, I mean, this happened years ago, was that this Dr. John, he was going to debunk flat Earth. This is like one of the things he had talked about. He said that he's unbiased, but he's confident the Earth is a globe, and it was a whole media fiasco, and the globalists, the anti-flat earthers, were like, "This is it. You guys are done. You're donezo." Once Dr. John D. the flat earthers agreed too that this guy is an expert. His test would be conclusive. So you had people on the flat earth side that didn't really have an argument unless he faked something or did something shady. Anyway, so he does the experiment, radio silence for, I don't know, 3 months, something like that, if I'm remembering right. Finally comes out and says, here's the results, the Earth is flat. And the globalists thought it was a joke. Oh, he's fucking around. He's teasing people. It's like a way to drive up media attention. All these things. And he's like, no, it took me a while. Here's the raw data. Here's our experimental setup. Here's the videos. Here's all of it. It's conclusive. The Earth is measurably flat. And then all of a sudden the globalists were like, he's a troll. He's an idiot. He's a kook. He doesn't have a real doctorate degree. You're like, what? What the hell? How do you do that? How do you, a couple months ago, you were so sure? And just because of the conclusion, they were simply upset with his results. And why not repeat the same setup? Well, they don't want to do that either.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, look into this. It's a really interesting showcase of where this conversation started, where it's going, and where it's what's going to happen next. Because now we got, like last year, a final experiment with a young Earth creationist, anti-flat earther, who said looking at the sun in Antarctica is enough to prove that the Earth is a giant lava ball in space. Because he said on the flat Earth the sun would set. You're like, really? It would? They're like, yeah, the sun would set on the flat Earth. You're like, well, I thought you told me the sun doesn't set on the flat Earth. Well, that too. The sun doesn't set on the flat Earth also. So it sets and doesn't set. And they're like, yeah. And then they say, well, we need your flat Earth model. And they say, well, here's your flat Earth model. So then you're like, well, that's a globe. They're like, no, it's a flat Earth. That's a AE projection. And then they debunk the AE projection. You're like, oh, well, sure. So this AE projection doesn't work. Is that a flat Earth or a globe Earth? It's both, apparently. If you say it's a globe, it works. And it's perfect. A perfect representation of the Earth using math. If you say it's a flat Earth, then it doesn't work.
I know that's a really good point though. Like, why doesn't it set in the North Pole?
Does the sun set on the flat Earth or it doesn't set on the flat Earth?
I think it's supposed to though. No,
It's supposed to set.
yeah.
How does that work out? How does it?
Because
what's the
as a
function
flat
there?
earther, you will see the sun set. You will see it set.
Okay,
when
and
the
that's what
sun
you
goes
see or you
down.
don't see?
That's what you see with your eyes.
Do you remember earlier when you wanted to make the case that, well, the sun would actually make the Earth's edges crispy because, those edges in your mind, they would be closer to the sun because the sun actually comes up and down, right? You remember that part?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You would have and probably could have said that, well, if it was flat, it would be daytime all the time, right? And
Correct.
then so if you go to these
Like
locations and the sun
everybody.
doesn't set,
Oh, sorry.
and the sun doesn't set, then it would have been daytime in that area all the time. So then that would have meant that the Earth was flat because the observation became true. You could even go as far as saying that July 8th, right, when 99% of the Earth's population is experiencing daytime at the same time, you could say that's proof of the Earth being flat. And then someone would just come in and say, well, that's because the rest of the population, the rest of that 1% is actually on the other side of the Earth. So it proves a globe. Like the Pacific Ocean, which is a bunch of islands, New Zealand, Australia, and some of the Indonesian islands, those don't get sunlight on July 8th at the same time as everyone else. The claim would be, yeah, that proves the Earth's a globe. Somebody else would say that proves the Earth's flat. And just those people don't get sunlight at that time. And it'd be daytime all the time, except when it's convenient.
Water is not transparent. It's semi-transparent. Semi-clear.
Yeah, that's the reason why you can't see forever through the atmosphere. Because when you're looking horizontally through the densest part of the atmosphere, the light scatters and it can't push through all of that atmosphere and make it back to your eyes. That's why if you go up on a mountain and you're looking away at mountain ranges going off into the distance, each one that's further away is a little bit more opaque looking because that light that's bouncing off that mountain, making it back to your eye, it has to push through all of that air, right? In that air, there's water particles, gas particles, dust, pollution, all sorts of different things that make it semi-transparent. So as you keep looking off further into the distance, you'll see that everything fades off into a big opaque an opacity layer, whatever you want to call it, atmospheric deck of opacity. And also, look, yeah, here we go. All right, look at this picture. Perfect example.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if you look up the visibility rating in your area, you'll see that it says how far you can see. Usually it's 10 miles, 15 miles, sometimes it's 30 miles depending. But it'll never say 300 miles or something like that. 100 miles. It'll always be much less. And if you think about it, the sun does the same thing. Even on, like think about this, right? Let's say it's midday and you're in the ocean and it's nice clear water and you just dive down a little bit into the water. You can't see the sun anymore. It gets pitch black really quickly. I think 1 to 200 meters down into the ocean, It's pitch black. Like even if the sun's directly above you, you can't see any light from the sun anywhere, and you can't see the sun at all. It's just pure blackness. That's why people get disoriented. They have no idea which way's up, which way's down. It's just like you're in this vast blackness. That's because the medium is absorbing the light. And the medium of air also absorbs the light. So on the flat Earth, the sun is said to be much closer than in the globe model and much smaller. So as the sun is moving away from your portion of where you're standing on the Earth, it's taking its light with it. And that light that's coming from the sun has to push through all of that atmosphere. And it's only able to push through a certain way, a certain distance. And not only that, but there's something called the inverse square law of light, which means that as the light is traveling away from the light source, it diminishes very quickly. So I think every time you double the distance, it loses 4 times the intensity.
Yeah, double the distance, quarter the energy.
Yep. And that's why we can't see forever. And then we got perspective as well. Right? As things move further away from you, everything converges into a vanishing point, and once things get below a certain size, you can't see them anymore. So if anything is below 0.02 degrees in your field of view, it breaches the angular resolution limit of the human eye, and you can't see it anymore. It's still there, but you just can't see it. Like you could zoom in, and it's like, oh wow, it's still there. Like boats, sometimes a boat will sail out, and it will look like the boat's gone beyond the horizon, but really the boat's still there. Okay, you can still see the horizon, but you can't see the boat anymore. And now you could take out some binoculars or a good zoom camera and zoom in and see, oh wow, I can still see the whole boat.
Well,
I'm gonna go make a sandwich.
Enjoy.
Me
I
too.
was
Is it
listening,
going to
by
be
the way.
flat? Is the sandwich
I
going to be
was
flat?
listening.
Or is it going to be a burger, like a bun? What type of bread are you going to use?
It's gonna be a flat sandwich.
You can understand, Freeman, why we suggest people to go and test themselves. Sandwiches included.
Flat bread. You can't spell bread without earth.
so how do you explain like ICBMs and submarine launched ballistic missiles? They have to follow a ballistic trajectory that can travel 7,500 miles on a
So
sphere.
they're not doing it around
right?
a curve then? That'd most definitely be across a flat surface if you're going to aim that shit.
No, definitely not. Let me find a math equation for you.
So a math equation is going to tell me about reality. Oh, this is going to be glorious.
And you
Well,
was
yeah,
in military. You was in military.
well, they don't have any of that in New Zealand.
No, I'm asking you. You was in military.
I'm not going to answer your question, Roski.
Yeah,
Okay,
remember
I
we
was in
don't.
military.
Yeah,
I
hold on.
was in military. I
Sasha,
was in military.
Sasha, dude, like, chill out, man. You're not supposed to be asking personal questions. I mean, what the fuck?
He said I'm not going to answer that question, you risky.
Are we speaking
Yeah,
about?
just keep.
Are we speaking about weapons?
Yeah, Sasha, let him at least get the point out. He's trying to discuss
Okay.
something. You just start yelling at the dude. Like, he's not going to
I
sit there
ask
and
a
just
simple.
talk about.
Is that
Is that
Sasha.
true? That
Yes,
The Cold War never
I don't
ended,
stop it.
Ruski.
Okay.
I ain't giving you
I don't
information.
stop it.
Yeah, Sasha, we have a rule not to release personal information for a very specific reason. Okay, the
Okay.
guy could say yes or no, but it's up to him. But you shouldn't ask the question anyway. You could, based on what he says, it'll be either obvious he wasn't in the military, or it'll be obvious he was.
Okay.
Or he'll be careful and it won't be obvious.
Because
Or it
I
doesn't
wanted
really
to ask
matter,
this question
actually.
only reason because I was in the military. I never accounted on curvature and the rotation because of experience. Only because of that.
Okay, so let him get out if he's still here.
So he's about to spit out whether some math equation proves.
I'm reading right now. I'm sorry,
state
you
the
can fuck
ground.
off. Your country can't even afford XLBM, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Damn.
I hope that wasn't aimed at me, dude.
Yeah,
You're a bit
Australia has
insulting,
no.
but say it with your chest and fix your mic.
Yeah, this definitely
my
wasn't
mic
the
is
military.
right here. Hold
This definitely is not a military man.
on. No, I'm not in the fucking military, Jesus.
So
What if we shoot? What if we shoot some ballistic over the Salt Flat Lake in Bolivia?
What?
The missile will crash into the ground because it's expecting a curve.
What if we shoot ballistic over the Bolivian Salt Flat Lake?
So if there's continents, there's 7 continents spread out across a flat plane, and then the missiles do not fly around a curvature? Like, I'm so fucking confused. How is that not possible?
Well, there's no curvature,
if there
so
is
you
no
don't have to
curvature,
worry
how
about
we will
flying
shoot
over something there.
Sorry.
Instead of jumping towards your missiles as some kind of random proof, why don't you start off with asking some of the guys in here why they're flat earthers in the first place? I can assure
Because
you
they're
it's
all
not
fucking
because of
paid for the
missiles.
first part. That's what pisses me off about this.
So you think we're getting paid to be here?
Why else would you be here, my friend?
Because
I can assure you now, if I was getting paid, I want my fucking money.
Me too.
Nice one.
It reminds me
So
that
I'm not
meme-
getting
Until you've been later
The only ones that are
trafficked
getting
by
paid are the ones smart
God
enough to use
knows
Discord
people on Commonwealth
wallpaper.
territory. It's a federal crime. I'm
quite happy to come here for free and listen to people pass on their lack of knowledge. For example, yourself.
Yeah, that's our payment right here. Laughing at idiots online. I mean, what else more would you want than free entertainment? Dude, you came in here. Yeah, like
I came in
look
here
at
to get
you.
pissed off. I said that already, so I'll just shut up.
Yeah, there isn't a reason to get pissed off. You're doing that to yourself.
Well, no, they won't pay me, so it does piss me off. But anyway.
Yeah, you're paying yourself by an emotionally charged state that you want to get to. There's enough stuff in the world.
I deserve some payment.
Homie,
We'll
listen.
get over it. I'll get over
There's
it.
enough stuff in the world to be angry about. Why the fuck would you come to a channel and trigger yourself over a topic you shouldn't be angry about?
If you're saying ICBMs prove the Earth is a spinning globe, then show me the data from its ballistic path, and that the fact that it's accounting for the 15-degree hour per hour drift of the Earth's spin, or the pitch from it going from different latitudes, or any of that. Show me any.
Just the pitch data would be awesome.
Because really, what I'd have to say is it's making a very big arch over a flat plane. You have to conclude that it's a very big arch and following the curvature of the Earth as it goes around the ball.
If it follows an elliptical trajectory, right, there's going to be a launch point and an impact point.
Yeah.
Of an ICBM relative to Earth center, right? So.
No, not to Earth.
So how did you get that bit? How did you get the Earth center bit? That's what we want to know. Someone has to. Someone has to have measured that at some stage in order to know that it's true and accurate.
Okay, well, you know that an ICBM follows an elliptical path starting from its launch point until impact. This trajectory lies essentially in a plane defined by the
you
launch
reading
and
this
impact.
shit out to us?
Well, I posted it in there, so there's a math for it for you.
We want actual data, not just math, bro.
So, what you've got there is you're assuming it's a sphere in the first place. The whole purpose of the ICBM is it can't work if it's not a sphere. So if they launch this shit, it will not work at all if there's no sphere available. So basically, what I want you to do is have a look at the little cartoon drawing you've got. Now, if you were to replace the alleged Earth, where that is, with a straight line from point A, the left-hand one, to point B, the right-hand one, just hold on, I haven't finished. If you were to replace that with a dead straight line, the trajectory of that missile would be exactly the same. So using that and claiming that the Earth is a sphere-tard is false, because it would still operate exactly the same regardless of what shape was underneath it.
Right, and they're going to tell me that Canada belongs to the U.S. next or something.
Unless you can show us the onboard computer and data on this ICBM is accounting for 15 degree upper drift and the pitch data, like the pitch of the Earth, basically, the latitude differences, then you have no point, bro. You just have, you're putting the cart before the horse.
Don't feel bad. You're not the first person to come in here and
mess shit
up.
Yourselves. This is fucking funny, but
well, good. We got to prove it.
You thought you'd have a laugh, and all of a sudden it got serious.
Yeah, it's. Think about this is better than it was because he was angry. Now he's laughing. I mean, that'll look.
That's good. At least you feel better now, bro.
That's fine. You can laugh at whoever you want to laugh at. There's no problem with that.
Pay me.
Were you a bum?
No,
you got your payment. You're having a laugh.
You should join the military.
No, God, that's a horrible idea. No way, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, get paid to come around ordnance on
You'll
others.
both learn about ICBMs and get paid.
It's easier if you find out why flat earthers are flat earthers, and then you can laugh or think that's
because
stupid.
the Soviets fucking planted the fucking bullshit back in the 80s and it just grew from there, dude.
No, man, I'm telling you, if you find out the reason why flat earthers are flat earthers, then you will find out is it stupid or not.
It's a Russian-based propaganda movement that was instilled around the 1980s. And people caught fire.
Flat Earth started in the 1980s? Are you retarded?
Stop the cap.
I'm pretty sure it was around there, unless it fucking the most modern flat Earth.
Dude, every single ancient culture in history were flat Earth civilizations, right? Like the ancient Babylonians, the Aztecs, the ancient Indians, dude, all flat earthers. The people that built the Great Pyramids and all of these things.
That invented the wheel. Tens of, if not hundreds of miles of aqueduct. The Romans, flat earthers.
As an awesome, educated, and intelligent, that whenever you get Los Angeles class attack submarines, that those submarines are just going to float around and they're not going to go around a curved trajectory underwater at all.
No.
Holy shit.
Otherwise, they could go in a straight line and pop up out of the water.
Does your Navy hear this shit? Like, do you hear how fucking embarrassing it is for to be represented?
So check it out. When your submarine goes down, when your submarine goes down, it starts off at sea level. It goes negative numbers, and then it traverses horizontally, and then it pops back up and surprises someone. Nowhere does it show that it's following a curve.
So it's just all that flat.
So you think about it sensibly. Let's say we've got a circle or a sphere. You would be able to go at a 2-degree tilt at Sydney, aim yourself to the United States, and continue going in a perfectly dead straight line, just scrape the sea floor, and you wouldn't have to adjust up or down. You would continue going at that same straight line, and then you'd pop up in United States.
Yep. Yeah, you'd surface up. You'd just surf. So what do they actually have to do to surface? Oh, that's right. They have to go up.
Correct.
Wow.
Hey,
you never really thought about it before, did you?
just quickly, if you want to check this out at some stage, it's a pretty well-made documentary where they interview a whole bunch of military people, including submarine operators, jet pilots, engineers from the military, who are all flat earthers. So there's the documentary in the side chat there.
Something else to have a bit of a think about. In your submarine, you're under the water, you're having a great old time. He pops his little periscope up. The periscope sits 1 foot above the water. Now, if we're on a sphere, at 1 foot, he can only see 1.225 miles.
Right, because it's curved.
So why is it they can see 15 miles?
What telescope can do 15 miles?
Periscope.
Periscope? What periscope can do 15 miles?
Where's GE Platypus when you want him?
Yeah.
Actually, why do you believe the world is flat?
Don't.
I know the world is flat because it's measured as flat. No other reason.
By what evidence?
By the evidence you've been shown about 20 times now, which you blatantly refuse to accept.
But how do you know personally that the world is flat? How do you know?
How do I know personally? Why should I accept anything other than what I see? I don't see any curvature. I'm not going to run around like you and make assumptions of some random shit that I don't see. So I don't see curvature. So why should I? You could say the same about me, that you don't see curvature. Well, if you don't see curvature, you're a fucking nutcase for believing in it.
You think
I don't
you think
need to
Matrix
believe
is flat?
curvature.
So you've looked at Matrix and you said he's flat. I think this boy ain't right.
Matrix.
I think he's broken.
Yeah, you said that you could say the same thing. So Matrix says your Earth is flat, and then you told him, well, I could say the same thing about you. Like, are you okay right now?
No, I'm just arguing his own points.
Yeah, against so
not real good.
Yeah, Matrix says I observe the Earth, and I see no curvature. And then you said I could say the same thing about you. So you observe Matrix and see no curvature.
And see no curvature.
I can say that Matrix is flat based on the way.
No, you observe me and see no curvature. So you're a flat earther too.
So you're a flat person then? Are you Flat Stanley? Are you related to Flat Stanley?
You know what? Let's just nuke that clown. Go back to talking to the other one. Like, seriously.
Yeah, this boy ain't right.
Every time he comes in with the same shit. What personally have you done? Like, seriously, Hoy, you've done fuck all, so why should we even consider anything you say? Here's an idea. I'll put it straight up for you. In the side chat, you post up what test you've done, and then we'll assess it, and we won't have to attack you. We can just attack the test over and over and over again.
Well, you won't be attacking me anyway. So.
Matrix, if you didn't measure the distance from Melbourne to Sydney, that means that distance from Melbourne to Sydney doesn't exist.
Imagine if Anthony Albanese was watching this and then he had to discover this, what the fuck some of these people do.
So the boy guy, what he meant to say is, I could say the same thing as you about you observing the Earth.
Yeah, I know.
Percentage,
dude. Dude,
I got
don't be dumb, okay? It was a joke.
What he said doesn't even make sense because you don't observe curvature, so I don't understand what he was trying to get to with that, anyways.
Yeah, it was just having fun, okay? Like, come on.
Yeah. Anyways, was it Guccinor? You're still on the floor, man. I'm sure you got other questions.
Well, there's space. What's going on, y'all?
What's up, bud?
Bro, fix your fucking smoke alarm, dude.
So you're saying that I need to do these experiments as the case, but then
you're making the clear fucking quote. Yeah, no, stop. You came in and attacked us and made it abundantly clear that we had to do stuff. So I'm now questioning you, and I'm going to make it a very simple question. What the fuck have you done? There we go. We'll just nail it down to that. What have you done, boy?
Yeah, Hoy, dude.
Well, no,
this-
your claim
No,
that the world.
no, we're not worried about my claim. I'm claiming
to
quite
make that- you
simply.
have to make that proof.
Now, why does he not want to fucking listen? I claimed quite clearly, quite efficiently, I don't see any curvature. So why would I assume it is curved? That is my claim. And you're fucking going off onto these left field tangents. I want to know now, Hoy, what have you done to invalidate all the laser tests, the long-range observations, my claim of not seeing curvature? What have you done? And who the fuck are you that we even want to listen to you in the first place?
Question is, who the fuck are you that want people to listen to you? In the
Well, you came in here and you're questioning me, so you've failed already.
claim is the world
Matrix,
is flat.
let
I'm
me get
asking
this
you
one.
if
Hoy, listen, dude.
He doesn't
You're
want to
the one-
listen, Crit.
Yeah, you went into this channel. Matrix didn't go to your channel. Are you able to comprehend this? He's not. You don't get it, does he?
It's actually kind of retarded. Asking someone a question and saying, "Who are you?" to like anyone's gonna want to listen to you.
Yeah, he
you ask him the
crashed out.
question.
After he
Come on,
joined.
man.
Yeah, imagine that.
That's
joined
like
the
what he
channel-
should have done when he first dropped in is gone down the list. Nah, percentage, 20, AJ, Ancient. Nah, ban, fuck him. I'll ask Crit a question because I don't like the other ones.
I can
Why
tell
should
how
anybody
angry you
listen to you?
Dude, you're crashing
If you're
out.
questioning why anybody should be listened to, why are you here to listen to them talk to you? You should leave.
He likes abuse.
No, it's not.
So show me on this doll where the flat Earth hurt you, Hoy.
Oh my.
Oh, you got me. Got me good. Wow.
Yeah, you did, because you're starting to
You
react
know why you didn't
emotionally
get me?
to the
Because it was
things that are
pretty
being
flat.
said. Hey, Hoy, question. What's the evidence you have in order to call us crazy and observe the sphere that you think is there?
Listen,
What is your
got,
evidence, Hoy?
What evidence that the world is flat? Show me the evidence that the world is
Water
flat.
seeks its level continuously.
Have you been to the edge? What's on the outside of the edge? That's
So
what
he's
I'm
not
saying.
even going to. He's not even going to attack the words that you put forward, Killian. He's going to put forward some other random shit.
No, show
Brother
me the
Matrix, he's already demonstrated that he doesn't track all of the conversations. That's why I'm being pedantic with my asking. So no. See, you're being emotional right now. Exactly.
I'm being
Right. This is what a child does when you tell a child something. No. They put their fingers in their ears.
This is his job. He's getting paid overtime right now.
I'm getting paid?
Yeah.
See,
How do
you're
you know?
emotionally
How do you
reacting
know?
to everything.
How do you know
You're
I'm getting
repeating.
paid?
You're now repeating
5:20 in the
questions
morning.
that people are saying to you. Sorry, Jimmy.
How do you know I'm getting paid?
Because I know you're getting paid and it's overtime right now because in the United States, 5:20 on the East Coast, right, which is overtime if you're in the government. Plus, you're here talking to people you don't want to listen to, so you must be paid to stay here.
I must be paid to stay
Yep,
here.
pretty solid logic.
How do you have evidence to know? Do you know when I'm getting paid? How do you know?
Because it's 5:20 in the morning and I
Do you
just
have my pay
right
stub?
now.
Do you have
That's
my
why.
pay stubs? Can you show
didn't
pay
deny it.
stubs?
Well, you made it abundantly clear that you don't want to be here. You don't want to listen to us. The only reason you do something that's stupid, the only reason you would do something that's stupid is because you are getting paid.
Well, you getting paid.
You are
Oh,
only
jeez.
asking for the edge, and that's the thing. These people never ever claim it. Why are you asking for something that people never ever claim it?
Why would you want to listen to the answer to that
So
question
in the flat Earth model, there has to be an edge, right?
There is no flat
Hoy,
Earth
let me ask you
model,
a
man. Why
question.
you?
Hoy, hold on, Sasha, give me a second. Hoy, let me ask you a question. If you visit an island, right? Have you been to an island before?
Yes, I've been to Hawaii. Yes.
Perfect. So if you went to Hawaii, where would you describe the edge of Hawaii being?
That depends which island you're talking about. Which one?
Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. You tell me.
No,
Pick an
it
island.
definitely
You've been to Hawaii, therefore you have direct evidence. You've observed it.
Yeah.
So my question
edge
to you
where the
is,
water
hold on.
meets.
Let
No,
me,
the edge where the water meets the land.
boy, allow me to finish my question because you've been done
Okay, and
nothing
I
but be
answered it
emotional the
already.
whole time. You visited Hawaii. Pick the island you want, and I would like you to describe to us what the edge looks like in Hawaii, of any island of your choice. Go ahead.
So when I define edge, it's when the water meets the land. I've already told you.
Wrong. Because Hawaii has waters.
Did you say if
So how
Hawaii
does
has water?
I said Hawaii has water.
How do you have an
it
edge
has
of
a set
water?
amount of water before it's considered international waters. So the edge of Hawaii is not just where the land is.
No, now you're just being retarded at this point.
No, I just
See, no, we put your feet to the fire, and now you're realizing that you have a
No,
problem
I'm
because you've
saying
attempted
the
to
edge is where the
invoke the
water
idea
meets
that
the
there's an
land.
edge involved in where the water meets an edge. However, when we get to the edge of the land, that edge of the land is met by water, which is known most likely or mostly as a beach, right? So therefore, we get to the beach, we continue along the water. So then I flip it back to you and ask you, where is the edge of the water that you investigated? You don't have to
Where's
say
the
to
where's
try
the
to
edge of the
agree with
water
me
of
emotionally. Go
California?
ahead.
Where's the edge of the water of California?
I never claimed that there was one. We never
So
claimed that
then,
there was an edge.
so
This is
why
the
are you
point.
implying? No. So if
You're talking about
so
Hawaii. You can do this, Hoy.
yeah, I'm
Come
talking
on,
about Hawaii.
you can do this.
It's the
So
same
why'd you
way
say
as
California?
The edge where it meets the water. That's the fucking edge, man.
Some people call that the
if that's
shore,
the
but
edge,
anyways.
then fuck, man. Why is that difficult? Right? If water's being used as
You
its
don't think
reference
Hawaii has
frame,
cliffs?
you have altitude coming off of the sea level. You have depths of the ocean coming from sea level, right? And we're saying that water's flat and level on its surface when at rest. And we're saying, yeah, you can have waves. That would be from the wind. And you're like, bro, where's the edge? And then now you're arguing that California's edge is touching the water. The edge of the island is touching the water. So then the edge of Earth would be at the water. It would be at the shoreline. But now, what's your point?
You already proved my point already. The edge is touching the water.
Okay.
Yo, Hoy, does the universe have an edge?
No, because that's infinite.
Really? So it's not expanding?
Yeah. Infinite means expanding.
Oh, so it's infinite but still expanding?
It's
How you know that something
do you know
is
what
infinite?
fucking infinite means? Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, do you know what infinite plus 1 is?
How do you know that something is infinite?
Do you know what infinite plus 5 is? Do you know what infinite plus 10, 12? Do you know what infinite plus infinite means?
Yeah. There's only one infinite, bro. You can't add on to infinite. Infinite doesn't expand.
Infinite does not exist, man. Do you know that?
Wow, I guess if you want to be fucking philosophical,
Where's the edge of
about it,
space?
anything doesn't exist.
Where's the edge of space?
No, can you tell me?
Everything's a
Can you
social
tell me who can know?
construct, bro. You don't even
Yeah, it's a
exist. We're all
concept.
living in a fucking
Yeah, but how you can know?
simulation, bro.
Back to your job,
Yeah,
Brian boy.
how you can know if something is infinite? How we can find out that?
Can you find that out for me? You sound like you know the
No,
answer.
because it's not possible. Because it's not possible saying the word.
Oh,
you know.
Okay.
So
Because,
where does it... Hey, Sasha, hold up for a second. Clown Shoes said that infinite means expanding. I'm looking through Cambridge Dictionary here. Definition 1, without limits. Number 2, extremely large or great. Number 3, something that has no limits. Number 4, without limits, extremely large or great. Where does that say expanding?
If it has no limit, it means it's still expanding. I don't
No,
know
it doesn't.
how that's so hard to...
Nowhere does something that's allegedly infinite mean that it's expanding, you fucking tard.
Do you know what no limits means, you fucking tard?
Yeah, it's got no fucking limit.
The limit is expanding. It means no limit, retard.
You just told my fucking... Damn, you're really retarded.
You're a fucking sped. You are not qualified to be in here. That's why you're not getting paid.
So it means you.
Wait. So hold on. Am I getting paid or not getting paid? What's going on here? You guys
not getting paid by us. You can go back to your government brain in the jar job.
Oh yeah,
Shut
my
up,
God.
bitch, I'm on your
We've had enough
side.
fun of that.
Shut up, bitch.
Would you like something to say, Victor?
I always have something to say.
What have you got for us?
I'm here to defend the weak like you.
The weak of the ball tards.
Well, here you are.
So you're here to defend the ball. This will be enlightening. What proof of curvature have you got in order to defend it?
Like you.
What proof of curvature have you got in order to defend it?
Is that your gospel? Is that the world?
Okay, we got another pissed idiot. Is it drunk hour or something over in the States?
Maybe if you're in the military.
I was gonna say, isn't it like 5 in the morning or some shit over there?
It is. We're like 40 minutes till PT.
Hey, that last guy was speaking so slowly. I reckon he's still going.
Probably.
Let's
Fucking retard. Very well retarded.
Oh man, do you even know where you are at the moment, Victor?
Would make the effort that you have in your life to spend it on the shape of the earth, out of the shape of men's souls. You are a retard.
Well, I'm sure half of the clowns that come in here are soulless, so keep trying.
Satan.
Tell them.
Focus
Tell them
on
everything.
The shape of
They
the
will
earth.
they will destroy. They will destroy all this. They will destroy all this peace, love, and
servants.
They will. Do you see what
gospels,
Westminster?
and you decided that your gospel is the shape of the earth, and you are the most pitiful men I have ever met. You are pitiful men who
Has he got
focus
it all
on
out yet?
Victor, can I ask you a question?
instead of the shape of a spiritual thing. You
Victor.
are slave.
Victor, can I ask you a question?
To me. Pitiful to me.
Victor, can I ask you a question?
To me. Pitiful to me.
Victor, do you believe in God?
Pitiful to me.
Victor, do you believe in God, Victor?
Every day.
Wait, you believe in God?
But not at night. He believes in God during the day, but not at night.
Do you believe in the Bible, Victor?
Every day.
The wind can turn from the north to the south.
Do you believe in the Bible, Victor?
Do you believe the Bible says the wind can turn from the north to the south?
This guy's too drunk.
Do you understand that the Bible says the wind turns from the north to the south directly?
Every day.
Yeah,
where in the Bible
says that God is upon his throne?
The wind can turn
where in the Bible does it say
heavens?
we're on a spinning ball? Where in the Bible does it say we're on a spinning ball, Victor?
The only way that wind can turn from north to south directly is on a cylindrical earth.
Victor, you know that the Bible says that God hath made
Bible
earth
has
fixed,
described
on a cylindrical earth. Oh my god! So he's a dunny roll boy. Look at him
the
go.
only way that wind can turn from north directly to south
every day
is on a cylindrical earth. You guys think that you know more that you could know. You're
toilet paper roll.
Like a Catholic.
You're a heretic, Victor.
Wait, Victor, Victor, the Bible says.
You think that science allows you to declare laws. You're much lesser than a man who thinks that the apostles
tell them all.
To declare
Tell them
laws.
all.
You have your own way to declare laws.
The apostles would excommunicate you from
you
the
are
church.
Pharisees of. You are
tell them.
Have we got anyone new yet?
You will burn in hell.
No.
For claiming.
Tell them.
Stop encouraging him.
I would like Banhammer and Batman to debate each other.
And Batman.
Every day.
Batman kicks ass. Don't let him out of the cave.
I know, that's why I want to see the Battle of the Titans.
I don't think you're going to get to see that.
All right, Batman, what are your thoughts?
Batman's chill as, man.
Batman, what are your thoughts on Game of Thrones?
Wasn't too bad.
Uh-oh. Banhammer, are you going to take that?
If he likes to watch TV series, good on him. I'm not going to fucking watch it.
Took a while to get into it, though.
Ah, that's what everyone says.
When does it start to warm up, Batman?
Last episode.
Finally got into it. The last show's come through, and it's not too bad now.
Now that they're all dead.
In what season did the dragons come, finally?
Was it season 3?
The story wasn't too bad. Could use more dragons, though.
Does someone want to take bets on whether Victor is still ranting, even though he's muted?
Oh no, we know he's still ranting.
So is Victor a globe earther or a flat earther?
An alcoholic.
Yeah.
He's an alcoholic earther.
He's a toilet roll holder earther.
Victor, you're a sinner.
Well, one thing that I'm certain of is that I don't meet a Christian in this channel.
I'm slurring my words.
I haven't met a Christian in this channel.
What is a Christian?
There is no one with humility who's willing to discuss these matters. Just
oh my goodness.
Insecure.
Yo, Victor, what's Shimaim in the Bible?
We'll define who's Christian based on a subjective baseline, right? I'll pick and choose whatever I want out of the Bible to say, whatever I want, and then I'll just make that the gospel, and then I'll just compare everybody to that subjectivized standard. And then I'll go into a room, and then I'll say, nobody in here meets this standard.
Once you
Wait,
understand
Frank,
that I
hold
don't
on,
believe
Frank's the
what
new
you
guy.
believe, you get aggressive towards me. That's what you have done.
Yeah. You're holding up the
You're as
statue of Baal,
religious
wanting Baal
as
to burn
any
the
papist.
statue, and
So
I'm standing here telling
you guys
you,
are
no,
religious as
maybe
any.
you need to cry louder.
Hey,
Maybe your God's
here's
on the
what
potty.
my religion says that I should
Yo,
say.
Victor, what does your religion say about people that accept
to
parts of
hell
Scripture and then
with your
deny part
cult.
of Scripture?
My religion of God tells me to tell you is to fuck off to hell with your cult. You require
They are sea level.
What
They are
verse is that?
sea
What
level
verse is
cultists.
that?
You require Gnostic intellectual sacraments and require
They
them
are sea
to know
level.
things
They
so
are
they
sea
can be
level
saved.
cultists.
So you
Did you know
will
that?
be damned. You will be
They are-
damned. And
They are
Yo,
fuck
sea
Victor,
level
where in
cultists.
your Scripture does it talk about the people that believe in part and disbelieve in part?
Wait, Frank, I see that you're a Christian room mod. Are you a flat earther?
I do believe the Earth is as described in the scriptures, which is
Good man.
You guys will say it's flat with a dome sky above. That's exactly how I believe it.
How do you know we're going to say that?
We will not say that.
Sorry?
I'll say that. I'll say that for sure.
Sorry.
How do you know that?
I'll say it's
I
contained.
don't know. I don't know. I just assumed.
Okay.
Assumptions are not very
Back
good.
up my claim that I don't know the shape of the sky by referring to another verse that says, heaven for height, earth for depth, and the heart of a king no man can know. And then I'll say, because that verse says I can't know the height of heaven, therefore I can't know the shape of the sky. How's that?
Yeah. Okay.
Not
fair
good.
enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no one knows obviously the size or the shape or anything, but there is descriptions like a tent or a vault. So we assume it's like either a bowl or some kind of shape that's like a vault covering us from the waters above. That's what I believe.
It's a dome for sure.
Yeah, you've also got Jesus saying, don't swear by anything in heaven above because that's God's throne. And Jeremiah is saying that his throne is our sanctuary. And the sanctuary is a building. And all of those can have varying shapes and sizes.
Yeah, that's right. Also, he's
That's above the dome, though.
Yeah, it's
God's
actually
throne is
No.
above. It's not the dome itself.
No. Heaven
Yeah,
is
God's
his
throne is
throne.
not the Shemayim. It's not the dome.
Yeah, so
That's
the sky is what we It's what when we look up, we see the sky, and then above the sky is actually that's where God's throne is. He's actually above the sky. He looks down upon us.
Yeah.
That's why even in the prayer, when you listen to the prayer, the Lord's Prayer, he says, Abun Bushmaya. That means our Father who is on sky. He could have said in the sky or high up in the sky, but he doesn't. He says, our Father who is on the sky, like he's above it. Something to look into,
More accurately, above the seven skies.
Where does the seven skies come from?
Where everything else comes from, God.
No. I mean, like, where can you identify for me the seven skies?
Respond to my DM if you're not afraid.
I don't know who he's talking to. But yeah, no, the seven skies or seven heavens, well known.
Where does that come from?
Actual verses from the scripture. What do you mean?
Where? Book, chapter, verse. Lay it out for me.
Give me a second.
Yeah, they actually don't say seven skies, bro. But
my scripture does, and the Quran does.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, well, the Quran is very different to the actual scriptures.
What do you mean by that?
What he's saying is from a Christian standpoint, the Quran's not part of the scriptures. You being the Muslim, you're saying that the Quran is part of scriptures.
Yeah, that's fine. In terms of the cosmology of the world, though, it's very, very they're very similar.
That's fine.
So, what was Victor's objective when he was here? Was he trying to preach or something?
No, that's what we call the classic meltdown, where someone just comes in, spurgs out about some random topic shit, and they just keep going and going and going till they pop.
Why don't you just kick them or ban them straight away? Like, isn't it just a waste of time to even hear them?
Well, we didn't really have any new people that wanted to converse properly, so it's more entertaining just to let him go, and we can play that later in the recordings and illustrate to people how broken other people really are.
Fair enough. Why not?
Here's an example of a guy who came in unprompted and immediately stepped on his own toes. I'm here to tell you every day.
Including giving up his own religion and cussing at people, although his religion or actually book tells him not to cuss at people. And what's up, Brother Frank? Thanks for joining us. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I didn't know you come in this channel as well. That's funny.
Brother, these brothers here, these are my original Discord brothers back from 2020 when I started venturing down into this place, and I'm proud to say I'm a moderator with these guys. Help moderate and hold up the truth. Amen.
Oh, that's
all right. If you're a moderator, then mute me, bitch.
I don't need to. Somebody else will. That's how this works, because you just demonstrated your absolute shallow personality.
Please don't dare the mods to boot you or mute you, because some of them are pretty quick on the trigger. So, Jaeger, pull your head in.
You know that was a joke. Come on now.
It doesn't matter, bro. You're a voice at this point in time.
So who's laughing now?
Don't make fun of the hand that potentially will ban you. Now that was funny.
Do you guys discuss other things other than Flat Earth in this channel, or is it exclusively Flat Earth?
Typically, we keep it on topic, but usually when there is no conversation about topic, you'll either have long silence waiting for somebody to pop in, or you'll have people having sidebars about whatever.
Because usually when I talk about Flat Earth, it actually branches onto other things like fallen angels, and because there's like a big. I think Flat Earth is like one piece of the big picture. Like in this, like if you know what I'm talking about. That's why I believe it branches off into other big sects.
But in this group, we usually stick to the empirical, because if you introduce more than one topic that causes people to spiral, their minds can't handle it. And so it would be really difficult to argue with somebody who's never experienced the topic, to talk about two things. Like if the person's atheist and they believe in the heliocentric model, getting them to talk about the heliocentric model alone is going to make them spiral. You introduce the Bible, they're definitely going to shut you out, because they won't even listen to the empirical information, because they now think that you're coming from a God point of view.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I know you can't give them they can't run unless they start learning how to walk first, or in their sense, learn how to get up first.
Plus, one of the conversations that they'll have, instead of having a conversation about the measurements of Earth, is, oh, you're some religious person, and then they'll make it like the only reason you're a flat earther is because you're religious.
Wait, Banhammer, how did the conversation end with Fremen?
He went to make a sandwich, and I think he's enjoying it.
I just stayed quiet because I just don't have an argument really. And I made the sandwich, by the way, and it was flat.
Yeah, mad.
I'm mad that it's flat sandwich, guys.
If you don't have an argument, does that mean that you believe in flat Earth now?
No, it means he's just being polite.
I don't have I just don't have an argument. Like, I mean, I see where you guys are coming from. You know, there's a reason why the community is so big, right?
Yeah, because we all decided, hey,
oh, sorry, continue.
it would be important for me to understand what it is that I'm believing in. So we looked into it, and then we went to try and verify it, and we couldn't verify it.
And I still haven't finished the video you sent me yet. I'll watch it though. With the guy with the lights.
Hey Freeman, what I'll do, I'll send you a link to our home server, and you can scroll there. There's an alphabetized section where you can scroll down it and check all sorts of shit out, man. Laser tests, and there's just videos and PDFs, and it's chockers full of info. Hours and hours of reading, and you can just look through that in your own time, bro.
For sure. There was a part that you... Oh, let me see.
I just found this in the Library of Congress archives from Professor Orlando Ferguson in 1893. I thought it was kind of interesting.
This is a square and stationary Earth, that one?
Yeah.
Okay, looks nice.
That one looks like it's like...
Oh, but it's got a curve, though.
It looks like it's like a bowl. It looks like it's a bowl, and then the middle part of the bowl is rising up.
No, there was something you said earlier. You said, since we can't, like, just because I can't see my brain doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You know?
If I was a brain surgeon, I could open your skull, give you 2 mirrors, and let you see your own brain. Then you would know you have a brain.
But we know the brain is, you know, your brain is functioning, right, brother?
Apparently not.
You could also.
How do you explain you being able to talk?
But like,
you could
for
make
example,
an antecedent argument for your brain by saying you're able to form cognitive sentences. You have your own personal sense of style. Therefore, I can conclude that you have a brain. Because when things don't have a brain, like a person doesn't have a brain, they're not alive.
Yeah, but then if you have astronauts that go in space, takes a picture of Earth, and then they're technically the surgeons at that moment, right? But again, it's like, I understand it's like...
And then you can go outside, right? Because the astronaut is claiming to be giving you valid proof of the Earth having a radius of 3,959 miles. And look, here's a picture of that sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles as it moves through an ever-expanding void of the vacuum of outer space. If I then go outside and look for the curvature of the Earth to find an arc of circumference to validate the radius value that they're claiming, then I conclude that it's possible is what they're saying. When I go outside and I look for that measurement of curvature, I don't find it. The Earth is flat. It is opposite of their claim at the base value. Because all of the claims, the Earth's a sphere, it's moving, and it's in an ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, all of that's built upon the Earth having the radius value that they give you. You don't know the distance to the sun if you don't have the radius value. You don't know the distance to far stars without the radius value. You don't have orbital mechanics without the radius value. You don't know the value of gravity if you don't have the radius value. It's
Also,
required. It's necessary.
everyone's been in a hospital. Everyone's seen a doctor perform surgery with their own eyes. Like everyone has seen these things, but no one has been to space. Like you only see that in on television. But we
But
can't.
like,
Yep, go ahead.
okay. Let's say you get a free pass to get on the shuttle and to go outer space. Like, will that change your mind?
According to the hypothetical, if I was able to go to the vacuum of outer space and turn around and see the Earth as a sphere, then I would have to conclude that the Earth is a sphere. However, I need to see the curvature rate in reality because it is a fact that I can't and I won't get on a rocket and go to the vacuum of outer space and see the Earth as a sphere. The people on the ISS are not far enough away to see the Earth as a sphere. From their altitude on the claimed radius value, they're only seeing 3% of the Earth's surface. They don't see the Earth as a ball. According to the claim, the only people who will see the Earth as a sphere are those who went to the moon. And Artemis is claiming that Apollo didn't go to the moon. They are the first ones to go to the moon. And there's all kinds of fakery with the Artemis alone. So how do you conclude
Yeah,
that the
I
Earth is a
remember.
sphere?
I remember for some reason the news said that it was like the first time us going to like the moon. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, they did say that. Oh, what's that shit?
That's
Artemis?
because for years, globe believers were saying NASA never went to the moon. Why are you giving us fake shit? And so now they need an official, right? Because they were just having a propaganda towards Russia. Hey, we went to the moon first. Gaslighting their own population while Russia's believing, hey, we're not in any kind of race. We're just doing what the fuck we want, bro.
It says yes, Artemis 2 crew observed the Earth spinning from deep space, describing the view as seeing the entire globe from pole to pole. But I mean,
So,
you
with
do
these
have
Artemis
claims like
guys,
go
how are
ahead.
you going to validate, verify, or prove that they are in the location that they are claimed to be in?
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. Let's say I tell you I've got a tree in my backyard that's got tiger stripes on it. Now, okay, that's a pretty out there claim. I get a photo of it and I show you, and you're like, well, that could be CGI or doctored or something. Okay.
Yeah.
How then are we going to prove it? You can come over. We'll have beers together. You can stare at the tree and go, well, holy shit, he's telling the truth. How are we going to get into the position that these guys are in to verify that those photos are true and correct?
I feel like this comes to a point where it's like, well, how do we even believe our own eyes at this point, you know? Like, how do we even, like, am I
Well, it's not about
schizophrenic?
believing your own eyes. It's about getting your own eyes to that location to verify the photos in the first place. It's not about believing them. Like, we've got the photo and we've gone, okay, it could be doctored. There's a whole list of things that it could actually be. The only way now to not just to level the lot of this is to go to that specific location, turn around and go, well, I'll be damned. It is true and correct. Clickety, there's another photo. So at the moment, what you've got is just a pretty solid belief of, hey, I believe these are real. Go for it, Roots.
I just wanted to sort of add on to that. The point of this is to not be extremely anal and find a technical argument. The point is that, you know, I could easily, if I told you I was in the rainforest and I just went to my local woods and took a video with the trees, how would you know that I am in the rainforest and not just in my local woods? They're giving you the perception of an Earth from space, right? But they've got tactics and tricks and techniques that they can make it look like they're in space. And we are basically operating on faith that what they say is correct. So my friend is asking you here, we need some sort of verification. How do we verify that they're actually up there in space?
No, I agree. I agree.
I just say that because some people think we're just being anal, trying to get technical, but this is about not being gullible. If you're just going to believe something blindly, that's no different than being religious. There's got to be some standard that we hold that we can say, right, this is now a fact. This is now knowledge. And it can't be the TV because NASA showed us something on TV. That's not a high enough standard.
Yeah, unfortunately we have AI, so now things just worse.
Yo, Brother Roots, good to hear from you, man. And I'm sending you a message. Please check it out when you can. Amen.
Nice one, Killian. Good to see you, bro. Thank you, dude. Yeah, Freeman, can you think of anything else though that could, you know, take us from this blind faith religious belief that they're up in space? Can you think of anything that would take us from belief to sort of, yeah, this is a fact, this is knowledge?
I think just eventually when we start landing on the moon and start becoming extraterrestrial, I guess it's probably the only time that can really make people, you know, not be flat earthers. But you guys make some good points. I still haven't watched the video yet, so with the flat earther thing. But yeah, I don't have I'm not as knowledgeable, you know, when it comes to this. I really am just going based off of they told me this and I believe it. But unfortunately, yeah.
Well, that's all we can ask of you. We're not really here to try and convince you that the Earth is flat. We just want people to question, using critical thinking, what they're being shown. So if we can get you to get to a place where you're willing to question what you blindly believe, because everybody does, and actually you want to know where the evidence is, well, that for us is what we're about. You know, we just want people to use logical thinking, critical thinking to make decisions, not just blind belief.
Yeah, that's
So you don't have
good.
to be a flat earther, but don't be a auto glober just because they showed us pictures, you know.
Sure. I remember one time they said something about like, oh, where's all the documents for our first landing on the moon? And then they say, oh, we don't have anything anymore. We don't have it. And it's like,
Dude,
what? How do you guys not have the technology for it?
if you look at pictures of the so-called craft that landed on the moon on the first Apollo missions, you'll see there's no crater. There's no burn crater underneath the landing craft. How is that possible?
Well, for
I
that,
mean,
I'm
have
not
you
too
even
sure,
seen the
but there's not that much
footage?
gravity on there.
No.
There's
So,
not
but
that much gravity.
but there's rockets were supposed to be so powerful that they said during testing, they quote unquote that during testing there was a real fear that the craft would fall into its own burn crater. But if you look at the pictures of the supposed craft that landed on the moon, there's no burn crater underneath it. How is that possible?
Well, my understanding is, if you see these people walk on the moon, right? These guys weigh like 35 pounds, dude. And they have to tiptoe when they walk. So my guess is when they're landing on the moon, they don't need to use that much fuel to land. This is all guessing. This is, I don't know, hypothetical. I'm not a scientist here, but that's my guess it will be.
Concession. I'm not a scientist. Right, we get it.
Not a scientist.
Amen. Validation of land in the sky is still yet to be validated.
Yeah, I mean that's a great point. What Killian just made. Like we can't even logically explain how a rocket would work in a vacuum, and how a vacuum could exist in the sky without some sort of physical barrier. These ideas defy the laws, the gas laws, the thermodynamic laws. They're all violated by this idea there's a vacuum in the sky and we can fly rockets through, no atmosphere.
Even the concept of vacuum cannot exist. It's actually illogical. You cannot have nothing, like no air.
How does a fire start out there, anyways? How does a fire start? How can you burn rocket fuel out there with no oxygen?
Yeah, fires are cool.
All because are they pouring liquid oxygen into the fuel tanks?
Well, they have explanations for how they do that. They bring their own gases, and they have a contained area which the combustion happens. The real problem is the thrust, right? You need something for the gas particles to press on to create that thrust. And if you look at a rocket in a vacuum chamber, you will see that the only way you can get thrust is when that exhaust fume hits the surface of the container. So the only way to get that thrust is when the gas can press against something, right? And obviously in an atmosphere, you've got the other gas particles and you've got the pressure, but in a vacuum, you don't have any pressure for the gas particles to press on. So
do you think
this idea of
go off,
space,
it creates like a rigid beam behind it that the rocket like physically pushes against? That's not how it works.
Well, that's what you see in a vacuum chamber, my friend. You'll see the exhaust fumes all connected to each other in a stream. It's not until those fumes touch the vacuum chamber wall, but that's the only way you'll see the thrust. Yeah, that's the only way you're going to get thrust. The rocket will not thrust or move until you actually see the thrust exhaust fumes touch the wall of the container.
No, that's
and that
what
is
do you mean? No,
that is something.
It's like
that's what it's videoed and shown, Mez.
The particles going out the back of the rocket or whatever like makeshift rocket you're creating don't like bounce off the back of the container or whatever and then bounce back.
Well, that's exactly what did happen. You can whinge about it not happening. Yeah, Mez, if you watch the video, you can see it quite clearly.
Yeah, I've seen. I know
that's
what
the
video
only thing you can demonstrate.
If you're just going to sit there and say you're lying when we're telling you about a video that's openly available for any muppet to go and watch, then you're not welcome here, dude. Go and cry somewhere else. The video clearly shows in the syringe rocket that's used, you can see the gas coming out of it and then hit the container before the little rocket takes off.
Shut the fuck up, the earth is fucking round.
You can think it's round, but that's irrelevant to the point that was just made, so don't chant. Stay on point, stay on topic.
That guy left.
Because this
jumped in and left.
Yeah, but he's making claims he can't back up, right? He needs to be able to show that you can get thrust without the exhaust fumes touching the container. So the whole point of this point is that space is a violation of natural laws. We're not going to grant you space, and we're not going to sit here and speculate on what's possible in space when we haven't even established that space can exist without some sort of physical barrier to contain our gas.
Exactly. And so in
And
every
good point.
single
Go ahead. All right, cool. So a good point was made though regarding the absence of oxygen up there in order to create combustion. Because we all know here on Earth, if you have a fire, the best way to get rid of it, if you perhaps don't have enough water, is to starve the fire of oxygen. You take away the oxygen, fire will not burn.
I was saying, like, the concept of vacuum is impossible. Like, it can't be. There's no such thing as nothingness. Like, there's actually no such thing. Even when you go get like a vacuum cleaner or a vacuum container, and you try to suck
The
out all
number
the
is
air,
zero. It's a number zero.
you can't actually take out all the oxygen out of a container. There has to be oxygen in there. You could probably take out as much as you can, but then the machine, whatever machine you're using to try and take out all the oxygen, it will stop and leave some oxygen in there. It can't take out all the oxygen. If you get a strong enough machine, let's say like a Chuck Norris machine or something, and you actually suck out all the air from there, then that container will implode. It has to. Because there can't be nothing. There has to always be something.
So, sort of an irrelevant point though. They classify a vacuum at a certain point, right? So whether it's a true vacuum is another debate.
Well, I'd like to ask him as a question.
And what do you think that'll accomplish other than getting a null answer like normal? You'll
I
spend
was gonna
45
say,
minutes just to
Sorry,
just
Matrix.
skip it, dude.
I get
No,
scared
you're right,
when
man.
people. Thanks, brother. I get scared when people ask, "Can I ask you a question?" and they literally just wait to hear somebody say, "Yes, go ahead, ask your question." Those are scary. Go ahead, man. Ask your question, please. This is what we're here for.
Well, Mez is on mute because he has a habit of calling people liars without actually offering any sensible rebuttal. If you want to pose your question first, I suppose Matrix can decide whether he can be on mute.
I think our young chap can pose the question first, and if it's a sensible question, which it probably will be, we'll unlock Mez, and as soon as Mez decides to waffle on and not answer the question, we'll red flag him again. I think that's fair.
So Mez,
Sucks.
in every single instance that we can observe in atmospheric physics, a high pressure system rushes to a low pressure system to equalize it. So if there's no physical barrier between the high pressure system of the Earth's atmosphere and space, which is as low, that you claim is as low pressure as possibly can be, why does the air from the high pressure system of Earth's atmosphere not rush out to space?
Thank you for your time, and thank you for your question. Your premise is false, because we do have high-pressure systems next to low-pressure systems. For example, we have higher pressure near the surface of the Earth than we do at the top of a mountain, for example. So, there you go.
That's different, Mez.
Why is
That's
that
just a
different?
gradient, that's just a gradient which we can achieve in a dynamic system, and that's only possible within a contained environment. You can't
I know
have
the
a
question
pressure
was.
gradient to begin with without the container. So you've sidestepped the question and made out that the question is about high pressure versus low pressure, but that's only a gradient you're talking about. That's only achievable in a contained system.
See, now you're moving the goalposts a little bit.
No, he's not. He's keeping you
So
honest, putting
you're
your feet
moving
to
the
the
goalpost.
fire.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
you're
moving the
moving the
goalposts. The
goalpost
questions
by
was,
because
why doesn't how can high pressure not
you've
move
left
the
out the
low
fact
pressure?
that we can only get a no, but you've left out the fact that you
That
can
wasn't
only
part of the
achieve a
question.
gradient in a pressurized system.
How
That's
so?
what you've left out. The question is, how do you have a pressurized system next to a vacuum?
No, the question was
Exactly.
high pressure next to low pressure.
With no firmament, how do you have a high pressure system that's Earth's atmosphere next to a vacuum?
Well,
And how are we defining a vacuum?
Well, hold on,
Absolutely
Mez.
no particles whatsoever.
Let's provide some solid foundation with a measurement. Mez, at sea level, what is the pressure measured?
On average, it's 14.7 psi.
Perfect. Just want to establish that.
Let me check that actually.
That's a pretty close guess, Maz.
No, you're on point. You got it, and that's the point, right? We can measure this pressure down to the 10th decimal point, 14.7 psi, which is the equivalent of 1 bar, to validate the fact that we do in fact have containment. We do in fact have this pressure measured. Now, when we have the pressure measured, that validates the claim of a closed system. That's all.
How does that validate a closed system?
Well, do you not know the ideal gas law formula?
Why don't you go over it
Steam
again?
entropy.
Wait, so Mez, how can you have any pressurized system without a container?
Well, there's other forces that can affect gas, gravity being one of them.
So what's keeping the gas molecules that make up the atmosphere going into space?
Gravity.
Gravity, okay.
And how do we demonstrate that gravity is causing an effect on a gas particle? How do we know that? Because that's
you
a
can pour
theory.
gas and it falls down.
Yeah, because we have a gradiated pressurized system.
How does a
right?
gradiated pressurized system cause dense gas to fall down?
Well, anything that's more dense than its immediate environment will go down, right?
Okay, but why?
So if that gas is a dense gas, then yeah, it'll go down. But if you poured helium, it would go up. That's the nature of a pressurized gradient.
Right.
Pressurized
So
being the
how
key.
can you why do you think a pressurized gradient, okay, means a container must exist?
Because this is the only way we can demonstrate a gradient within a pressurized contained system.
No, your ability to demonstrate it is not proof that it exists.
No, but my question is, if we can only demonstrate a gradient within a pressurized dynamic system, no, not even dynamic, just a pressurized system, then why do you assume that you can have a gradient without a contained system? Why do you assume that? Is it because you believe we live on a ball and you've got a theory, or is there evidence for that?
Well, there is no evidence for the container. For example, your idea that high
Gas
pressure must
pressure.
rush to low pressure. Matrix, hold on. The idea that high pressure must rush to low pressure because of some ideal gas law is demonstrably untrue, because we have high pressure near the surface and low pressure at the top of a mountain, lower pressure even above that. So even in what we can observe and test ourselves just by
So you're claiming the gas laws are false.
It shows your beliefs to be untrue.
So you're claiming that gas laws are false.
No, I'm not saying that gas laws are unfalse, but this ideal gas law is just a hypothetical.
So Mez, but again, what is keeping the gas particles from going into space?
Well, if you believe in the globe, it's gravity.
Which gravity from what?
Say that again.
Gravity from what? From Earth?
Yes.
So at what height does the gravity from Earth? So it's just magically at some height, some tens of thousands of height, the gravity of Earth is not strong enough? Like what's the height where it magically
strange idea of gravity.
Gravity affects tides at ground level, but yet it doesn't affect gas that's 10,000 feet up in the air. Quite interesting.
Well said.
No, never said that.
That's a conundrum.
So what's the height
no, it's
where
just a problem for you?
So what's the height where space becomes void of matter?
There isn't one. There's no perfect vacuum, even in the depths of space.
How do you know that? Have you been there?
Well, that's what the science men say. That's what globe law is. So you can't say, well, this can't be true because there's no true vacuum. Well, no one says there's a true vacuum anyway.
Yeah, but you're missing the point, Mez. The ideal gas.
Oh no, he's not missing
EV,
it. He's deliberately sidestepping it.
I don't think I'm sidestepping.
Well,
I'm giving you
I know that.
Questions.
But for the sake of the neutrals or the people who are still learning about this, the ideal gas law itself denotes the idea, just the equation that there's a volume, and you can only have a volume of gas in a contained system. You're not going to have a volume of gas for the equation to begin with. So the actual equation itself, to have the pressure, denotes a volume, and to have a volume denotes a container.
No,
you can't have PVNRT. You can't have PVNRT working with your open system because you won't have a volume. You won't have a fixed volume of gas. You won't have a fixed PSI.
PVNRT, the ideal gas law, is just a hypothetical. It's an approximation of how gas.
How's that for a fucking dodge?
It's called a law.
No, it's not.
Do you know what laws are?
It's called the ideal gas law, but it only applies to hypothetical gases.
It's not called the ideal gas theory. I think you're getting mixed up with gravity. Gravity is a theory, right? But the ideal gas law is a law of nature of how gas behaves.
No,
you can't just hand wave that and say it's theoretical. We can say that about your gravity, but you can't say that about the ideal gas law. I'm sorry.
Well, I can because I can read it. The ideal gas law, also called the general gas equation, is the equation of state of a hypothetical ideal gas. Okay.
Yeah, because it's a general.
It doesn't mean it's not a law for how all gases behave in all scenarios.
The hypothetical part, Mez, is the gas, not the law. You clown show.
Yeah,
they're treating all gases as equal, hypothetically equal. Not there's 10 million different gases. They're treating them all as an average, as equal. That's the hypothetical bit.
Do you want me to read the?
You reading it out 8 times in a row isn't going to change the fact that you fucked up.
It is a good approximation of the behavior of many gases under many conditions, although it has several limitations. Okay. So just saying, well, PVNRT, there must be a container, it's ridiculous. It's a complete misunderstanding of the ideal gas law.
Hypothetical in the general sense, but it's practical in the sense this is how real gases behave, and this is under the conditions how you can predict gas behavior, and it's consistent. So it's not hypothetical in the sense that you will need a volume, and in order to for pressure, you need something for the gas to press on. That's not hypothetical.
Okay, I'm not hearing container here.
Volume denotes containment.
Pressure measured also denotes containment. Frank, you ever not Frank, sorry. Mez, you ever sprung a leak in a basketball or a tire?
Yeah.
And what happens?
Well, the gas tends to leak out.
Right. So if you have a pressure measured in a ball, like a basketball needs about 8.5 pounds, 7.5 pounds in order for it to function as a basketball. The tire needs about 30 to 40 psi, depending on the size of the vehicle, in order for it to function as a tire. As you said, if you spring a leak, it goes down to 0. So again, we have a constant measurement that exists that we can pull at any point in time at sea level, which measures 14.7 psi, which tells us, guess what? Our system isn't leaking. Amen.
I don't think that follows from what you said.
Okay, Steelman, what I just said to you. Can you repeat back to me? Make a Steelman model of what I just said. No, I'd like you to explain to me what I just said to you back to me to ensure that you track with what I said. What did I say?
Yeah, we have high pressure in a basketball. If you puncture the basketball, the air will rush out. And this means that our system, I think you said, isn't leaking. because the gas isn't rushing out.
We have
Except
a pressure
if high pressure
measured at
goes to
sea
low pressure, then
level.
high pressure near the surface must rush to the low pressure high in altitude. But it's not. There's something going on. What is it?
Okay, Mez.
Okay.
This comes from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is a U.S. government agency that sets measurement science standards and
You do what
technology.
the government says.
From the National Institute of Standards and Technology, the pressure of a gas is defined as the force of the gas the gas would exert upon the surface of a container. Gas cannot be effectively pressurized without a container. It requires a confined space.
What does pressurized mean?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed.
That's a problem for you, Mez. That's a problem for you.
No, not really.
So how can the atmosphere be pressurized without a container?
What does pressurized mean?
Because you don't think you're claiming that the atmosphere is not pressurized. Is that what you're claiming?
No, I'm asking you what pressurized means.
And I'm asking you, do you think the atmosphere
Pressure is the force that particles impact onto the wall of a container. What's your problem?
Okay, well, that's not quite what I asked, but let's go with that. So you think pressure is when particles impact the wall of a container?
Yeah.
Pressure is the force that particles impact onto the walls of a container.
That's the scientific definition.
So, do you think if two particles collide with each other, is that gas pressure? Or does that cause gas pressure? Rather?
When particles collide, it can it does cause a similar force. Yeah.
Okay.
It can't create pressure. Gas can't contain itself, Mez, if that's where you're going.
You think so? When two gas particles collide, there's some force going on caused by the gas. There's a pressure caused by the gas. Okay, but that's not gas pressure.
Yep. No, gas can't contain itself, Mez. You need it. You need a container to begin with. You need a container to begin with in order to have those gas particles colliding with each other. Otherwise, we know that gas will fill available space in all directions.
Okay.
Yeah, so it says
the gas
right
particle
here.
collides with you.
So it says right here with the kinetic theory of gases that yes, when two gas particles collide,
Well, you
they are
figure
able
out
to
which one of
exert
you wants to talk to me, and then I'll respond. Okay. I just talk to one person at a time.
No, Mez, you don't dictate this. We're all involved here. And if any other Globers want to get involved, they're welcome to.
Well, they're not really, are they? Because usually people
So
get muted.
it says here.
I don't want to sound like you. Go ahead.
It says here, according to the kinetic theory of gases, that when two gas particles collide, they can be excited and they can move, but they can only move so that they can exert a force against the walls of their container. So the particles colliding can cause them to exert a force against the walls of their container, which creates pressure. But again, they can't create pressure unless they have a container.
Okay. So gas colliding with things doesn't cause pressure?
No.
Okay.
Not unless it has a container.
You're not listening to what he said. He said they when they collide, they create a force. Yes, but you can't get a gas pressure with just gas. You're going to need something to contain that gas to create a volume of gas. Can't have a volume without a container.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if you were in a
how do you know there's a container?
No, Mez. So let's say there was a perfect vacuum.
Because we've got a PSI.
If two gas,
okay. Hold on.
Particles
okay, so
collided,
PSI. How do you measure a PSI?
Let Jaeger
Pounds per square inch.
Someone's cornered. Someone's running away.
Not at all, brother. We're making sure that you're
How do
tracking
you
with what's
measure a
being
PSI,
said, bro?
How do you measure PSI?
P equals F over A.
I know, like in the real world, what do you do?
We get a gauge.
Well, you can use a barometer.
Use
pressure barometer. So how do barometers know what the pressure is?
Holy crap.
It's when the particles collide with it. Okay?
Actually,
Now, if you think the particles colliding with this is just some kind of gas colliding with it, force, but it's not really the pressure, then how do you know there's a container? By
Because
your
the
logic,
pressure
you need
is
to be
bouncing
measuring the
off of the
particles colliding
container
with
that
the
the
container.
medium is located within. Once you
No,
have
no,
the
the point
You don't
validated
know
is,
that.
proof.
the
You
point
don't
is,
know that.
Mez. The point is that the only reason that gas can have pressurization is being in a container. Okay, so there would be no
We just went
atmosphere.
through this.
No,
Gases colliding with a barometer is not gas pressure, apparently.
Mez. There would be no atmosphere if there was no container. So
But
as
we
soon
just
as
went through this.
that's a problem, right?
By
As
your
soon as that's
logic, we don't have gas pressure.
as soon as that's a problem for gas physics, right? Then you just come up with some imaginary force that you can't prove. Gravity, you say, oh, gravity keeps it right on the edge. You just come up with some imaginary force when it's not consistent.
When
Look,
gravity is not
we
even
just
a
went through
force.
this, and you guys think that gases colliding with a barometer is not gas pressure.
So what is
Only
keeping
gases
all
colliding
of
with
the
the
gas
container
particles?
as gas pressure, but I don't see a container, and you
So
haven't shown me a container.
why
You just
don't the
think it
gas
exists because of
particles?
some convoluted
Mez,
logic.
you're so
Why don't the
dumb.
gas
Mez,
particles in the
you're
upper?
so dumb.
No,
Why don't
you're
the gas
done. You
particles?
think gases
Why
colliding
don't
with a barometer is not gas pressure. How much
why
dumber
don't
can
the
you
No,
gas?
get?
let me address this. Can I just address this because he's chanting right now? The only reason why you're going to get a higher pressure is because there's more molecules closer to each other, right? Yeah, and that can create force.
Okay.
Yeah, but the only reason why you've got all those molecules together, why are those molecules so close to each other, Mez?
What, compared to like high altitude?
Yeah, why are they close together? No, at any
There's just some kind
altitude.
of
Why are those?
strange force phenomena that causes things to fall to the surface. I don't know
Because
what
we
it is.
have an atmosphere. Because we have an atmosphere.
Okay, so the atmosphere causes the
Okay.
atmosphere to fall.
No, the atmosphere, the position, the height, your altitude depends on how those molecules, how tightly packed those molecules are. We're not denying that. But how do you have an atmosphere to begin with, Mez? In order to take that reading, you need a volume of gas.
No.
And that volume can only exist with a container, which will then give you, in a dynamic system, your gradient like it is, like we are presented here. And we know this because in a terrarium, we see the same gradient.
Okay, so it happens in a terrarium, therefore it happens everywhere.
You can't claim that gas can contain itself just because molecules, when they collide, create pressure. You're basically saying gas can contain itself, and that is ridiculous.
When molecules collide, they create pressure.
Yeah, but that's only in a volume.
That's not molecules colliding with the container.
How do you get the volume in the first
place? Gas pressure without a container.
But how do you get the no, dude? You are doing some mental
Volume
gymnastics to stay on this globe. It's ridiculous, dude.
I'm just following what you're saying.
No, but you're not following at all. The only way you can have that
you say gases colliding with each other is pressure.
Situation. Yeah, the only way you can have those gases colliding with each other is in a contained volume.
You say contained volume.
And nothing to say to that, have you?
Volume.
You just want to
volume
you just want to sidestep that point.
You don't need a container.
I'm going to say it one more time. The only reason why you get those collisions is because you've got a volume of gas. You can't have a volume without a container. Job done, mate. Move on to the next argument.
Okay. So just again, is gases colliding with a barometer? Is that gas pressure?
No,
it's only possible in a volume. It's only possible in a volume of gas, Mez.
Can we let's use something like a vat of water, and we would like to measure the temperature of the water. So we have a container. Can you stop talking, Mez? Thanks. So you have the container. We're going to pour water in it, and then I want to measure the temperature of that water. What would I do with the thermometer to measure the temperature of the water? You stick the thermometer in the water, right? Right, Mez? You take the thermometer, you stick it in the water, right? So if we want to measure pressure, We take the barometer and we place it in the middle of the pressure that we would like to measure, and it gives us the measurement. Right? This is what we do at sea level. We have a barometer at sea level, and the barometer tells us what the pressure is because the barometer is immersed in the pressure it is measuring. You tracking with this, Mez?
Yep.
So Mez, it says right here, the way that gauges calculate
So
pressure.
barometers do measure pressure.
No, so it says right here, the way that gauges measure pressure is checking the pressure relative to calculated atmospheric pressure. So it's just comparing it to atmospheric pressure. You know how they calculate atmospheric pressure? They assume that the Earth is in a container. So then when you say, oh, so you're assuming to get atmospheric pressure calculations, you're assuming the Earth is in a container. So you say, well, why are you assuming the Earth is in a container? Does that mean the Earth's in a container? And they say, oh, no. There's this invisible force that can't be proven, can't be tested for, that keeps the molecules from going into space.
Can you post in the chat what you're reading from?
Which part?
Just the whole page. Yeah, you having trouble?
No, it's from different sites, so I'm getting all the screenshots for you.
Just post the web address. I don't want a screenshot.
Okay, but it's multiple sites, so give me a second.
Okay.
What happened? Conversation done?
I think so. I think we figured out that you can't measure gas pressure. Barometers, don't know what they measure. Apparently, it's not gas pressure. Or air pressure.
If lasers prove is flat, how are you accounting for atmospheric refraction, bending the beam over a long distance?
That sounds like AI has a question.
Can you answer it?
Brother, do you understand what refraction is?
Of course.
What is it? Go ahead and define it.
I have to sit here and define words for you to answer questions. We're gonna be here all day.
Brother, you're the one that said refraction in what you proposed, so I'm asking you to define it so that we can establish a good foundation and have a proper conversation. That's all.
Well, refraction affects light. I know that much. I don't have to know the exact definition to understand that it's at play.
So it's to say the disruption in the medium of air, or the disruption of even water, that is
Okay. Go back.
refraction.
Go back to your original argument. You guys claim you measured the Earth flat using lasers. Can you help me understand how you accounted for refraction?
And that's my question to you, right? You are
Don't
basically saying
don't
that
answer a
refraction. Yeah, you
question
can't
with
even
a
allow me to
question.
finish. That's cool, brother.
Don't answer a question with a question. You answer it with a statement. This is how question and answers go.
Right. So again, refraction is the disruption of the medium between you and the object. So my question to you is, do you think that refraction has the ability to move objects up and down, to relocate them? That's my question to you.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because refraction, based on your questioning, would have the ability to relocate the moon, as an example, over the horizon where it should be beneath the horizon if it's in fact a spheroid. Right? Refraction would be able to move city skylines above the horizon line. Refraction would be able to move things into different places in order for this place to actually be a globe for your plane. However, the bottom line with refraction is it's the disruption of a medium between your eyeball and the object that causes a disruption.
All right, I'm lost. Whatever. I simply know it's going to affect your measurements, so I want to know how you accounted for it, but you don't want to tell me, so. Just going to debate definitions. Typical flat earther.
Nah, B. I did you one better. I posted a GIF
So
for you to
annoying, bro.
review. That
You guys
is
annoying,
that is refraction working. There's an
bro. It's
example for
not
you.
your eyes. It's not your eyes. It's the light. Refraction doesn't move objects or change distances. It only bends light. And you're over here telling me about my eyesight and this and that. I'm done, bro. Pointless.
So just confirming you got the GIF posted, right? You see it?
What are you talking about? All right, let's check it out. Can you guys prove that you use lasers to measure the Earth flat? You know, like extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, right? And you guys do hold the burden of proof. You guys really gotta stop retard maxing, man. It's not good. It's not an extraordinary claim. We've been researching this for hundreds of years. We have satellites in orbit. We have pictures of the Earth. We have, even if they're CGI, they're still composite sketches of the Earth. Saying the Earth is round is not an extraordinary claim. Saying it is flat is an extraordinary claim. We have a moon inside of our sky that's clearly round. We have solar eclipse. We have lunar eclipse. These things prove that the Earth is indeed a globe. Objects disappearing over long distances prove the Earth is a globe. You guys have nothing but imaginary lasers that some guy inside this chat claims he used to measure the Earth flat. This is a false statement. Stop retard maxing and start IQ maxing. Now you're calling me a dumbass.
Pretty much. Especially when nobody even wants to talk to you.
Independent verification is stupid. Let's just call it what it is. The whole argument is you've never been to outer space, therefore outer space is fake. Okay, you can't see oxygen. Therefore, oxygen is fake. Okay, you can't land on the moon. Therefore, the moon isn't real. Like, bro, your independent observation doesn't matter. If you would just understand that, then maybe you guys would stop wasting your time.
Bro, you believe in land in the sky. Talk about preposterous.
Brother, you believe in flat Earth. Talk about insane.
It's not belief, it's an observable fact of reality, regardless of how
Believe,
you feel about it.
literally a belief. You cannot factually confirm the shape of the Earth is flat. You can't do that. You'd be Einstein. You'd be the greatest. It'd be the greatest discovery in mankind, bro.
Bro, have you investigated the principles of construction? Have you investigated how water works?
Say it again. The principles of construction.
Yeah. Have you investigated how water works? Have you investigated the principles of construction? Like,
No, would you kindly introduce me to that? I would love that.
no, I'm good, because here's the thing. The construction industry builds upon the place that you're attempting to waffle off against, right? I wouldn't go to a scientist to have a house built. I would go to a contractor. Therefore, I appeal to the principles of the construction industry to observe the earth and figure out what's what. That's all. You can go ahead and investigate yourself. Bro. There's only two principles you need to figure it out. Only two.
Then I'll ask you, since you don't want to put me on to what these elements are. Have you looked into gravity? Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, the bias that exists, gravity. Which gravity you want to talk about? Things fall down, go boom, or 99.8 at 9.8 meters per second per second. Which you want to talk about?
Yeah, so you don't believe in gravity now?
I just asked you what you want to talk about, not what my beliefs are. You said gravity. What do you want to talk about regarding gravity, brother?
Okay,
I don't have
you were
to validate
researching your
gravity and say I believe in it.
you were researching your flat Earth. Took the conclusion that gravity was real, or is it fake?
Again, which
Answer.
one are we talking about? Things fall down, go boom? Like I drop a pen? Or maybe the weight that I'm using right now, I'm going to drop it on the floor and say it went down?
Yeah, that one. That's what gravity is. Keeping.
What?
Yeah, I'm talking about gravity, the invisible force that you can't see for some reason. Therefore, I shouldn't believe it exists because I can't independently verify it.
Well, that's
Again,
exactly it. It's the idea
yeah,
that every object has an inherent mass to it, an inherent density, weight, whatever you want to call it. And with all that being said and considered, what is the magical force that uniformly acts upon all these things that have their own inherent characteristic to them, i.e., what they weigh?
so now you're saying that gravity doesn't exist. It's only mass that exists. Mass and density. These are the only things that exist. There's no force acting upon them. Okay, then there's also nothing that you're breathing in. There's no oxygen. There's no, I don't, like, bro. Have you ever smelt gasoline? Did you
Well,
independently
you're
like
just
verify if it's there or not, or do you just know it's there? You have
hold
to
on.
believe
How
it.
many points? How many points are you gonna bring up right now? Are we talking about
We can go all
gravity? Are we
day.
talking about oxygen? Are we talking? What are we talking about?
Well, well, you're applying different physics to fit your narrative. That's the issue.
No. Please don't throw me in my position. I simply said to you that all objects weigh things, right? We can go to a scale, we can put them on a scale and verify
Oh,
that.
okay.
So this is what I'm asking you for. If you have a direct demonstration of gravity that we could unpack, I would love to go through it with you. Take care, sister. I would love to go through it with you. That's what I want to talk about. Give me an actual demonstration of gravity that we could talk about. Hello?
Are you serious right now?
I am 100. I'm so serious. I've never been more serious in my life. Amen. Let's talk about an example of gravity. For the chat, everybody listening right now, those on YouTube, the guys here in the community on Discord, let's talk about an example demonstration that you have of gravity in order to prove your gravity. Go ahead.
I need to know 100% that you're serious right now. You're not just trolling or trying to
I
raise bait.
listen, I'll even ask you, let's talk about a basketball. Let's use that as our observation point. Is that fair?
Brother.
Is a basketball, is that okay to observe with
brother.
you?
I don't know
brother
if you know.
We're not there.
Yeah,
You and I
okay.
aren't there. We're not there.
Okay,
Because
so
right
what
now
about
you're being very disingenuous by not even entertaining my request of
Do you
you
not
to talk about
realize
gravity in this
objects can have
room.
two different masses and they
Speaking
both will
over me is not
fall?
going to help you any in this room, dude.
Alrighty, you're just gonna ignore me when I'm about to cook you. Fair enough.
Hey, chef cookery, I'm waiting for you to cook me. Present
I
me.
am a
I'd
chef,
like a
by
plate
the
of
way.
gravity. I would like a plate of gravity so I can talk about it. Give
Sure.
me an evidence observation claim of gravity, please.
So
I'd
you
love
do
to talk
know
about it.
okay, let me say it, brother. I can prove gravity to you. Maybe I can help your brain function. Do you need vitamins? I have vitamins here. I can ship some to you.
And now you're going to attack me, right? Here I am. I want to talk
Now
about
you're
your
gonna
evidence, but now you're going to attack me, right? And show just how shallow of a person you are. Can you
I
please,
am.
please give
I have
me an example
I
of
have
gravity?
very low patience for idiots. But here's the issue with your whole gravity doesn't exist, only mass exists things.
See, we
So
record people like you, right, to
yeah,
show how
so
much the spheroid touches you and makes
okay,
you
you
just
don't even
emotional.
actually
But
talk
go
about
ahead.
touch. Anyways, objects accelerate downwards at 9.8 meters squared. You do know this, right? It doesn't matter how heavy this object is, regardless of mass, it's always going to be 9.8 meters squared. This is a fact. You cannot change this. You cannot say it doesn't exist. You can't say anything but this is true. Do you agree? Yes or
Again,
no?
I get it's. Can you
Yes
slow
or
down?
fucking no,
Pump your
yo.
brakes. Can you
Hey,
pump your
weirdo,
brakes?
weirdo,
Stop.
weirdo.
Oh
Oh,
wow! Now you're gonna
oh,
call me
anyone there?
names.
Is anyone
Now you're gonna
there?
call me
I do a
names. Is
brain
this what you're
report, but
doing?
is anyone there? Is it a hollow shell? Is it a tortoise shell? Like what's going on here? Knock knock. Who's there? No, shut up. You shut up. Listen, dude.
Just
Who said it?
to add some clarity to your claim, 9.8 meters per squared is an average approximation. You're making it sound like it's a constant. It's not a constant.
Yeah,
Don't
he said, "Let
mislead
me
the
shut
room.
up." So, no, he said, "Let me shut up." So it kind of happened. But again, we're asking for an example, right? That the measurement of the conclusion of these different things is fine. It's a measurement. They've come to this common, again, conclusion of 9.8 meters per second squared. Fine. But what's the example of it? Let's talk about that. Let's investigate that further and see what's what. I'm gonna unmute him now.
Is that how you guys operate? I muted myself. I didn't need you to mute me. Anyways,
Unfortunately, you were server muted and you said, "Let me shut up." So I just went ahead and shut you up for you. Made sure it was actually done.
you're emotional and you're a loser. You lose arguments and then mute people. You just showed everyone exactly how weak you are.
Bro, you've been
So
Anyway,
calling me
where's
names
my
for the
dad?
last
You're a
minutes
rage
while
baiter. Yeah,
I've been
you're a
waiting
rage
for
baiter.
evidence for the
So
last
I
five
don't blame
minutes
him.
and
you're a
then
big baiter by discussing gravity. Are you dead ass right now, brother?
brother, we should
No,
rewind
you're
the
not
tape
discussing
and
gravity. You're
listen
being
to
abusive.
you
Can
call me
you just
names
prove
while I ask
9.8
you
meters squared?
while I ask you for your examples of gravity. So again, can we track back to the topic of the room and you provide us with an example of gravity? Not
I
a
did.
measurement, not a calculation. Stop talking. Allow me to finish my long question, right? We're not asking for a measurement. We're not asking for a calculation. We want the evidence of the observation of your gravity working. This is what we want so we can talk about it and unpack it.
No, you want me to tell you about objects falling off buildings and the reason why, and you're going to answer it by saying that's mass, that's mass. But all you're doing is just defying physics. You're objecting reality. I want to talk about the math and the calculations because this is the evidence that we can actually use to prove that gravity exists. 9.8 meters squared. Why does an object that weighs 100 kilos fall at the same speed as an object that weighs 80 kilos? That's because the gravity acting on it is constant. It's
Right. So
constant.
what's the object
9.8.
then? What is the object that you're saying falls through the air?
It
What is
doesn't
the
matter.
object?
No, it doesn't
Well,
matter. You're looking
it
like
does, because here's the
Does
thing,
anyone
brother. And now I'm going to call you brother because I'm going to attempt to align with you to try to plead with
bro,
you
you
and
have
lay this out.
autism.
When we change, check this out. When we change the medium that the object is immersed within, the item behaves differently. Basketballs, as an example, in air go down. You immerse them in water, they go up to the surface. A piece of wood, as an example, the more that it gets saturated, right, the longer that the wood sits in the water, the denser it becomes, and it goes to the bottom of the container of the water that it's located within. Newton, right, Mr. Gravity himself, sitting underneath the tree, gets hit in the head by the apple. But if that apple kept rolling down the hill and met with a vat of water, guess what would have happened? The apple would have sat proudly on top of the water. This is why I'm asking you to provide an example of your gravity in order for us to walk out the actual effects of your claimed gravity to see if it's actually true. I probably said way too much for you to even understand.
No, I totally get what you're saying, but you're doing that thing that flat earthers do. You change everything and then says it applies to what I'm discussing. It's not the
No, I
same.
asked you a specific point about what you're saying. Now I'm going to get emotional in my voice and the way I address you to hold your feet to the fire to say, if we change the medium that the object is immersed within, you know what immersed means, right? You know what immersed means?
I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science. Continue.
I don't care what you have. I asked you if you know what the word means. Do you know what the word immersed means?
Continue.
The word immerse means to be within. I take a thermometer, I immerse it within water. I take a
I'm
basketball,
gonna
I
immerse
immerse
you
it
in
within
water.
water. I put it into. That's what immerse means. So when I change the medium that the object is immersed within, your gravity claim behaves differently, which is a problem. Because I shouldn't be able to cancel out the effects of your gravity by strictly changing the medium that the object is immersed within.
Are you serious? Are you dead ass right now, bro?
Wait a minute. I said all that to you, and you come back to me with an emotional response asking me if I'm serious. Did it sound
Brother,
like I was serious? Did it sound
water
like I
is
was
what
serious? Did I sound like I was serious?
that worries me, dude. I think
Did
you
I
really
sound
need
like
it.
Oh, you have a doctorate in psychology?
Brother, you're assuming that the different behaviors mean gravity's changed. No, there are
What's the
additional.
different behaviors? I'm sorry. What's happening?
You literally introduced another force called water, and
Another
then you're
force
like, "Where's
called
your gravity?
water.
Where's your gravity once I add
Water's a
water?"
force? Water's a force?
Duh!
Right.
You fucking idiot!
What is not
Duh!
a
It's a
force?
force.
What is not a
No,
Earth is
force?
not
how
flat.
water is no force. Oh
Earth
my
is
god, you guys
flat.
just nitpick semantics, bro. This is how you guys suck. You guys suck. You have no claim. You have no
Who
defense
here,
against
who here thinks the Earth is flat?
Stop panicking and get on track. Get back on
This is
track. You're panicking.
this
Water's
is
not a
retarded.
force. It's a substance, and it can be
No shit,
considered
asshole. No
a
shit.
medium, but not a
Okay,
force.
okay. So does water not change how objects react? The answer is clearly yes. But he's over here trying to say this
Yeah, not
proves your
not
Oh
not
gravity
because it's
is.
a force
wow.
though.
Oh,
This is
Not
that
because
fucking
it's
sounds
a
like an
force.
retarded.
like
This is literally
Dude, if you
retarded.
hold on.
You
Dude, if
introduced
you stop
something that
the meta
opposes
commentary,
gravity.
you might no, dude, shut up for 1 second. If you stop the meta
Why
commentary,
does
you
Earth
might
have
actually
giant
learn
flat
something.
earthers, bro?
You need to recognize what's being said and stop jumping to conclusions just because someone's a flat earther. That doesn't mean you can just start being abusive and miss the point. Water is not a force. It's a substance and can be considered a medium.
Yeah, but water pushes upward on objects.
Cool. But water's still a
Water
medium,
doesn't
just like
push.
gases. Sorry, brother.
Every object pushes on each other if they touch.
No. Anything less dense than the water will go up in the water because of density. Okay?
I'm not
Water
talking
is
about,
not
no,
a
I thought like you
force.
just said.
It's Archimedes' principle why we get that reaction. Right?
Okay, but you
And
know
we do
that it's
get
going to, you know it's going to affect gravity. You know this is a
right because
physics.
of
And
the
physics knows
medium.
this. You guys are agreeing with
Because of the
physics.
medium. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is called
What is your evidence that the Earth
Archimedes'
is flat?
Oh, so
principle.
can you explain to me how this proves gravity isn't real? Please. How does this eliminate 9.8 meters squared?
Because we don't need a force. This is why I'm nitpicking, because you keep saying force. There is no force needed to explain why things go up and things go down in a medium. Due to Archimedes' principle, there is no force of gravity needed to explain why things go down and up in water. And this is where you guys are trying to pull the hood over of the conversation. Whether you're doing it intentionally, I don't know. But you don't have a force of gravity to be measured. The only thing you can measure is drop, and we can explain that with Archimedes' principle. No force required.
What's your evidence that the Earth is flat?
Observation, measurements. I mean, just your reality outside.
So
This guy
what you
just
experience.
runs through
let me guess,
philosophy,
the
bro.
cameras
No one
just
cares
because the
about
Earth is round does not count.
Wait. Are we done with gravity? Was there a concession on gravity?
No, it
Sounds
never
like
was.
it.
I don't know who this new guy is. I don't know who this new guy is. I'm still stuck on the fact that the fall is not an explanation, it's an observation. So I need you guys to help understand how gravity just disappears and how I need to rely on a guy named Archimedes, who's a philosopher, in order to explain the truth about gravity. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. You guys keep deflecting.
Well, if you don't know, Archimedes' principle is basically relative density.
Oh yeah. Okay. Fair.
And that's what we're trying to tell you. There is no force of gravity to be measured. What you're talking about is a fictitious force. Yeah, it's an effect. It's not a cause. So you don't have a force. What we actually have is relative density based on the medium. You don't need a force to explain why things go up and down.
Someone's
So
been added
gravity
to
is
the
not a good
library.
argument.
Oh no.
Gravity is
Sorry,
not a good
Roots.
argument for the globe. No, sorry, I keep going on because of silence, so I'm just filling the air. But gravity is not an argument for the globe because we haven't established a force called gravity causing the drop.
I would like you to explain why objects accelerate downward at 9.8 meters squared if there's no force in action.
Gladly, because we have an
Go ahead.
atmosphere. We have an atmosphere.
What?
It's called a medium, the air. Okay, let me explain. So things that are more dense than the air at rest will sit on the ground. Okay, that object will be considered at equilibrium. Okay, it will sit on the ground because it's more dense than the air. If you apply a force to that object and you lift it up off the ground, it's now holding potential energy because its equilibrium is at rest point on the ground. So once you take it out of its equilibrium, raise your pen, then release it and drop it, that pen will return to its equilibrium. These are the principles of relative density. It's the medium that dictates whether an object will go up or down, not a force.
Boom.
But you do know
Well
density
done.
doesn't create, you do know density doesn't create downward motion, right? It only
Are you
affects how
tracking with
objects.
what he's saying, or are you just rebutting what he's waiting for him to finish talk so you could just rebut what he said? Did you understand what he just said to you?
He just explained it, but you wouldn't let me finish. Again, oh my god, you just made me lose my train of thought. Fuck you.
Listen. I'll respond. Density itself, yes, doesn't create downward motion, but it affects whether something moves up or down within a medium.
You know the calculation for buoyancy requires gravity in the calculation.
Guys, there are two forces acting. Gravity's pulling the every object that has mass, gravity is pulling it downwards. Then you have air resistance and buoyancy. This is what gives the upward effect. Air pushes back slightly and very small compared to the gravity for most objects. So you're saying that there are no forces at play other than density and buoyancy while ignoring the gravitational forces at play. You're ignoring the 9.8 meters squared.
Density
No,
does
we're
not
not.
work
We're
without
not
gravity.
ignoring. We're not.
Why do you need to
Listen, we're
disprove
not.
gravity?
Let me respond. No. Why do you have to meta after everything? Are you that insecure that you can't just let me respond to your point? If it was a good point, it can stand alone. So, gravity in the formula of buoyancy is the 9.8 meter square drop. Okay, that's just the fact that things go down in the air. So when you say gravity is in the formula, right. But what we're explaining to you is you're not talking about a measurable force. You're talking about a rate of drop. That doesn't mean gravity now becomes a thing. It means what we're describing for weight or drop is what we're calling G. But that doesn't mean that there is now a force of gravity. We just call it G. 9.8 meters squared. Yeah, fine. But that isn't the cause. That you're not explaining any cause of the drop by just saying gravity.
Brother, it's not called a rate of drop. It's called acceleration. Okay, you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm keeping it simple, but the point stands, my friend. You don't have a gravity
You don't
force
have to
just
keep it
because
simple
G's
with
in the
me.
formula.
Yeah, I'm not an idiot. You don't have to say rate of drop. You can use the word acceleration. So yeah, it's not separate from force. It's the result of the forces acting. This is what acceleration is. This is why we have cars that can go from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. There are forces at play. You observe acceleration. Like I don't know how to break this down any more simpler to you. In fact, I'm just gonna go.
Yeah.
Bye. You guys are all
The
idiots.
force isn't. No, wait! Don't run away. We're getting somewhere.
Oh, he left.
We're still.
Just let him go. It is
here
what
to
it is.
troll.
He wants to come in here, call us names, etc., etc. Yet when his feet is held to the fire, guess what? Runs for the barracks. Yeah, go back. Get your console, read your script.
I feel like he was starting to understand what was being said and then didn't know how to respond, so he left.
Exactly. This is what happens when the pride gets questioned. The knowledge comes to a point of being questioned. They realize that they're in a problem, and their ego will not allow them to take on this new perspective. Right. This is why that question, "Who touched you in your no-no spot?" caused this paradigm shift, is so important. Right? Who told you this?
Wait, so like the NASA picture's fake?
They're as real as you believe them to
They're
be.
giving you NASA from the very beginning have had all sorts of creative ways to give you the perception that Earth is a curved ball. We make the assumption by looking at their curved horizons that that is the actual curvature of the Earth. There are plenty of other explanations for why we see curved horizons from the NASA images. Sometimes it's CGI, sometimes it's perspective. But the point is, we're telling you that every image they're showing you, you're interpreting as a ball, but there are other explanations for why we're seeing what we're seeing from NASA.
Right, so how come you can only see the North Star in the Northern Sphere?
Because you can't see forever on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but it's not forever.
Yeah, but there's a limitation to how far you can see due to several factors.
Right, but if the Earth was flat, then it's not everyone would be able to see it if the night was clear. But if the sky was completely clear,
Nope,
from
that's
any
false.
point in the flat Earth,
It's
you'd be able to
false.
see it.
It's not true.
Why would you not be able to see it then?
Because it's a misunderstanding of perspective. It's a misunderstanding of
Well, it would, of course, it would change your
the atmosphere.
perspective, but it wouldn't make it disappear.
listen, in an atmosphere, if you look over 10 miles on a clear day, you still get turbulence. Even if there's no refraction, it's perfect conditions, you are still going to get turbulence to the point where the thickness of the atmosphere builds up and you can't see any further. Right? Never mind trying to see things beyond the angular resolution
Right, but you
limit,
see completely
i.e.,
different
it's so far
constellations.
away. It's so far away. It's now merged with your horizon, the vanishing point on your horizon. This is not what you would expect on a flat Earth. No flat earther has told you that we would expect to see the southern hemisphere star, the North Star from the southern hemisphere. That's a straw man.
I never said that.
You wouldn't.
But
No,
you
but you
literally
wouldn't
see
expect.
completely different
You said you
constellations.
couldn't see. You said on a flat Earth we would expect to be able to see the North Star from the southern hemisphere. But I'm telling you, no flat earther would say that if they understand perspective and how the atmosphere works and angular resolution. We don't expect to
Dude,
see the North
I
Star from the
genuinely don't
south.
understand how you guys think the Earth is flat. Like, it's ridiculous.
But what's that got to do with what I just said? We don't expect to see the North Star from the south. Why are you
I'm
changing
not
the
saying that
subject?
you guys expect to see that. I'm just saying that that's a fact. You can't see the North Star from the south. But if Earth was flat, I'm telling you, you should be able to see it.
And I'm telling you, you're wrong. You didn't listen to what I just said. Because of perspective, angular resolution, and the atmosphere, you wouldn't expect to see. You can't even see, 50 miles without the thickness of the atmosphere building up on a clear day. Why would we
Then
see
how come
into
you can
another
see the North
hemisphere?
Star then? How come you could see stars then?
Because we're not looking across the plane of the Earth now. We're actually looking up into the sky. It's completely different when you're looking up to across, the ocean or something. You wouldn't expect to see as far across the ground as you would to be able to look straight up. But this is basic shit, and you guys come in here and try and make fun of us, but you guys don't understand. You've not looked into this stuff. So forgive us if we get frustrated with you guys, but we wouldn't expect to see forever on a flat Earth. There's limitations to your perspective, and there's an atmosphere. It's not a good argument for the globe. I'm sorry if I'm seem like I'm shutting you down, but you're saying things that we're not saying.
No, I think you're thinking that I said something that you guys said. I never claimed that you guys said something. I just brought up a
No, but
fact that you
you said
can't
we
see the
wouldn't.
North
We
Star
would.
on the.
Yeah, but why say that? Because we wouldn't. We're saying you wouldn't see that on a flat Earth. Is what I'm trying to say.
But
We agree with
theoretically,
you,
if the
but
Earth
it's the
was
same on
flat,
a
you
flat
would be
Earth.
able to see it.
Oh my God! I just told you 3 times. No, you wouldn't. Why'd you keep saying it? You wouldn't expect to see that far on a flat Earth.
Okay, so explain the perspective thing.
I just told you, you've got angular resolution where something goes farther away from you and merges into your horizon. Yeah, you've got the actual atmosphere. You get turbulence over distance. Never mind all the normal day effects. You'll have refraction. You'll have lensing, all sorts of effects that can happen. So do you dismiss what I've just said, or do you need me to go into more detail on one particular thing I've said? But please don't just say we'd expect to see the North Star from the southern hemisphere on a flat Earth, because that's not true. We can demonstrate that.
Okay, how would you demonstrate that?
Well, I can show you how angular resolution works on a flat surface, and how on a flat surface, if you're at the ground level or the surface level and you move an object away across a table, for example, the object starts to merge into the ground.
So I have a question. If the Earth's flat, what would that look like? Like, because it's obviously not 2D.
It looks exactly how we see a sunset or how we see a boat that goes beyond the limit of your view. It decreases slightly in angular size unless there's lensing going on, but it will always merge with your horizon and disappear from bottom up.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't you just fall off the side of the Earth?
You're a troll. You're a troll,
what?
dude. What's
No, I'm
falling off the
not.
side of the Earth got to do with a long distance observation?
No,
Talking about what we
I'm
see at
saying, like, if
distance.
the Earth was flat, wouldn't you just fall off the side of the Earth if you went far enough?
Oh, so you're just changing the subject now? I thought we
Yeah,
were
because I
talking
don't really
about
want to
what
go
we
into
would see
details
on a
of a
flat
really
Earth.
complicated subject. I'm just saying, like,
This
what
is my
if?
point, though, dude. You're making the claims, but you don't want to go into it.
Yeah, because it's
You don't
4:13 in the
want to
morning and I
understand.
haven't slept and I don't feel like talking about something complicated. So I'm literally just asking a simple
Fair
question.
enough.
Like, wouldn't you just fall off the side of the Earth if you went far enough? I'm being serious.
Okay, there's no side, there's no edge. The only
So it's
edge
infinite.
that is spoken of, the only edge that is spoken about is by globers who are trying to make fun of flat earthers. In reality, we the known world is the continent sitting on the water. We know water's not curving, and if you go south in any direct from any position, if you go south, you're going to hit a higher landmass that they call Antarctica. And that seems to be where the water ends, and a higher landmass like a puddle seems to go on with snow, and we can't go and verify what's out there. But what we do know is if you go south from any position, you'll hit this higher landmass that we call Antarctica, and the water stops there. So think of it as a puddle rather than a disc in space. We don't. Nobody here would talk about any disc.
I think it's a ball-like object with flat sides. With one of the flat sides is Earth.
So you're saying Antarctica's infinite?
I'm saying we don't
just
know
we don't really,
what's beyond.
yeah.
We don't know. But what we do know is in the known world, we know that the water ends when you go south. The water ends at a place called Antarctica, where that is officially the highest landmass on the Earth.
Isn't that Mount Everest?
No, the highest continent.
Oh, okay.
Landmass, not mountain. Landmass, continent.
Okay.
So we're not claiming any edge, and there are flat earthers who will claim there's more land. I don't make that claim because there's no way to verify it, and I don't want to tell people things that I can't verify. But we can verify that the water ends at Antarctica, and if you go south from any position, you'll hit
But
Antarctica.
they've mapped Antarctica though.
How do you know what's there? We're not allowed to go. That's kind of irrelevant.
People have gone there though. What do you mean we're not? You are allowed to go. It just costs money. As does
No,
any
you can
trip.
go on a guided tour, but you can't go freely exploring Antarctica. And they'll take you to a little peninsula, and yeah, you'll be able to visit the continent, but you can't explore it. You can't keep going and find out what's beyond the horizon.
Yeah, but they've literally circumnavigated it before. It's completely mapped out.
They haven't, though. They haven't circumnavigated north to south. There are claims that they have, but if you actually look at the routes that they've taken, you can see that they've just done a big circle. There's no data showing that anybody has ever properly north-south navigated the Earth. East-west, yeah, that happens all the time, but we expect that on a flat Earth, but not north-south.
So, like, what would this look like on a map, like the whole Earth?
Well,
you have like a reference image.
I'd rather not give a reference image, but it's clear that when you go east and west, you make a circle around the north, and it's clear that the whole sky in the northern hemisphere rotates around the north star, which seems to be located above the north, what we call the North Pole. So it's pretty clear to me, pretty logical, that the north is in the center, and that the compass works to the magnetic attractor in the center, and east and west is a circle around north. So that's why if you go in a straight line from any direction for long enough, you will end up south, going south.
That's not true.
But it is true if you go in a true direction, not a cardinal direction. Yeah, no matter where you are. Let's say you go north from the UK, yeah, and you head in a straight line now. You start ignoring the compass and you go truly straight. Eventually that compass is going to flip and you're going to start headed south once you pass the North Pole.
Yeah, but what if you're going east to west?
Every true direction leads north. Well, if you're talking about east and west, now you're back to cardinal directions, which is based on the North Pole. So east and west is a circle around the north. There's a difference between a true direction and a cardinal direction. I don't want to distract you with that point. The point is nobody knows the layout of the Earth, but what is logically deducible is that north is in the center and the whole sky revolves around it.
But you can literally see in pictures of the Earth what Antarctica looks like.
Yeah, but you're not seeing a true depiction of it. You're seeing an interpretation. You're not actually seeing photographs from planes flying over Antarctica, giving you multiple perspectives. You're just seeing a depiction of a globe. So they've given you the idea of what it's supposed to be. They've given you an idea of the globe, but we haven't got that confirmation.
Confirmation from who? Who's supposed to confirm it?
Well, with every other country, you can independently confirm, right? But when it comes to Antarctica, there's nobody there. There's nobody living there.
Right, but what countries have not confirmed it? Like, that makes no sense. Every country is in agreement that the Earth is not flat.
It doesn't mean that it's a ball, does it? That's not a good argument. That's
Yes,
more
I
of an
know, but you're
appeal
saying that
to
it has to be confirmed.
authority.
But, like, it has been confirmed. People have seen it with their bare eyes.
Yeah, you believe their stories that it's a ball and a continent on the
Why
bottom
would
of a
they
ball.
make that up? What is the purpose of making up that the Earth is a globe? Like, what is the point of that?
I could answer that question, but if you don't like my answer, you might decide everything else I said is not true.
I don't think a ball and flat is mutually exclusive. I think it could be a ball with many flat sides, and one of the flat sides is the flat Earth, and then beyond the ice wall is kind of like other
While I would
lands.
agree, with you, like in principle, the globe has a specific claim with a specific radius, which dictates the stars,
It's
the
not that ball.
eclipses. Yeah,
Of
yeah.
course, it's
I'm
not
with
the
you there.
globe.
I'm with you, dude. I'm open-minded enough to say this could be a flat spot on a ginormous ball, 100 times bigger than what the heliocentric model claims. That is a potential, but it still debunks the heliocentric model.
Right. I like the ball with flat sides idea because it like fits in with like observations of like space and some other things. So it
Not really.
seems to make a bit more sense. Because like say with like gravity, right? Like flat earthers believe in like kind of like just like the general down direction, whereas globe earthers they believe in like mass attracting mass or the warping of space time. But if we take this idea of like a larger ball with like flat sides and flat Earth being on one side, then both these ideas they can unify and become one, because it fits both the ideas.
But from our perspective, no, it doesn't, because space violates the laws of nature. The idea that you can have a vacuum in the sky and that the gradient goes to zero and then hits a vacuum is, in my opinion, ridiculous.
Well, yeah,
There
no,
is
I'm
no
not.
there
I'm
is
not
no
saying
credible
everything.
confirmation of space. Right, you hear what I'm saying though? We're not gonna jump onto the idea that there is a space when it violates everything logical to do with critical thinking, logic, science, the laws of nature. That's
So
a
I'm not
huge
entirely.
problem.
I'm not entirely against the space idea, because if we go up on a mountain, we do find the air has lower pressure, and so it would make sense that if we go even higher, it'll be even lower pressure, and the higher we go, the lower pressure it is.
You can't have pressure without a container.
Yeah, we've been
No,
through this for the last few hours.
yeah, no, I understand that point, but I mean, like what you guys were saying earlier, the vacuum of space is not like it's not like a true, pure, absolutely empty vacuum, right? There's still particles in it.
Anything, actually.
But anyways, so sea level is higher pressure than like the top of Mount Everest, right? Mount Everest is lower, so if we go double Mount Everest,
Because of the
we would
gradient,
assume that it'll
right?
be
Because of the gradient.
yeah,
But
exactly. It'll be lower
the question
still.
is how do you demonstrate a gradient without a volume of gas, a pressurized volume of gas?
Well, I mean, this is just what we measure, right? Like, do we not measure
Yeah, but
that the top of Mount Everest is lower pressure?
But do you understand that in order to measure a pressure, there must be a volume of gas? And in order to have a volume, gas must be contained by something.
Okay, I'm not really understanding your point here. We
In
do
order to
agree
get the
that Mount
gradient,
Everest is
you can
lower
only
pressure.
demonstrate but dude, you can only demonstrate a gradient in like a terrarium. So if you wanted to demonstrate this and show to me that you can have a gradient, a gas pressure gradient, not using the Earth, because obviously that's what's in question. So we want to go into a lab setting. The only thing you can show me is like a terrarium, but that's a contained volume of gas in a dynamic, pressurized system.
No, I'm not like okay. So if we measure the pressure at sea level and we measure the pressure at Mount Everest, like do you agree that Mount Everest is lower pressure?
Do you agree that in a terrarium we get the same phenomenon?
I don't think so. In a terrarium, it's like you would have the same pressure everywhere around the terrarium.
No, with a working terrarium with a dynamic system, you can get clouds, you can get everything that you experience, rain on the Earth. So
I agree
you
with
can
that.
mimic the dynamic system. Yeah, that's the kind of that's only possible because of the pressure, because of the container.
Right. Well, I'm not
The
saying
pressure
there's
is
no
only
container. I'm just saying like there is a gradient, and so it stands to reason that the gradient would keep on decreasing as it goes up.
to
And
what?
I don't know if it goes to like an extreme vacuum. I'm just saying like it should continue decreasing. It's not like we've hit the
That's
dome yet or
impossible.
anything.
But that's impossible. Gas can't decrease in gradient until we reach vacuum. Otherwise, all the gas would be violently being pushed into the
No,
vacuum.
like I said, I don't know if it's a vacuum or not. I'm just saying that if like at sea levels higher pressure, half of Mount Everest is lower pressure. At Mount Everest is even lower still. So above Mount Everest would stand to reason that it's even lower
And
pressure.
propane too. But you need a container to do that. To have the word that you're using, and you keep invoking this the whole time. Pressure. Pressure means you have to have a container for any
Well, I'm
air
not saying there
pressure.
isn't no container.
Yeah.
I
So
don't know
then,
why.
why do you need a container? Is space real? How big is it?
Well, I don't know if we know how big it is.
Oh no, you
Probably
can't breathe in.
we
You're
haven't.
supposed to
I don't
not
think
be
we've
able to
like reached the
breathe
edge.
in a bathroom. Did you know that?
I don't think we've like reached the edge. But I do know Mount Everest is lower pressure, so it stands to reason twice the distance of Mount Everest would be lower pressure still.
What does that have to do with anything? All the gases start at the ground.
Yeah, and it should decrease as it goes up.
Exactly, because they all start at the ground. Wow, you're amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we agree. All gases start at the ground, and they go in all directions. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right.
Right.
See, if we're going to do these thought experiments, we have to be consistent within the laws that are already established. And what you're trying to describe goes against the second law of thermodynamics.
I don't see how it would. So, like, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but it should stand a reason that it keeps on going up until we hit like whatever edge of the container it is. But we haven't seen that. That we haven't seen the container yet, so it keep on decreasing as it goes up until we hit the container. But like I said, we don't know where it is yet.
You haven't hit one, have you? Well, when was the last time you flew straight up in the air?
Well, maybe someone has hit the container and
No.
is keeping a secret. I
No.
don't know. Like I don't know of it.
No. There's no container. How's that?
I mean, there could be no container. I don't know.
The only reason why we invoke a container is because it's the necessary antecedent to having a gas pressure. And we have a pretty standard, steady PSI. So we clearly have a fixed volume.
I'm not saying there's no container. There might be. I'm just saying that the pressure would keep on decreasing as it goes up.
Listen,
yeah, but we're not.
You're not going to get outer space. You're not going to get outer space and a flat Earth at the same time. Space is fake. That's the end of it.
Well, that would be space, right? Like space, we're just saying space is like a lower pressure area, and it's as it keeps on decreasing pressure. Unless the dome is like really close to us, then it's further out, so it's gonna keep on decreasing, and it'll be like space.
Domes, dude. Why are you claiming domes in a channel?
Well, I don't know if there is a dome or not. I'm just using an example, man.
Well, there could be a gigantic snow cone, upside down ice cream cone on top. How's that? Is that what you want to do? We'll use an ice cream cone handle for that.
Well, I don't know if there is a upside down ice cream cone handle. I'm not saying there is or isn't. I'm just saying the pressure decreases as it goes up.
Maybe it's an upside down Gatorade bottle.
Well, that's some weird theory, but okay.
Well, it's super weird that you think there's a half ball with a flat spot on it floating around in a vacuum spinning. That's a really weird theory, if you ask me.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Of course it does. That's why I'm so glad that the kids that work around me in the industry that I'm in don't think like you guys. These are real engineers.
Do they believe in the globe theory?
That would have
Nope,
hurt my
they
feelings.
don't. We don't use the globe for anything ever.
Anything.
So why would they believe it or not believe it? Who gives a shit? Not one person's ever mentioned gravity to me or Earth curve ever. I'm retiring in 10 years and I've never heard it yet. So where you guys got that from, I don't know.
Well, because most people are globe earthers, so it stands to reason that they're.
But they still
like
don't
most
use the
people.
globe. They still don't use the globe or gravity for any engineering.
Sure, but I mean, if you ask them, I think
it doesn't
most
matter
people
what they
would
believe.
Ask them if they believe in a Hindu guy with 25 arms. 3 of them are going to say, yeah.
Yeah, Jesus, Muhammad. Yeah, they'll believe all sorts of stuff. It doesn't matter what they believe. The question is, how are they doing their work? How are they making things? They don't need a ball earth, and they don't need gravity for any of it. In fact, if you try to incorporate the ball earth into pretty much any industry, whether that's aviation, building, engineering, you will be fired, because you need to treat the earth as flat and stationary in engineering, in aerodynamics, in construction. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to create safe flight for passengers. You're not going to be able to build level buildings. So your engineers treat the Earth as flat and stationary. I guess that's the end of that then.
Once space is removed, they got nothing left. They just kind of fall apart.
Yeah, this gradient to zero thing keeps coming back up. It's a real thorn in their side, isn't it?
It doesn't have to be 2-0. And like I said, I don't think space and flat is mutually exclusive. They don't have to contradict each other either.
It's like he doesn't
It's a
even hear when
complete
he's
contradiction.
contradicting himself. He doesn't even hear it.
Yeah, it's a complete contradiction. You're basically saying that you can have a volume of gas without containment. That's just wrong. You'd fail basic science, high school science, middle school science. If you try and put that as an answer on one of your science exams, you're going to fail, dude. I mean, this isn't proving a flat Earth or a globe Earth. This is just about understanding what happens with gas particles, right? You're trying to tell us something that can't be demonstrated. Gas can't contain itself. I think a better way, if you want to, discuss evidence whether the Earth is a ball or flat, we need to talk about where's the curve of the Earth, where's the motion of the Earth, things we can go and test. Otherwise, you're just following a religion. Naya, do Do you believe that if we lived on a ball that curved at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, that there should be some sort of...
I don't think we live on a curved ball.
What do you?
I've said it many times. Look, okay, here, I'll
but
post it.
you're arguing for gases, volumes of gas without containment, and that's normally what we get from the globers. So I made an assumption.
Well, yeah, no, but I mean, it seems like you didn't hear anything I was saying, man. Like I said, I don't think the existence of space or like the gas being a gradient as it goes. I don't think that conflicts with flat Earth at all.
Space is
But
don't work in
flat Earth
space.
is a little bit different. If you look in the side chat,
I'm going to brainwash you out of your space thinking.
here, Roots, look in the side chat. You see how like I think it's like a it's like a ball with many flat sides, and one of the flat sides is the flat Earth model, and it also exists like in space.
I mean, your images are not loading for me for some reason. I don't know what's...
Oh, sorry. Do you want to give it a second, or do you want I can post it again?
Yeah, post it again. I don't know if I had a issue on my end.
Yeah, no worries. I posted 2 photos, but I'll post them one at a time. Maybe they'll. Yeah.
Yeah, neither of them.
You don't see either of them?
Professor Triangle, do you see these images? They're not loading for me. I mean, I saw your anime one at 32 past the hour. That one's clear, but...
Yeah, they're all there.
Oh, no,
you need to read.
Professor Triangle, can you
I
see
see 'em.
these images?
Yeah.
I'll let you respond because I can't even see them.
He's got a soccer ball, and one of the 6 sides of the soccer ball, the hexagons, has a dome over it.
So it doesn't have to be like 6-sided hexagons.
Oh, dude,
hexagons.
Dude, your shit is absolutely fucking retarded. Space
I'm just explaining to Roots what it is.
You want rockets to be real, I understand, but they don't work in a vacuum. And you can ask anybody in the whole place where I work, do rockets work in a vacuum? They'll laugh your ass off. They'll be, what are you talking about, dude?
Okay. Anyways, so Roots, it doesn't. He explained it kind of wrong. Like it's not a circle with 6 sides. It's like a it's like a.
They're pentagons.
Kind of like
pentagons all connected together. So he wants to use pentagrams with one of them has a
no. It's here. I mean, if you can see the gifs, I'll see if I can send you. Or like here, I'll just say, think of like a disco ball, right? So like a ball with many flat sides, and one of the flat sides is Earth. But I'm not like I don't know how many sides there are, or like how big it is, right? So I'm just saying like I think it should be like maybe like a geometric shape. You know how like it was like in like ancient like Greece or somewhere where they thought geometry was very important, and that there's like divine geometry and stuff. So I don't know. I just feel like it's all kind of connected, and the world could be a 3-dimensional geometric shape, many flat sides, and one of the flat sides is Earth. And so if we assume that's true, then both the flat Earth downness and globe Earth gravity are the same.
Right. Like I said before, me personally, I'm open-minded enough to say, for all we know, it may be a bigger ball. But when you I'm pretty sure Professor Triangle is probably cussing me in the background for saying that, but I'm open-minded, and who knows. But the point is, when you start talking about a vacuum, that this ball is sitting in space, this is where you're violating the laws of nature that we're already aware of. This is where we would say to you, this is impossible. This is impossible because the idea that you've got a space out there with all other balls of rock similar to this is all just a pipe dream. This is all just a heliocentric conception that you've not let go of. Why would you even propose that idea, what would be the point in convincing people of something like this? Like, there's no way to prove any of this, and there's no way to even prove space can exist.
Well, I mean, I'm not really like going around trying to convince people of this. I'm just explaining what I think. Like, it's just
but
how I think
space,
it is. Like, I
how would
also feel like
space work?
Because like you know how like there's like NASA and like kind of like the global conspiracy, but there's a lot of like regular people that are, you know, like you and me, kind of just like seeing the world as it is, and some of them have like telescopes and they try to do experiments and things, and so like if we believe this thing that I explained with like a geometric ball in space, then the other points in space would also be the same thing, and then it all kind of makes sense. Like that, that all the points, like all the stars and everything in space would align with like the globe model, but it would also be like it would also match with the flat Earth model, you know, or like at least my version of the flat Earth model. And it seems to have like, I don't know, it just seems to fit together, and I like it.
Well, yeah, fine, but you know, at the end of the day, it's just speculation. It's philosophy. What we're focused on here is just what is empirically provable, what is true, what is consistent with the laws of nature that we know to be true. So this is just something, I suppose, you can you can imagine.
Yeah, so like you know how like the flat Earth, like you guys said, it's not about like an edge at the end, and it like possibly goes on forever. It might not. No one really knows. And it's just like I think this is more likely than it just being a plane that goes on forever.
Understand me? We have a fixed volume